So yesterday we saw the third playoff spot locked down by TSM. They went 2-0, and that was exactly what they wanted to do.
TSM taking home their second win of the day, and they've also locked down a playoff spot.
But now today we've got 3 more teams to find, and there's 4 teams in the running. You've got Curse, Counterlogic Gaming, Team Coast, and Dignitas all fighting so they can move up in the standings.
Even though CLG only played 1 game, they decimated Coast, a team that had beaten them 3 times already. So they also could carry some momentum through to today.
I think a lot of eyes today are going to be on Team Curse. They're sitting in 6th right now, which is the very bottom spot that you need to get into playoffs. If they drop any lower, they're out.
I feel pretty confident in ourselves because we've been practicing an insane amount and getting really good scrim time in.
If Dignitas keeps sliding, or if Curse turns around and doesn't get wins anymore, that's really rough for them.
We're in a really bad place. We pretty much need to win the next 3 games to guarantee that we'd be even placed top 6.
Welcome to day 2 of Super Week Live from Los Angeles, California. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and spawning with me in the studio today is Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler.
And today we have 6 more games coming your way, kicking off with Counterlogic Gaming taking on Cloud9.
But before we get into today's matches, we have to break down yesterday's action and its impact on the North American playoffs, starting with our second team to lock down a first-round bye, Vulcan.
Yeah, they went 2-0 yesterday and looked impressive in both their wins, including a win over Cloud9, their second victory over the league's top team. And because of those wins, not only did they get a first-round bye, but they've guaranteed themselves a spot in the Season 4 Spring Split.
And the other team to earn a spot in the playoffs yesterday was Team Solo Mid. They went 2-0 and guaranteed themselves a trip to PAX Prime.
They looked like the TSM that played last year at PAX, which is amazing for TSM because last year they won. They took first place in that. That's exactly what they want to look like. They seem to be hitting their stride just in the right time, too, because like in the Spring Split where they were undefeated they went undefeated and they took the #1 seed.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
And with Cloud9, Vulcan, and TSM already in control of playoff positions, that means there are 4 teams fighting for the final 3 berths.
So that's CLG, Dignitas, Curse, and Team Coast. They're all still in the running for those playoff spots. CLG, Dig, and Curse can still leapfrog TSM and take that 3rd spot, while Team Coast could actually still finish 4th. The only team that can't make the playoffs is Velocity. With their 2 losses yesterday, they become the first team to fall into relegation.
And while we know the fate of the 4 NA LCS teams here is a look back at the super plays from the first day of Super Week that helped shape the postseason picture.
The first day of Super Week kicked off with the 11-12 Counterlogic Gaming trying to avoid a series sweep against the 9-14 Team Coast. CLG jumped out to an early lead with the help from a double lift double kill.
Double lift throws down the ultimate, 1 more shot, condemned into the wall. It could be a trade back here, the retribution kill, trying to come in for Zion Spartan. He flashes, the spinner's on, he gets played back, but he does pick up the kill. But Chowster pulls it back in for a kill there, 2 for 1.
CLG were in control throughout the game, and one final fight would give them the win.
Mashme feeling pressure from Nien. The bomb goes in and it hits the entire team, but Nintendo, he's not able to get his ultimate in. Dash onto Daydreamin', and they continue the fight. The gap closers are there. The kills are there. The secured Nexus will be there. 17-3, staving off any deaths for the past 20-plus minutes.
Up next, a hard-fought 60-minute battle between the 11-12 Dignitas and the 9-14 Curse. After leading most of the game, Curse had their backs against the wall. Pinned down in their base, they were able to hold off a Dignitas siege.
This is not going to be a fast fight. Scar actually makes it out.
I can flash with her. Kill the Zaku. He pushed down minion in the game.
The Requiem comes down, coming up for the double kill. Technically, the triple kill coming in. They will finish that off. Curse has thwarted a base attack.
Curse would thwart the Dignitas comeback and pick up a much-needed win to keep their 1-game lead for 6th place over Team Coast.
5 seconds, 7 seconds on
Scar's
the
up
timer.
soon.
They're going for that
It's a
Nexus
race.
turret. It's going to be a shot for it. They're going for the Nexus. It's going to be Curse. They went 0-3 last week. They don't want it to happen again, but they could be thwarted. Scar doing big damage.
How low is it?
A few more hits, and Curse is able to take the game at 60 minutes.
We knew a team was going to have to make a play to win this game, and that was one hell of a call to go for the Nexus.
The 3rd game of the day started with disaster for Velocity Esports as they dug themselves a huge hole against Team Solo Mid.
Maple Street taking a lot of damage here. This could be very bad. He's already been exhausted, so he's got a full run. No, it's going to be a layways to take him down. First blood to Cardis in middle. Wild Turtle very low himself, but knows he can continuously take shots. Zyra has that long-range auto attack as a support. And Meniscus picks up the kill from Echo.
Oh my god, I might actually die.
Echo goes into the egg, and Vivian could go down. He gets scrambled.
Well, that was the worst level one ever.
3-1, 2.5 minutes into the game.
Velocity could not overcome that level 1 mistake, and a dominant TSM would secure the victory.
And it looks like they're going to Wild Turtle, is what they call the submarine from the backside, but they don't get the taunt off until after. It's going to be an obliteration. Wheelhouse Strats coming in for the victory. TSM feeling good about that one. A little less stress on this win.
We're like, all right, guys, since we got such a big lead, let's not throw the game. Let's not throw the game.
First and second place were all but locked up for Cloud9 and Vulcan as they battled in the 4th game of the day. Perhaps playing a little too relaxed, Cloud9 made a rare level 1 error.
The jump in on the falls, and he explodes for first blood. That's going to go to Zyrus.
Medium. Good job.
Ex-Smithy's Lee Sin earned the kill and some style points when he took out Meteos' Jarvan.
Interesting little slow-mo kick, but that's going to be enough for him.
Smithy going for that YouTube highlight reel.
And Vulcan would go on to halt Cloud9's LCS record-setting winning streak at 13 games and all but lock up second place heading into the regional playoffs. TSM has had Team Coast number all split, winning all 3 of their previous matchups. And today was no exception.
But there's a crescendo. Picks up one kill, it's special, taking it home.
Super Soda saves the day.
TSM's teamfight coordination was on display at Dragon.
The fight comes on in, Stranglethorns the Demacia and everything. Crescendo lands on so many. 1 kill picked up, Zion Spartan trades 1 back, but drops. 3 kills picked up for Dyrus. Wild Turtle on the chase, looks for Daydream and finds the kill. 4-1 that team fight. Wonderful job by TSM.
And Team Solo Mid rolled to their 2nd win of the day to move into 3rd place all by themselves.
And goodbye! Wild Turtle's on a killing spree, takes him down. Nintendo's got nowhere to go. He pops down as well. 12-4. The game is over at 32 minutes flat. TSM taking home their 2nd win of the day, and they're back in sole possession of 3rd place.
In the final game of the day, Vulcan were trying to officially lock up the number 2 seed for the playoffs against Dignitas. ManCloud got Vulcan on the board with a well-timed Requiem.
Cubic not in the best place. Ult comes off. Good flash dodges away. Ignites burden on both sides. Psycho Sin not going to win that battle, but there comes the Requiem. Goodbye to Cubic. First blood picked up. And there's the revive for Psycho Sin.
Dignitas could not get things going in the right direction. And Vulcan secure the win and 2nd place in the summer split.
Psycho Sin is like spamming emotes at this point. It's going for the twist, doing some dance moves. Vulcan securing 2nd place. They are into Season 4. Magma doing his best Zach impression right there.
And with yesterday's 6 incredible games in our match history, let's take a look at the standings heading into today's matches. Cloud9 has clinched 1st place for the summer, while Vulcan is now officially locked down 2nd.
TSM is in 3rd, with CLG a half game back in 4th, and Dig 2 games back in 5th. Then it's Curse holding down the last playoff spot for now, while Team Coast is sitting in 7th and Velocity is in 8th.
All right, guys, we have some disappointing news to share with you. Regretfully, there has been an unexpected delay in issuing the tickets for the World Championship, and sales will not begin at 12 p.m. PDT today, as previously announced. We're working diligently to resolve the problem and will provide an update when we've confirmed a new sale date and time. The LCS team here at Riot wants to maintain the highest possible standards for all of our awesome esports fans. We always want to avoid uncertainties like this. Rest assured, when we have a new date and time fully secured, we will announce it with at least a 48-hour lead time to give all players enough warning and equal opportunity at purchasing available tickets. Be sure to check out lolesports.com and follow at LOLesports on Twitter for the latest updates. Bear with us. We really appreciate your patience. Now, I know you're sad, but there is some good news. Super Week continues today with 6 more matches here in America.
I feel better already.
Yeah, so do I. Up first, it's Counter Logic Gaming taking on 1st place Cloud9, followed by Velocity Esports trying to play Spoiler against Curse, and 2nd place Vulcan taking on Team Coast.
After that, Cloud9 jumps back into the Rift to battle Dignitas, followed by Velocity and Counter Logic Gaming playing their 2nd games of the day. And our 6th match of the day features 2 teams fighting for 3rd place, Curse and Team Solo Mid.
And as always, you can vote on who you think will win today's 6 games by going to lolesports.com. Just click on the schedule at the top right, go to week 9, and vote.
Then hit us up on Twitter and let us know, which player do you think has had the biggest impact on the summer split and why? We're at LOL Esports. Be sure to use the hashtag LCS. And once again, we'll be giving away those Logitech G400S gaming mice to our favorite tweets later.
All right, guys, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, it's time for our first match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Cloud9. So don't go anywhere because the North American League Championship Series will be right back.
I think everyone on CLG is a threat. Neon, Link, and Double F have all proven that they can carry games and they're very good players. CLG hasn't been the most aggressive team for objectives and tower pushing, so it is possible to recover against them.
Welcome back to day 2 of Super Week. It's time for our first match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Cloud9. And this is the 4th time these teams have met this summer and the first time since week 5. And while Cloud9 has won the last 2 games, it was CLG who handed the league's best team their first loss back in week 2.
Yeah, even though CLG has lost 2 of the 3 games versus Cloud9, Link has had a lot of success in this series. He has the highest KDA on his team versus Cloud9 at 8.33, and he was able to take C9's mid laner high down a couple notches.
And even though the mid lane has pushed in CLG's favor all 3 games, Cloud9's Meteos has owned the jungle in their last 2 meetings.
The most dominant jungler in the North American LCS bounced back from a mediocre performance in week 2 with a couple huge games in their 2 wins. On the other hand, CLG's jungler, Big Fat LP, has gotten beat up versus Cloud9. He's posted a dismal KVA of 1.5 in their 3 games.
And even though Big Fat and CLG have struggled against Cloud9, they are hoping to pull off a repeat performance of yesterday's game where they turned it around against another team that has had their number in this summer split. That's Coast.
CLG had a nearly flawless victory over Coast, and that was their first victory against Zion Spartan and crew all summer long. And one big reason for that was Link. He had a charming performance on Ahri and had Coast running scared for most of the game.
And while CLG won their only match yesterday, Cloud9 lost for the first time in their last 14 matches.
So I'm thinking they were trying some things that they hadn't used in the North American LCS before, and they fell flat on their faces before the minions even spawned. Because of Ball's face check very early, that cost them 3 deaths before there were even minions on the field.
It'll make things difficult.
Yeah. And also, normally when Rumble is left up, they'd grab him first pick even, try and get Balls that champion because he crushes with it. But they tried some new champions and some alternate play styles, and it definitely cost them. We'll have to see if they continue to try these sorts of things today, or if that loss was just too bitter for them and they go back to the same old stuff that made them the most dominant team in the North American LCS.
Wouldn't be a bad thing. But Cloud9 had the record-setting 13-game win streak snapped with that loss, but they can still set the record for the most wins in the LCS split by winning 2 of their next 4 matches, which, if history repeats itself, isn't going to be too hard. So, without any further ado, let's get this game going and take a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it's Logic Gaming. Top is Nien, Big Fat LP in the jungle. In mid is Link, double lift on AD carry, and right behind him supporting is Chowster.
Then on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle is Meteos. The mid is High, the AD carry is Sneaky, and supporting is Lemon Nation.
And the battle between the AD carries is our featured matchup of today. That's CLG's double lift versus Cloud9's Sneaky.
So these two, they're both AD carries, but they fill different roles for their team. CLG tries to give double lift as much farm as they can, and because of that, there's a lot of pressure on him to carry. On the other hand, Sneaky, he often gives up CS that he would get to go help with these global objectives, and you know he's really a giver, not a taker. But even with that, he's second in gold per minute.
Sabotaged by the support
for AD carries. Of course, just behind double lift. Who's number 1?
We'll have to see. The double lift, we heard where it comes from. It's a sleight of hand trick, so the double lift is Sneaky. We'll have to see if one coincides
He's
with the other.
definitely had some very magical duels too. I mean, some of the things are just too good to be true. The 2 versus 1 when he's Vayne tumbling around and barely surviving. Definitely worthy of his name.
Makes it looks pretty good. We saw the Twitch mechanics earlier as well. Yeah, it's pretty much everything once he gets his hands on 4 or 5 items. It's double lift all the way. We'll see if Cloud9 can stop that from happening coming into the game. Rumble right out, and Nocturne is out. Big Fat uses that champion in so many different ways than just a long-range initiation.
He'll pick that that's his most picked jungler in the LCS, so it's definitely some good bans here. We have seen another focus on him. They're also banning out Jarvan, so they're really focusing on Big Fat LP, whereas CLG are focusing on not letting Cloud9 go back to that same old strategy that won them all these games, and they are trying to ban enough champions that Cloud9 again try new stuff like they did yesterday, and hopefully have the same results that they had yesterday.
Would be surprised to see the Zac here taking that away from Meteos. They've already got his Nasus and Jarvan, which he likes quite a bit. His Jarvan game yesterday, 0-3-0 at one point, I believe 0-4-0 at the end.
Yeah.
Definitely hitting that KDA that most people have been looking at as near the top for the junglers.
That's one. Jarvan is one that Meteos definitely plays and likes and talks about more. Hadn't used it too much in the LCS though, and with them locking in that Zac, we'll have to see what is his sort of 3rd tier jungler. He has used Lee Sin in these situations before, but we'll have to see if they actually want a champion like Lee Sin who offers more early game pressure and a lot more vision than other junglers, but not quite the late game presence.
Well, it looks like they go for pretty much the all-around game presence, and that's going to factor in well because both Link and Hai choose assassin-type mids, whether it's an ADZ or it's an APRE.
And with them locking in the Elise today, I'm saying that's going to Meteos. Because yesterday when they locked it in, I thought it was going to Meteos because he loves that jungler. But they did, again, they stepped outside their comfort zones. They were trying a couple things. Don't think they want to mess around versus CLG because like they said, CLG is a very scary team. Even though they have, you know, a 50% record here, they're a team that has better records against better teams. Most of their losses are against Coast and Velocity, who are towards the bottom of the standings.
I think they were 1-5 against the lower teams or something like that, Chad was saying. If I don't have the statistic correctly, Chad will correct me on it, or Reddit will, someone. But the ball's choice for Shen is interesting as well because on the couch with Meteos, he said, you know, Balls did amazing on Shen, and the question was that to him, and he's like, well, he's kind of, as he said, bipolar with it. Some days he absolutely loves it, and then next days he says it's not going to do anything for our comp. So it seems like one of those hot days for Shen for him.
I think that going on to 310 actually was good for Shen as well, because in 310 with all the outer turrets having more armor, the first dragon before 8 minutes has more importance, and it's easier for the top laner to leave their lane and go down for that dragon. If you're Shen, as soon as you hit level 6, you can stand united with the rest of your team that are all down by dragon, take that dragon, and since the turret has more armor, it's harder for that top laner to answer by taking your turret down, and it gives you more time to get back up there. So I really like that first pick for Shen now. Sort of he's raised his importance level.
And we can actually hear the chatter between these two teams. CLG making it look like it'll be a little, trying to make it look like it's easy being green as they have the Zac Thresh lock in, but then they throw in Karthus for Link. Haven't seen that in a little bit here, but as well, the Cho'Gath coming out for Big Fat.
This is definitely a later game-oriented team here for CLG than we've seen seen in the last few. Link, he's done an amazing job.
Cloud9 is just like howling in the background.
He's laughing at Cloud9's battle cries if you guys can't hear. We can hear them all through the studio. But yeah, Link, he did a great job on the roaming champions lately in the season, but very early in the season, he was good on these farming mid champions. So if he takes that Karthus and he just CS's well, and then he can add the Requiems in for side lane assistance, it's a different playstyle for him, but it was forced on him by the Ahri ban.
And we saw ManCloud playing Karthus yesterday, and the way Vulcan did it was they really kept it in laning phase. As soon as he hit 6, they went for the aggression, and it's like, oh, they got away. Nope, and they kept feeding at least 3 kills that way before they broke laning phase. We'll have to see how Counter Logic Gaming goes at it. Like you said, it's going to be a little bit later of a progression for them with the composition.
Yeah, so we're seeing CLG, their style this game is going to be a little more slow in the beginning of the game, whereas Cloud9 are going to be the ones looking to make those early game moves. And they have also banned out Ahri and taken Zed. So they banned out one of the best assassins, and then they picked the other very strong assassin. So it's probably going to be that CLG old style of sending double lift as their split pusher, which is amazing on Tristana, like I talked about in the Vulcan game. Tristana, she shoves waves very well because of explosive shot, and she has great disengage too. So for an AD carry, it's a pretty good split pusher.
And we can't forget to touch on, obviously, what Cloud9 like to run for consecutively for a few weeks and then has shied away from it and altered the Ashe and Zyra picks. But now they are again putting that composition together. You did say that Hai grabbed his Zed, as we were focusing a little bit on CLG throughout the picks to see what really they're going to bring to the top team in the league.
Yeah, I think that Cloud9, they will often grab the Ashe Zyra or some variant of that late when they have Hai going on a full damage solo laner, because they want to bring some crowd control to the team, and if their middle solo is not going to be bringing that, then they can easily just bring that from the side duo lane.
Looks like they're going with a complete bully strategy here, and they're going to walk this one through knowing they have the Thresh, but not seeing everyone definitely has to make them cautious here.
And CLG right now only left 1 ward behind them. They didn't have their own blue covered right now, so Cloud9 got a little bit of some sneaky info in here. They've got the blue of CLG warded without them knowing, whereas CLG, they were seen going into the blue of Cloud9, so Cloud9's aware that there's a ward down.
So as they are walking about the jungle, we do see that Hai has picked up the red elixir, which we usually know for that engage, the all-in, but we haven't seen it as of late. They pick it up and they wait for level 6, they wait for more roam, and it usually comes in with the jungler now, not in a 1v1 situation.
Well, Hai is definitely an aggressive solo laner, and we'll see that all-in from him if he goes up against Karthus, because Karthus is very squishy early, so that's one that he would definitely like to go all in against. But if he doesn't get that lane matchup, then we will see the similar strategy like you're talking about, waiting till a little bit later. Looks like he will, though.
We're definitely getting the 2v1 out of the AD carry support lanes onto this. There is no doubt about that. It looks like we do have Sneaky and Lemon Nation getting themselves down there. So as they go around for the blue buff, we'll have to see what they do to force Big Fat LP on that.
So Lemon Nation and Sneaky just left that golem buff there. Nien did not even go to check it, and they just decided to pull back out.
And usually before, we've actually seen Nien taking wolves here, and then Nien would actually back because he wouldn't get any experience. Coming through, Cloud9 looks to actually aggress onto this, and they won't find that Big Fat's going to be there.
Yeah, so the reason that Sneaky and Lemon backed off that golem is because they left it for Meteos. And with the early harass that they got onto Nien, he's had to back already.
So at this point, what is the risk of trying to stop CLG in the jungle, knowing that one is going to happen after the other? Why hasn't there been that adaptation yet?
So usually you would be able to defend that if you had done some sort of switch with your AD and support, like if they had brought them mid. But since it's just Shen and Zed in the area, they're outnumbered and they don't want to fight Cho'Gath this early. Cho'Gath actually very strong early in the game. The Vorpal spikes add so much damage just to the auto attacks, and Rupture is one of the best CC abilities in the game at level 1.
This is not something we have seen coming into Super Week now with the 3.10 patch. These stronger turrets, these dives coming in the 3v1 situations. Usually it's already the jungler here to help, and it will be Balls backing off with that sixth sense, knowing that he was closed in on.
And so it's going to take a while for them to take this turret down because of the extra armor, but they're not really looking to put all their damage into the turret. They're actually trying to get all the CS and just zone away Balls from the minion line so that he doesn't get the experience from it.
See Meteos coming from the backside. He gets into turret range. The exhaust is wasted there. Chowster on the death sense not wasted at all. Meteos actually got too far in range. One more shot. Double Lift actually gets jump onto this one. Double buff for him. That transfer is complete, and it looks like they may go back in on this if the wave comes in soon enough.
Great strategy from CLG right there, but Balls lands one more taunt, and Big Fat LP misses Rupture.
Chowster flashes over the wall to flay Hai and keep him away from Double Lift. The support of supports right now, trying to keep Big Fat alive. Hai has his eyes on that double buff. Right now they've secured both in the game. This won't be a kill onto Hai, but a back and forth leaves it a 2-1 for CLG.
And Hai just barely able to pick up one of those kills. Big Fat could have ran a little bit farther back through the bush there, but still very well played by CLG, and they came out on top of that easily. Double Lift is the champion that is the player they want to get going early, and now not only do you get both those kills, but he has the double buff as well.
This is so big. Their last matchup versus Curse was a late invade on blue, and it didn't go well. For Tristana to get those kills early in the game, this is going to be huge for them. We'll see what he gets almost to the build, or gets the build draw to Cutlass rather on his way to the Blade. And we'll have to see how Cloud9 can react to stop any type of snowball in that bottom lane, because they will focus it, like you said.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for Balls right now, because Tristana with the explosive shots is going to be able to clear waves very easily, and they can keep up the pressure on the turret. Meanwhile, top, Sneaky and Lemon Nation with the long-range auto attacks have been able to chip down this turret.
Double Lift even taking golems now. He will take everything he can from here on out. The team knows he is the one to put the money into. Tier already coming out onto Link here 5.5 minutes into the game. We have high backing, but he had not able to grab the Brutalizer. It looks like he wanted.
And he got a kill down bottom, but he's missed out on a lot of CS that was open in the mid lane. You can see how Link took advantage of the roam from high, and he just stayed mid and shoved that lane like we talked about Karthus, a champion where he's going to want to sit in that mid and farm up. He did a good job of that, so he hasn't lost too much due to the roam of Zed. And now he's just really going to have to worry about the level 6 here that Hai's about to tick. because as soon as Hyde does get level 6, he has the ability to 100% Link. Link's going to have to burn his flash the first time to get away from it.
So knowing likely that Balls will be okay in this bottom lane, what's in the best interest?
Well, he's not going to be okay. He's got red buff on him. The
Meteos.
only reason to save him is Meteos coming in.
Elimination solo in the top lane. Nien as well. Could get the Cell Division to come out. The Requiem here to turn the tide of the fight. Lemon tries to get in. Getting his passive closer is what he was trying to achieve.
Oh,
Balls here
double
goes
lip.
in. That he used it. He says, "King me." He has the ability to jump out now with that passive reset. It looks like the repel will go up. He's going to be forced to come straight down, but there's a lot of minions in between. They won't be able to get him back
with
into the
another
fight.
roam. He's seen out by this ward. So it's up to Chowster to play defense once again. He's level 6 high right now. If he can land that death mark.
Oh, the flipping ninja coming in from the side. Double Lift says, "I'm out of here, man. Chowster, get those boots on. Make sure you tie your shoes when you leave the house." He gets taken down by High. 2 kills there, and High as Roam is making up for that loss of CS.
Now it's up to Link to shove this one in very quickly. You can see that Balls is heading to that mid lane to try and make sure that these CS are not wasted. And it's a good rotation by Cloud9. But the area that they lost out on was that top lane, where Nien has been doing free farm of his own, and they had to send Sneaky back over there.
And we got to see what Nien has been doing as well. How much CS he has in his pocket. That's 32-12 on Balls. He has been harassed in that bottom lane on Shen, so it looks like they're actually going to transfer him over, allow him to soak up what's coming through mid, because High will be safer in the bottom lane.
This is looking really good for CLG so far, because they were the team that was okay with taking it slow at the very beginning. And they are looking like the early game is in their pockets. They're going to want to change their direction now and look for control of Dragon. They already have a pink ward down on it. And when you have a blue buff Karthus in the mid lane, you can easily take that down very fast because lay waste do double damage to single targets.
We'll have to see this adaptation here by Cloud9 by sending Balls into the middle. You know, you see Cloud9's games, and yes, they sit on the top, but when they do lose games, it's very min-max. If they're losing, they lose it. If they're winning, they will absolutely win the game. And right now, Counterlogic Gaming is definitely on the uphill to win this for themselves. 8.5 minutes in, about 1,000 gold in their favor. Cloud9 has tied up the turrets, but those kills coming from a lot of CLG roam and strategy on
Cloud9
ganks.
really want to make something happen now because they just got all of their tools available to them. They've got the Ash Arrow for the engage, and they have Stand United. So what they're going to do is send Shen to split push and then wait for a good opportunity to land a Crystal Arrow, and they can just go all in. Because of Link's early Requiem, it's not back up for this, so he can't even add the extra damage there to sort of balance out the globals.
Spectral Call coming out for Nien. Not even any core items just yet. Reaching that 10-minute mark, may see one of those Blade of the Rune Kings finished within the next 3. If that goes on to High, that means his roam will go through the roof, and we'll try to see him taking out Double Lift, possibly Link. And that's really where Cloud9 just excels, is that team fight phase. We haven't seen the first Dragon yet, and that's usually where they turn the game around.
And the first Dragon is going to be right about now. We talked about the pink ward that they had earlier. They brought an extra one to make sure that nothing's been stuck in there. Here comes Crystal Arrow. This is going to be a 5-on-5 because Shen has a Stand United available.
Roots onto Big Fat. This is hard to take down that Feast and a smite. Arrow goes in. It's on the backside. He throws the thorns right into it, and it looks like they are going to be able to get the pop-up here. Like we said, Cloud9 excels in the team fights. One for Sneaky on the backside. It's pressure from the end. Nobody's there to help him tank right now. He's just absorbing damage without the return, and it looks like he goes down as well. Cloud9 excelling at Dragon.
The story to that team fight was the zoning that Balls pulled off. He had Link and Double Lift running back down. So they effectively split the team and caused a situation that we saw with the 2 green members, the Nien and Chowster, tanking over there with no damage on the rest of Cloud9. No threat there. So great job, especially by Balls and Meteos in that one.
And the fight's always going in favor of Cloud9, but still a kudos to Big Fat LP for his ability to smite, getting out on Meteos and that, and he didn't even have a chance to use the Feast.
He did have, it's on cooldown, but we also have to shout out the combo of the Crystal Arrow plus plus Zyra ultimate there, because that's what made it all possible. When you're in the Dragon Pit, it's a perfect area to lay down that Stranglethorns because it can pop up everything that's inside of that little pit.
Clearing out that mid lane, making sure Link has time to get back. Counter Logic Gaming knows that that was kind of back and forth. The global gold is good, but the fight phase for Cloud9 is very strong, so they have to figure out how to get around that and help Nien in his initiations. Good control here. Cloud9 looks to be activating something on the bottom lane.
They've got 3 members here. Crystal Arrow is back up, so they have the engage that they want. They can go after Chowster because Chowster does not have his flash up, and he doesn't have an innate escape like Tristana. Usually, you want to take out the high priority target that is the AD carry, but in this situation, Thresh is the one they want to go for, because not only is Tristana hard to lock down, but if you don't go after Thresh, then he'll throw out a Dark Passage as well, and that's just another escape to have to worry about.
Where do we sit now? Because it's not normal for an AD carry support to go back to a down lane. Usually you would see that go mid, but they're all matching up now in the meta.
Ooh, it looks like it will be a 3v3 matchup.
So even a bit more of a party now.
Too. And there was a ward that saw Meteos come in here. So Cloud9 are sort of at a disadvantage here. They're unaware that Meteos has been spotted.
Chowster taking a few 2 steps, and it looks like Cloud9 does not like the situation. They're saying it's a little too quiet here for comfort. 12.5 minutes in, still only 1 turret down. The armor is worn off at that 8 minutes after diminishing up until that. And 4-4 in kills as Cloud9 was, like we said, able to grab that fight. A few more items here. Ball's going, looks like, for that Spirit Visage quite soon with its change.
We'll probably see both of these top laners grab Spirit Visage because both of them are doing mostly magic damage, so it helps each of them in their lanes. Both of them have self-heals, Shen with his Whirlpool Blade and Zac with his Bloblets, and both of them love cooldown reduction. So every single stat on that is amazing for both Shen and Zac. We'll probably see that each of them rush those items. But now we're seeing Zac come into the mid here for a low gank on high.
High's gonna get hit up, but he actually goes straight in onto Link. That Deathmark will not kill him whatsoever. We do see the Shen ultimate coming in though. Power in numbers for these guys. Nien's forced to walk out of this. Big Fat waiting on the outside, but they cannot re-initiate.
Forgot about the Stand United there, or they mistimed it. CLG get a little bit too handsy here. The Rupture lands though, and they grab
get high with the death sentence. Everything is just happening for them right now, but it's a great Stranglethorn coming out of Lemon Nation. It looks like they may be able to turn this fight around. He blasts Sneaky back, knowing that is trouble in his face. They pick up the blobs and a kill for themselves. 6-4 now.
After Link's already dead, CLG stick around in the mid lane, and they stay up at Cloud9's tower. Very, very interesting choice by them.
Big Fat trying to do what he can, being a boss in front of the turret, throws out a few ruptures, but it doesn't look like they are going to worry too much about the Void creature taking out that turret and possibly denying the blue buff.
Double Lift is able to grab the red, so they secure one of them, but a great job there. Meteos doesn't need to help the rest of Cloud9 take down that mid turret, so they get 2 objectives there at the same time, having him steal blue and the rest of the team and take that mid turret.
A lot of chaos being created in these fights with not too much happening for CLG now. One being, like you said, taken down and then trying to fight that, caused them that mid turret, and now Cloud9 can start to set up a little bit more offense where they've been playing defense. Maybe a little more pressure on the next dragon coming up in 1 minute. They've now taken the gold lead by 600 and that middle vision with that turret.
Yeah, even with that fairly large misstep there by CLG, it only brought the gold back to around even here. Cloud9's lead is very small at this point, and CLG are still feeling okay because they have Double Lift side pushing. Not only is he on the Tristana, but he also has red buff right now, so he feels very secure in this side push, even though they don't have wards in on the Golem buff.
You know, Kobe, calling out this game to be a late game. If you looked up late game in the dictionary, you'd see that. Catalyst, the Protector, tier in Karthus' inventory, and the items are on the map. Because these guys trying to charge up, trying to get those items ramped up, so won't see. And actually, I believe Link is one of the guys that doesn't go for Rabadons right away. He builds the Void Staff, he gets the Seraph, and he kind of goes for that persistent, annoying damage rather than burst. My Requiem's going to do everything.
Yeah, he's going to go for those ramp-up items.
Right.
CLG going to go very late game here. When he gets the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace, those take a while to stack up with the power. So they're already looking, you know, 10, 15 minutes down the road here. And the story in the meantime is going to be this side push that Double Lift keeps doing. And if Ashe is going to be able to catch him with a Crystal Arrow. Now this dragon is warded here. So CLG could try some sneaky steal but they wouldn't want to do a full contest at that Dragon because 4 members of 3 completely outnumbered.
So it's kind of been a sway here. That first Dragon went in favor of CounterLogic Gaming. Cloud9 wins the fight, takes mid, takes blue. Now they've taken Dragon. So CounterLogic Gaming is definitely going to have to put their foot in the door sometime soon because that snowball is starting to roll down the hill.
Yeah, Cloud9, they were able to pick up some kills even on the first Dragon from CLG. So it was a pretty good answer by them. And they have stayed true to their very early game Dragon-centric style.
We'll see if they can keep the pressure on. Doublelift moving safely with Chowster and Big Fat in mid here. Big Fat not as able to be as annoying as he wants, but Chowster is hitting that death sentence. As we were saying, Big Fat's idea of being that jungler is to be in everybody's face all the time. Cho'Gath can't do that as much as Nocturne, but he is trying to do a damn good job of it in mid. 3v3 there, 1v1 in the bottom and in the top lane. So everybody's spread thin right now trying to hold these lanes. And
Doublelift right now is a very, very confident man. He is feeling extremely strong. He has the 3 kills plus 160 CS right now, already with Blade of the Ruin King.
Oh!
Wow, the Ash Crystal arrow is coming out. They're looking for the all-in here. High's getting into position.
Booyah!
But it does not hit the correct
That was a nice shot. Oh, he goes all the way and he brings in Shen with him. Bones comes into the fight, but they both get popped off by a perfect rupture.
And they all get slowed down right here. That means all of Cloud9 committed to the mid lane, whereas CLG had both the top and the bottom lane pushing here.
Doublelift's the cat and mouse games going on around the Baron pit, which nobody's attempting at this point.
Wasn't very good communication right there. Doublelift was heading up top and he's like, okay, they're all probably going to be coming here. Nobody told Nien. He just stayed up top working on that turret. And all of Cloud9, they've got 4 people up here. He's able to use the less bounce for the tenacity.
Oh, wait, he's turning around. No, maybe. They are going pretty hard on him. I don't think he's going to get any help here. He does get the lander click on it. Yeah, goes to the side. The repel will not be in range. Thank you, last update.
Chowster's there to help them. And that was Cloud9 being split in their decision. Balls and Meteos wanted to chase that and go for that kill, but the damage, Sneaky and Elimination, didn't follow in on that one. They were actually splitting back and just going to let Nien go. They didn't expect that cocoon to land, so a non-unified Cloud9, not a scary Cloud9. And CLG are able to get a mid turret from it.
So coming out of all that, it was, as we said before, the 3v3 in middle with the 1v1 up top and in the bottom lane. So a lot of movement for just that little bit of gain, that little bit of action that we had now coming into 19 minutes. The gold lead still has exactly 1,000.
Looking for Doublelift here.
In favor of Cloud9. Doublelift can jump over the wall, so I wonder how much he's actually going to use on him here. He knows it's an easy escape. He uses it quite all of it. Oh, he goes over the wall, gets the cube. No, he didn't hit the extra cube, the barrier. Oh my God, he got the barrier bait in. More mechanics.
The shield of Chowster comes in at the end just in case for the last Ignite tick. But so the way you want to play the Tristana Zed matchup, if you do find yourself
is like that.
Split pushing, is exactly like that. I'll just explain why that was the right way to go. Not only was there a wall there for Doublelift to jump over, but you don't want to use your Buster Shot first, because when the Death Mark goes off, the Zed Shadow right behind you gives him an easy answer to completely counter that Buster Shot. And the reason Doublelift was confident to go back in with just his barrier is because he still had it and he could knock back High that few extra inches. The flash from High almost caught him off guard and finished it, but great job by Doublelift. And the confidence is always there from him.
There wasn't even an orb walk. He stood still.
Away.
Stood still. What's going on? How's it going?
At that point, you're just like, oh my God, can I have it? Do I have enough damage? Yes. All calculated. All calculated.
That gold was just sitting at even, and it will creep again and again. 29-2 to 29-3. Both teams really sitting on the same amount of gold. 2 turrets to 3. The Dragons helping to bring that in, but to be even, you gotta look at that CS in the lanes. 193 to 146 coming in for Link. He's making sure he's getting his tier stats.
And then we're gonna have a rematch
camps
down here bottom. So High is going to sneak into this bush, but the same thing can easily happen. This time there's there's no flash for High for the extra gap closer, but there's also no barrier for Doublelift. And Doublelift is getting really far
going
here.
Deep.
So he's gonna have to use his rocket jump first.
There it is. One goes up. He actually gets hit. He jumps into the wall. He didn't get it all, but he does get that up. Oh, and he's got the stand united that time. It is second time's a charm on this one.
Yeah, you have to keep on running after that Buster Shot, because High still had his Living Shadow, and Double Lift there, he wanted to get a few auto attacks in. Forgot about the other gap closer.
Nien in the top. Doesn't look like he's communicating with the team too much, but he is making sure his eyes are on that mini-map. As you can see, these players, if they're on the screen, just peek down to the right, peek down to the right. Always. It's second nature. They don't even think they know they're doing it, but they are keeping themselves aware and that hard hat on. As we're getting into those second-tier turrets, the deep wards are going to have to start being placed.
And there's no deep wards for High here.
Minutes.
He's got very shallow wards, so it's going to be pretty dangerous for him.
I'm out of the bush. High's going to try to live this one, but it looks like we're going to get a blue buff transfer, and that's going to go over to Link.
Oh, yeah. So those deep wards you were about to go into there would have helped a lot.
A little bit.
We've got this one line of wards from Cloud9 that's just behind the Dragon Pit, but that's not the route CLG are going to be taking through their own jungle here. So we just see High and Double Lift basically playing mirror strategies right now. Each of them overextending without the proper ward coverage, and each of them paying the price.
CLG teetering that gold lead back in their favor, and this will give it a nice jump here. Might even be 2K, and it is.
Now, the difference between Double Lift's mistake and High's mistake was that High's mistake coincided with the Dragon timer, so it was just a bit unlucky on the timing there for Cloud9 that CLG were also able to capitalize on that kill with the objective.
Everybody getting a little feisty after they do Dragon, seeing if they can catch something out, but they just burn the ult of Lemon Nation. That won't take too long to be up. He gets that engagement every minute and 40 seconds right now. So whether they have the arrow at minute and 30 seconds or Lemon Nation's disengage at 140, these guys are pretty safe to turtle it out at the turret right now. 6-7. 7-6, I should say. Kills in favor of Cloud9, gold in favor of CLG, and Nien looks for the backside of the turret. As the turret goes down, they pick up the gold there. No loss yet in this fight, but a bit of help. The arrow comes back. A lot is hitting Nien right now. Double Lift to the backside, left completely alone. The auto attacks are coming out, but it's too spread out. It's one after the other. He couldn't focus one person.
They were able to get the objective before they lost their support, though. So CLG pretty happy with that push, even though they did Chaucer did go down.
Looks like they're pretty confident to go in on this one, knowing that box is down. That box inhibits a lot of their movement and definitely keeps a few of the people in the fight they want to get out. Balls is really the only one that wants to dive in with High, and they want Stand United to be up, which it is, so they're split pushing.
And that's the reason High is so careful right now about going all in. He did not use his ultimate in that fight because he didn't want to commit. There's so much zone control on CLG. Even at this stage in the game, they're already controlling several circles on the battlefield here. We have Link who's trying to be in the middle, and then with Big Fat LP and Nien respectively controlling the front and the mid lines, it's very difficult for High to get to Double Lift and take him out, especially with Chauster always waiting to throw the Dark Passage and save Double Lift from High.
And we got to remember that. That's our matchup of the day is Double Lift and Sneaky. Right now it's 4-1-0 to 1-0-3. There's a bit of CS in favor of Sneaky, but he's there for the arrow. He's there for the initiation, the kite for the team. So these guys, like Jat said in yesterday's game, the teams themselves had different objectives. These AD carries have different objectives in the roles.
And Sneaky's got that static shift, so he actually does a really good job of shoving side lanes too. He's got decent wave clear now, and they can actually have him far off and then throw the long range crystal arrows for the extra long stun when it does hit, and then just come in and join the fight after. Ooh, Lemon with a good dodge.
Death sentence not going to be written just yet. Good damage from one volley onto Big Fat LP. He does have that warden, so he's got some armor under his belt. They try to initiate again. Dodging out the wall. The arrow Double Lift right in the front of the fight. Strangle throats go up. He is not coming out of this one alive. Chauster, no, Link is going to be the next one. The carries are down. Let the damage follow from the rest of the team.
That is not how CLG want to play fights. The main focus of their composition is Double Lift and trying to protect Double Lift. The waves just parted right there and let the arrow strike right onto his head. So Cloud9, as soon as that happened, you saw them. Nobody hesitates. Burn every single thing they have on Double Lift.
And Lemon Nation's placement of that Stranglethorn was amazing. Double Lift's jump still landed in it, even if you didn't get popped up by the first part. So everything, picture perfect there for Cloud9, what they've been waiting for.
And that actually turned into a Baron for them as well. So they are they're looking pretty good here. They're going to return to their split pushing strategy and then wait until they have the right opportunity to use their Crystal Arrow engage. Let's take another look and see just how
that
it started.
cocoon.
It was actually the cocoon. So Meteos is the one should be getting all the credit for this, because it was actually Sneaky following up there. And you're right, it was a great Stranglethorn. They literally did use every single ability on that. And now we're going to jump into again High getting caught.
Oh, he flashed it! And then he got the death sentence to the left. High with his blue suede shoes on.
Very close dodge here. And now the rest of Cloud9 joined. So this is a mistake that we would see from a lot of teams in the past, is they would continue that chase even after they've exhausted all of their picking abilities. They would have paid, CLG would have paid for that with a triple kill right there, because the rest of Cloud9 were rushing to High's aid.
Checking out these items as we look at some inventories. High now getting the black cleaver, like you said. Sneaky finishing up that static shiv, which just is going to overall create more pressure on the siege power of Cloud9. And CLG, they have Karthus, they have Tristana. They're going to be able to stop this, but they can't turtle forever with that composition.
Yeah, one of the great things about that static shiv is the wave clear, and part of split pushing is the rest of your team that sticks together, the 4-man squad, they need good wave clear.
Yeah.
So that they can buy more time for your split pusher. Now Balls with a Stand United back up, he's going to just stand up in that top lane, and they have so much disengage that they can actually afford to have 2 split pushers. They're actually not making use of this Baron buff by sieging up, and they'd rather gain as much gold as they possibly can from all 3 lanes.
Even once this Cloud9 team gets up to that base, they have a lot of poke skill shots to work with from Cocoon on Meteos, Sneaky, and Zyra as well. So we'll have to see how they decide to get in.
We just saw the effectiveness of that Cocoon.
Counterlogic Gaming getting themselves out. You can see them waltzing around the wards of Cloud9 right now. Not seeing, heading over to Chowster. He does not have an Oracle, so they're trying to rock the pink wards right now. We'll have to see if they can regain control of their own jungle, because right now that is being fed to Cloud9 consistently.
And we just saw High getting caught there, basically, but because the champions that CLG have picked are more towards team fighting and they're not oriented for pick-off kills like that,
chase down, grab somebody.
They couldn't capitalize on it. You know, you land the Rupture. After that, it's just going to be Nien trying to come in with a slingshot, and he didn't even go for it. So that's really the difference in the choices for the comps here. It's High going to try and just burst down Nien. He's going to get it.
Whoa, that was pretty crazy. He may be able to, yeah, he's easily going to be able to get these down. I was checking to see if anyone was coming through on the jungle. But that's a kill going in for High, and pretty odd now that they're going for the 1-3-1 push.
Well, it works out great.
It works out beautifully.
They've got Shen, who can join the fight, and then they've got Zed, who is the best duelist, one of the best duelists in the entire game here. So we just saw him in action. Nien got caught off guard, and their triple lane push right now is paying off because all 3 lanes are hitting turrets.
They have done so much with this Baron buff, Cloud9 that is, obviously, but they are continuously pushing, and this is one of the things, you know, what jungler can do in the early part of the game, just in terms of aggression and pressure, is that you mentally scare the other team now with whatever you do. You can see how much consideration CLG is putting into just respect for Cloud9 right now. Even, like I said, at these turrets, they can't be turtled.
Exactly. CLG have to play very safe now. Their mindset is turning towards very, very late game now. Their savior is going to be that Link and double lift combo. It's going to be all about those 2 trying to deal the damage, while the rest of CLG play interference and make the battlefield as hard as possible for Cloud9 to get to those targets and get to double lift to take him out. I wouldn't be surprised if double lift went with something like a Quicksilver Sash to be able to cleanse off that death mark, because that's the most scary thing for him right now is High, who's currently waiting in a bush looking to stab him in the back.
Hatching that ward as well. Got a good 60 seconds of safety. It's still, I think he could still come out with a kill on that one. That would be such a scary engagement by them. But double lift, if he used the ultimate right, do you really want to ultimate barrier and try to kill High just off that one? Can they push the rest 4 members for double lift?
What do you mean, kill him off what?
In the bottom lane.
Yeah, they were using double lift as bait there, and Yin was waiting in the bush.
All right, we'll see where they go with it. 12-6, 31 minutes into this game, and 6,000 gold in the lead. Looks like they will start to position themselves towards the top side, get that wave pushed, try to at least get all 3 waves pushed again. Kind of that Dignitas style that we've seen so often from them, but not lately.
With the Baron buff gone right now, it'll be a little bit more tricky for Cloud9, but they can just return to the same strategy, because still anyone on CLG is not going to be a match one-on-one for High. The only thing High is going to have to worry about are those little sneaky bush baits that CLG was just setting up a couple seconds ago. So he's going to have to get some vision for himself or call down Lemon Nation to bring vision for him.
Slow movement by both of these teams right now as we crest into about 35 minutes into this game. Hawk shots present, giving them a little bit of safety with 50 seconds on Baron. I don't think Cloud9 obviously has the timer, but it's nothing they're focusing on right now. I'm pretty sure they know they can win a matchup because of how Counter Logic Gaming is playing right now. In the 3-man split push, or 3-man, 4-man in mid, that's still High in the bottom lane by himself, but 2 are left here to defend him.
And they're just going to go with the dual lane here. Remember, they still have Crystal Arrow, so when they want the engage, they will get it. All of the catch and pick potential, though, for Cloud9 are skill shots. So it's going to have to rely on the ability of Meteos, Lemon Nation, and Sneaky to actually hit those ones. So far, they've been spot on, and they've almost looked like targeted abilities.
That gold lead is just slowly growing. CLG is sharing every bit of CS that is coming into this base besides what may come into double lift as he goes to a solo lane. Obviously, CLG continuously trying to get that strategy of double lift split push in. It only worked up until about 15 minutes. The grab goes in onto Chowster. It's going to be Link taking some damage from Meteos as well, but they have to be careful. That Zanya's is finished now on to Karthus. Big thing's going to happen here.
That was exactly what CLG would like, though. If they can CC High like that and pull him to him, if they take out the threat of Zed assassinating double lift, then they will feel so much better about the ensuing team fight.
I'm looking over. So we got Thresh Box out of that. We're going to have to see how careful these guys can play it. Balls in the bottom lane. They are not going to get contested on this one. They will be able to grab up the Baron. A little bit easier of mode running into the base now. We'll have to see if they even hesitate on this one.
And CLG, there's no way that they could go contest that Baron because they're behind and they don't have vision. So the only play that they could make would be catching out Balls in that bottom lane. And it was a great job by Balls realizing that it was one of the few ways that they could actually give CLG a step back into the game. And so he backs right off.
Infinity Edge now for the AD carries. As we look around and see what is coming into the hands of all of the damage dealers now. We actually have the Rylai's coming out. We see most Elise go for that kill Elise towards the late part of the game. We talked about Zed earlier. He's now finished the 3rd item, picking up that last Whisper. And we're just looking over still the Zanyas as we spoke about before. So really only 3 items coming in near 35 minutes. A slower game for both teams here.
And Double Lift has also picked up the Quicksilver Sash. So he has a semi-answer
Kai
here.
had some money on him.
For, yeah, just grabbing a Guardian Angel straight up.
Yeah, Double Lift trying to get the Quicksilver, as you said. Everybody's trying to stay safe, but with all eyes on you, it gets difficult.
Now, the thing is, he can use his Quicksilver on a Death Mark, yeah, but he might have to use it on the Crystal Arrow first, because we've already seen him get caught out.
Or a Cocoon.
And yeah, exactly. Or the Cocoon. You know, he can only use it on one thing here. So if he uses it on the Cocoon and then doesn't dodge the Crystal Arrow, exact same thing is going to happen to him.
And again, we look at the play style of Cloud9 here as they've pretty much definitively taken a 10,000 gold, pretty much. They have a 10,000 gold lead, and they've again prioritized quite a bit more CS than usual onto Sneaky, but the kills, more of the damage prioritized onto a carry. That's High, that's Zed. He's 7-2-2 now. These guys are always keeping their mindset into the goal of winning in that path there.
And a lot of the, you know, it looks like, you know, they try and feed people kills, but the duelists are the ones that usually just pick them up. And Zed, with his passive, with the extra damage he gets when someone's below 50%, he naturally does finish people off. And if he's the one side pushing, and he is the one that's fighting people straight up one-on-one, then that's naturally where a lot of the gold is going to go, both from the minions and the kills. Well, they go in anyway. Even
We'll just
with the
pretend nobody saw that one. Going back onto double lift. They don't even need the arrow to go in. This is the confidence I was talking about coming off that last Baron, that 10,000 gold lead. The Zanyas finally goes down, but it's enough for them to disperse. The chaos is not enough, and Cloud9 easily walks through this fight. Looks like they will have a few up towards the end. Nian trying to hold off what he can.
Quicksilver Sash, not enough right there to save double lift, and with High going all out on him, they were able to burst him down without even the crystal arrow. So congratulations to Cloud9. Looks like they do not continue their trend of losing on Super Week.
They have to win 2 of their next 4 games to get that best record, and it looks like they will be on course to do that. Taking out the Nexus now, 37 minutes into the game. The GGs are set, and Cloud9 has the victory.
Congratulations. It was a bit of a rocky start for them, but they were able to pull it back, and they played the game plan that they set out to at the beginning with the split pushing Zed and the split pushing Shen.
They have quite a bit of top choices in their hands right now. If comfort picks were a thing to be said, Meteos, I remember, was 1 week like, I want to play Elise. And then they banned it from me. I want to play Elise. So he got his Elise. You have High on his Zed. Sneaky on Ash. Sneaky has shown us that he pretty much plays everything at a pretty consistent level. So whatever is in his hands is going to be the utility it needs to be or the damage it needs to be. And Lemonation getting his Zyra in. And then there's Balls again. He just does what he does and wins.
I was so sad, dude. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so retarded.
A lot of people lose track of Cloud9's champions because they feel like they're so good with everything. But yesterday, Vulcan said, you know, the reason that they first picked that Zed is because it's High's main champion. We saw right there why it's his main champion. He loves going for those duels. He loves being the split pusher and grabbing the side lane minion farm.
7 of the 17 kills.
And it was like, you know, 4 or 5 times he would go right back at double lift looking for that 1v1 duel. Made a couple mistakes in some, but in the end he came out on top.
And that's different too, right? You go in and you do the 1v1 and you die. But you do it again because you're confident enough to win. You know what the circumstances are of the next fight when you have the next item. And that's mentality of the
when
game.
it transfers to the team fight stage, he's still doing the same thing, going all in on double lift. Yeah. And yes, High will die doing that, going all in. But he does have a lot of area of effect damage when he goes in with the shadow slashes from Zed. So he's getting a lot done for his team there as well. And that's also why he just bought that Guardian Angel straight up, so that when he does die, get right back up.
Zombie Karthus, Zombie Zed. You get both one and the same. All right, guys, we got to take a short break, but when we return, we'll be joined by Cloud9's manager, Jack. And then it's time for our second match of the day, Velocity Esports versus Curse, the North American League Championship Series. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
Double up's dead, double up's dead. Kill Karthus, Karthus needs to die, Karthus needs to die. I got Chaucer, I got Chaucer. Yeah, get Chaucer.
I got Chaucer.
Baron.
That's free. Good job.
Welcome back, everybody, to Super Week here in North America. And we have a bit of a treat for you here. We have Jack Etienne, who's actually the manager and owner of Cloud9. And a lot of people don't know, but he was also the manager of TSM back in the spring split.
Right.
And I actually just kind of wanted to ask you, how did you make the transition, or what was it like going from TSM towards Cloud9?
You know, leaving TSM was really tough because I absolutely loved working with those guys. The transition, though, really was quite easy because I feel really fortunate. The guys both on TSM and Cloud9 are really fantastic individuals, really easy to work with, extremely talented, and really dedicated to making sure that they play as best as possible and also represent their sponsors really well. So it makes my job really easy.
Yeah, and it's crazy with Cloud9's amazing success so far. 13-game winning streak, locked up first place before Super Game even happened. Were you expecting this type of success when you started with them?
I knew, like, when I signed them that I had something really special with C9. Just based on the performances with scrims with other pro teams, they were doing extremely well. When I talked with Reginald about the team and the opportunity, he's like, they may be the best team in the LCS. This is before like the LCS started, obviously. So I knew going in that I had something really special. I can't say I expected like a 13-game win streak. That was fantastic. I loved it. I mean, could have kept going. I wouldn't have mind. But you know, they've really met and exceeded all my expectations.
And what do you do on a day-to-day basis with Cloud9?
On a day-to-day basis, my job is really not so much actually like working with the team play, but everything outside of it, making sure they have all the equipment that they need, the food, the roof over their head, you know, money to travel, like anything outside of actually playing. That's where I come in, and that's like a day-to-day job. I'm constantly interfacing with sponsors. What do they need to make sure they're happy? Interfacing with the team. Do you have any needs? What can I do to make your life easier so you can focus on playing to the best of your ability?
Yeah, and it's definitely working out great for you guys. There's a couple other managers, like Liquid would come to mind from Curse, who also is involved in the coaching of the team. Do you find that is just a different style you've adopted, and why does it work best the way you do it with Cloud9?
Right. I mean, we come to the table with different skills. He's obviously, you know, has a pro, you know, history. I don't. I'm a sales guy originally, and I know how to make companies happy with their investments. So what I'm bringing to the table is a different skill set. So I just focus on what I do well, and Liquid obviously is amazing as a coach as well as being a manager.
Yeah, and being in sales, maybe talk about that a little bit. How does that, or your previous job / current job, relate to your work with Cloud9?
Yeah, so I work for Crunchyroll. I'm the VP of sales there. And how this all actually ended up happening with me getting involved with League was Team Solomon, they also have a website, so solomon.net and a few others. I helped Reggie monetize those sites, figure out a way to sell his ad inventory. And that transitioned over time as we built a trust and a good relationship to me being the general manager of TSM. So basically I started with, from the ad sales world, and over time transitioned into general manager and now an owner.
So, I mean, maybe looking back like 2 years ago, were you imagining something like this happening now where you're owning an LCS team?
Not at all. I mean, I've always played video games, but obviously not on this type of level. And then the way, 2-3 years ago, if you asked me, would I ever actually doing this? No way. This has exceeded all my expectations, and I've been loving every minute of it.
And with the exceeded expectations and kind of the explosive growth of the league, is that making it easier to at least attract sponsors? And how do you go into a room and explain this to someone else who's not familiar?
Yeah, I mean, the growth of the game has been explosive, right? And when I go and tell sponsors that, hey, we're having our Worlds at the Staples Center, hey, we've got visas that are supported by the U.S. government, we've got, like, thanks to Liquid, Nissan stepping up, me closing Qualcomm, last split. These are serious companies and serious events that are taking place, and those all make my job easier.
Awesome stuff. And I got a final question for you. What's one of the coolest things about managing and owning Cloud9 as a team?
That's a really good question. there's a lot of things. It's really hard to pinpoint which each one. I think some of the most rewarding things are the fan response. Like someone today put up something, an OGN style video for Cloud9 intro. I love seeing that stuff. We've got artists doing really great pictures of the team, and people in the community that actually have volunteered their time to work with me. Give a quick shout out to Corey, Jeff, Jenna. I'm forgetting somebody. Sorry. Oh, Manu. Anyways, these guys are fantastic. They've made my life so much easier, and I love seeing all these people coming together to help me.
Well, thank you very much for the interview, Jack. Informative stuff. And best of luck to Cloud9 as you guys make your move towards the regional playoffs and Worlds. But we have plenty more action here coming up on Super Week. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jat. Now it's time for our second match of the day, Velocity Esports versus Curse. For Edward and crew, they need to build on their perfect start to Super Week if they don't want to lose their chance to secure a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, their game yesterday was a win, but it wasn't a perfect win. It was an extremely stressful game that could have easily gone either way. Cop did come up big in the win, going 11-3-12, and he also had some very clutch Varus ultimates that stopped Dignitas in their tracks.
And now Cop and Curse are facing off against the Velocity squad that they've already beat twice this year.
Yeah, Voyboy came up big in their games versus Velocity. He has a KDA of over 10, and in their last meeting back in Week 7, he took complete control of the team fights as he bounced around with Zach. But Velocity has already beat Curse this year, so Voyboy and crew better not underestimate them, especially since Velocity has been eliminated from the playoffs, and they've got nothing to lose by trying new and unpredictable strategies.
It will be interesting to see what Velocity brings to the table in their first game since they've been eliminated. So let's get to the lineups. On the blue side, it's Velocity Esports. Support, Evaniscus. AD carry is Maple Street, and mid is Echo, and K-Ink in the jungle, and Chris in the top lane.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Voyboy, in the jungle is Saint. Jackie's at mid, Cop's on AD carry, and Edward is supporting.
And, as I was doing interviews on the couch yesterday, I was kind of asking teams, how do you stay unpredictable? What do you do in a Super Week to, not show your hand right off the bat? And Velocity, not that they showed their hand right off the bat, but they tried different things, like we've seen even Cloud9 doing, and it backfires for people as well. They did run the Anivia for the first time in mid. Echo loves to play Anivia, but sometimes it doesn't comp well. We saw Ziggs being run by Coast. Everybody is definitely bringing out those small tricks now in the Super Week.
that Anivia is definitely something they haven't run, but it wasn't something that people weren't expecting because Echo, that was his main champion for so long, and everyone knew that Velocity weren't letting him play it, but that he really wanted to. And it's just sad that when they finally did let him play, they lost.
It reminds me of that video where they say, we did the teaser on who do you want to play that your team doesn't let you. And everybody kind of had a frowny face. It was like the saddest video to see. They're like, well, this one, but my team won't let me because I die a lot.
Like half of them are like, Medios is like, oh, I want to play jungle brand and stuff like they're crazy. And you're like, oh, yeah, I can see why your team won't let you play that. Like Anivia's a mid, AP mid. So it's a viable one, and they finally let it through. Didn't quite work out.
And Velocity, we have to remember, is a team that got themselves in to this split and has used in the split the kind of push poke swamp strategy where you don't actually get into any fights, but you get hit in the face with everything and anything that they throw at you.
I really loved that strategy, and coming into the LCS, I was very excited for Velocity because they had this man in front of you, NK Inc., doing the jungle Ezreal, where he would grab both buffs and then immediately go to lane to start pushing turrets down and utilize the range of Ezreal and the poke of Ezreal to get those early. But now with the early armor from turrets, that particular strategy not as effective. They also had combined it with a teleport Janna in the mid lane for shoving and getting down that mid lane turret as well, so they had more options.
And it's funny to see teams react to that, right? Because you go against Dignitas. I think they played it against Dig again, and they're like, I don't know why they banned Nasus. I don't think they did the right homework. And then they were like, oh, after the Janna pick, we knew exactly what was happening.
Because of the wave clear trying to take down turrets.
Edward and team preparing for this matchup, a very hard-fought match yesterday. They got a victory in, and it is going to be, through Champion Select, slightly easier because of an infraction yesterday with Velocity unpausing without doing a ready check with the QC team and the admins. They are going to be losing their first ban. This was enacted also in the spring split for GGU. So
Yeah.
it's the second time we're seeing this.
Can't pull any tricks here and try and just quickly unpause it to gain an advantage. Even a few
Not
seconds.
that they did.
Even a few seconds
Right.
mean a lot. Yeah, you can't. So
But
that's why we
it
have
is
these,
taken into consideration.
That's why we have these rules in place. You have to go through a
Absolutely.
couple ready checks with the other team and with the refs.
Yeah.
So bad boy Velocity. They're only going to get 2 bans here. Nobody get crazy. That's why they're only doing 2. It's not some next level strategy like TSM used, who actually opt for 2 bans.
They did.
Sometimes.
They did. Who have they've said even in Strim, sometimes we don't ban anything. But that's just obviously for practice against numerous compositions. So with this timing out, we will get Curse to throw out a first ban here. And this is kind of, what can this put on another team? Because it does leave a ban open. So you definitely have to alter who you choose to take out, because they're still second pick.
Yeah, it definitely changes the game. Everyone's used to having 6 bans, and you sort of time your bans so that you get the most feared champion there in with your last one, and you don't give it any time for your opponents to react to your ban.
So it looks like they're letting the last one time.
They did drop down the ninjas already though,
Yep.
so it is going to be an available Anivia again. Probably won't see him lock that one in though. They gave him a chance and he flubbed it. So
the timeout has been done. You can see Kennen and Thresh for the 2 bans, Lee Sin, Rumble, and Shen coming in on either side, which means Spider coming in for Velocity here.
no surprise with the first pick, Elise here. And King does love that one. Chris also plays Elise, so it's again one of those flexible picks. She can go anywhere. It doesn't tell your opponents what kind of strategy you want to run. She fits into a lot of things. She can pick people off. We just saw the cocoons in the last game having a great effect. She's also a very good duelist, so a lot of options still open to Velocity, not locking themselves into any corners.
This scares me when Curse shows Orianna early. A lot of what I like to call the dip, duck, dive, dodge team, whatever have you. Dignitas loves to run at an Aatrox, a Shen, whatever have you, Ezreal, to jump out of that command shockwave, and it is huge to have missed in a fight. But we'll have to see. Nijaki also has a very good Orianna, so it can go both ways. That's the 50-50 there. Twitch being picked up. We heard Cop give out a howl yesterday when that got banned out. He was a little sad, so he's picking it up today.
It's a very popular AD carry. Twitch is definitely up there in tier 1 and worthy of those first picks here. Now, a Galio mouse over, it's interesting just because it's another one that we don't see a lot, an area effect that would work well with the Orianna because of the point you were talking about, people dodging shockwaves. If you lock them in with Galio, then they can't dodge them.
Haven't seen Galios too much. People falsely alting, but who would do that? Maple Street and Evaniscus to pick up here. We have a Nasus and not a Shyvana coming in.
So Velocity have picked up that very flexible pick we talked about with the Elise. Zac is another champion that's interchangeable with her. So either of those could be jungle or top lane. The only thing is Curse aren't going to be really thrown off by that because both of them are magic damage based and both of them are very similar. So it's not going to affect the counter pick, so to say, for that solo lane. It just means that we're not quite sure who is going to use each of those champions. And Velocity have picked up themselves both disengage and engage here.
Looks like we have a very skill shot based team coming in here from Velocity. If they don't hit it, it will be troublesome. But again, it's going to have to be Curse getting in close for this engagement as well. They're walking in so far their initiation with everything they have. Edward now to pick up. We'll see what Voyboy gets in that top lane.
And it's interesting, we usually think of Zyra Stranglethorns used as a defensive maneuver, but in this composition, it will be very easy for him to lay that down offensively because they have so many things to set it up. They've got Zac who can start the engage from very long ways away, and then they followed up with both the Lissandra and the Varus ultimates to lock people in place. And then if you lay your Stranglethorns under that, then they'll stay there long enough for the 2 seconds for the pop-up.
Now this has to be taken into consideration that 4 strong AP champions on the side of Velocity. They kind of have all their eggs in one basket here.
It's a very AP heavy team. Even Varus as an AD carry adds a lot of magic damage from that Blighted Quiver. So Curse are probably going to be getting one of the new Aegis of the Legion
and very easily upgraded into that locket. Probably going to be on that St. Vicious there. But I want to shout out the last pick that they did go for with the Zed.
Wow.
We will be seeing once again the duelist of duelists. And if it's Boy Playing it, I'm very excited because he loves looking for those 1v1 fights.
Still looking, they do have the ball initiation, the flash crescendo, but it's all, I would say, a very heavy initiate. It takes a lot to get in there. If you miss, high risk, high reward coming in. We have the Zach, obviously, for good initiation coming in in the other side. We've seen Medios, we've seen Nien do it. Hell, we've seen everybody do it. Why even name people? So we'll have to see what these guys have coming in for the second match of the day. Super Week isn't even halfway over yet. We have way more games to go.
I'm excited. Velocity is excited. Can't you tell? Look how animated they are.
NK Inc. always having a smile. It's Cop. There it is. I was going to say Cop's Twitch. He drums. He did it yesterday with the interview. He drums on his leg. He drums everywhere. It gets him going. You can actually see it in like a PAX North American regional video last year. He's dancing in the seat, getting himself prepared. All of these guys kind of have that little quirk.
A lot of people have their rituals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reggie's might be the most annoying with that cough that he does every time they get into
It is a little bit
select.
of a nervous cough. It kind of gets to him, and then he starts the game. And it completely goes away, and he becomes the strat caller for Team Solo Mid. Who knew? Who would have knew? Right behind us, though, it's Velocity and Curse on your screen. They split the ways, and we enter on to the Rift. Second match of the day is now underway.
All right, so this match, we're probably going to be seeing, you know, at around the 15 to 20-minute mark, Curse grouping up with their 4 members besides Voyboy and trying to siege up. They're going to be, they have great wave clear, so if Velocity stick to their 5-man group, then this 4-man team of Nasus combined with Oriana and Twitch and Sona are actually going to have a very easy time of wave clearing and defending turrets while Zed split pushes. And it'll be very interesting to see what member Velocity can send to go deal with Zed, because they don't have any teleports on this Velocity team. It's actually Curse that have the teleport on Jackie.
So is this Maple Street? Is this going to be going into a Hydra in the end for Zed?
For Zed, it could be. The auto attack reset, or it's a free auto attack, is what it is. When active of either Tiamat or Hydra is actually very good on Zed. You know, it adds damage just to the death mark, just like any other item active does here.
Ooh.
So it could very well be a Tiamat rush.
No!
Echo
is
going.
Echo yesterday!
Wow.
He got hit up on Anivia too, and today. It goes to Edward, though.
I just kept talking because I
Carry
figured
word.
he was flashing over, but he hesitated until the last second to flash even after he's already going down from the Ignite.
That was rude. He even said good luck, have fun, yo, in chat. He was the only one.
Oh, that's why you don't type at all in the LCS.
So 1 kill coming up very quickly, and it will be acted on. That was a back Jackie. He picks himself up a Fairy Charm, actually, to get going in this lane. And that will be very nice for him on his way to an Athene's or that Morello.
Well,
like Athene's.
yeah, the first blood there, picking up by Edward. True to form, grabbing up the last hit. He did have the Ignite ticking. I'm not quite sure if he overwrote Boys. It looks like it's a little bit less on the cooldown there. So he was able to grab that with the auto attack.
I don't think they can get in far enough to pressure this. Oh, they did. They pressure his smite. He didn't know what was coming around from the other side, so we'll have to see how they utilize this. Saint still working with his.
And we actually have Zyra helping out with that one. So Maple Street is currently solo versus Jackie down here, and he's just fine. Varus versus Oriana, they could actually leave that 1v1 for a while, and he'd be okay until the jungle pressure does come in.
Now, for a factor of this, why do we see supports going with the AD carry and not somebody else?
So the whole now we're going real deep here. This is the very beginning of League of Legends. Back in Season 1 and even before Season 1, we didn't have the solid meta of supports always going with AD carries.
Right.
And it wasn't until players on the North American server collided with players on the European server in international tournaments, where the whole meta of supports going to babysit AD carries came about. Europeans had this bright idea to send an extra champion with one of these very item-dependent champions that all these AD carries are classified as to help them CS in the early game. So it's all about them just providing a padding for the early weak game of AD carries. These champions are very susceptible to being all-in or ganked early, and that's why they bring a support with them to help them through the early stages so that they can get the CS and get the gold, because those same champions scale the best with items.
Well, it seems to have worked, because many a story can be told to our nieces and nephews this day.
Yes.
4 minutes into this one, no stories to be told just yet, except for a very fast first blood on just a waltz through middle here for Curse. Echo is looking to come back from that one. He's already, again, been kind of taken out of the lane, coming back with a ring, and he also has the flask, so he's trying to stay there as long as possible right now.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting history lesson, actually, because, you know, Dota's got a different sort of system where they have tiers of supports, and some of them are full supports and they only buy awards and stuff, and then there's like half supports. Like they have the #1 position, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and that's kind of how they judge how much gold you get. It's very interesting how the different games operate and distribute the gold.
We'll see how they distribute it this time. We have both of the AD carries not playing like we see Sneaky from Cloud9 play. Both of them, Comp and Maple Street, like to farm up very much so and are those DPSers for the team. Chris getting very close because NK Inc.'s on the backside. They are not focusing their damage though. He couldn't get to Edward, so he had to go for Cop. They disengage.
The Elise Zac combo does get the flash out of Edward though on the squishy Sona. She's extremely vulnerable right now and will have to play a lot more defensively.
You can see Cop and Edward both talking to each other as those cameras flip back and forth. They just hit 4 together, at least Cop did. He is low on mana, but enough to get a flask out and really stop an initiation. So they feel like they're safe enough for now.
And NK Inc.'s doing something here. When you go into this bush, the AD carry and support are never quite sure if you've actually decided to recall or if you're still in there. So Cop does a smart thing there, throws in the Venomous Cask. And NK Inc. decides to wait it out once again.
Wow.
Woo, so close.
Trying to go for this pressure. The slingshot does go on to Edward. Oh, he gets a cocoon from the side. If they can get there in Spider Form, Edward did not expect this. They got a few more shots. No, the Cell Division will not go in, and here comes the teleport. Jackie is going to lock up NK Inc. here. Not hard crowd control, but enough to pop out the Bloblets. Who's going to get it? Who do they leave it for? Edward.
Oh, Cop, they're going to give it to him. So... patience may be a virtue, but it did not pay off for NK Inc. there. He waited so long to get that gank off, and in the end, they beat a double kill for it. Edward doing an amazing job staying alive there, even without his flash available.
The ward only in the top lane there for Velocity. They went in on that quite hard without having anything in the river. I'm going to make sure I'm not blind here, and it's sitting under the other ward. Good, it's not. So it was no wards for Velocity there. And I was figuring, is Edward going to play this like, I'm going to sit here like we might have someone coming, or maybe we don't know what we're doing. And that's really kind of like my favorite way to play it is, oh, I'm totally in danger. You should aggress on me. You just bait him right in.
Well, the thing is, they actually had even a stronger sense of confidence because St. Vicious was doing the same thing. He's been in the bottom lane farming up minions.
Right.
So if they have vision of him, they're like, yeah, all right, we can do this. So I just have to wait for long enough, and Cop and Edward will think I'm gone, and then it doesn't work out.
Womp womp. 7 minutes in, 3-0 with the activity that's been going on in this one, and Velocity has not liked it whatsoever. 10,000 gold to 8,500. That's your gold lead in favor of Curse, but still no turrets have been dropped. We are coming up on that 8-minute mark. That diminishing turret armor, so we may see a bit more of the dive and engages so they can get that turret, maybe work on this dragon.
And we haven't really talked about this before, but the switch of sending Zed to go versus Lissandra instead of Orianna was not only because of the AD carry and support switch that went up top there for Curse, but because they don't want Jackie having to deal with that very dangerous lane versus Echo, where Echo could easily set up a gank attempt from Zac. Lissandra can lock you in place, and then that enables a very easy elastic slingshot to land from NK Inc.
And is this kind of, you see Lissandra, obviously a mage, uses mana, would go for the Doran's Ring for a little bit more HP instead of a Chalice, just as Nijaki would?
Well, the Doran's Ring is a much more offensive early start for the AP mages than the Chalice. Chalice will give you that magic resist, but since he's going up against Zed, doesn't need magic resist.
Right.
We'd rather have that extra AP for the kick.
We'll see if he can get that kick to go. Not getting help from NKing just yet, but he is on the backside. And they're going to try to throw this one over the shoulder, possibly. But NKing is going to stay in his jungle, so no aggression there just yet. Chris trying to hold off on this top turret, and you can see that that turrets in the top of the bottom lane have been taking more damage throughout these lanes as these players are pretty much figuring out the 3.10 patch a little more. Like we said, coming into this week of LCS, yeah, the players played it on live, but it's a learning experience here in the stress of the studio.
And the top lane here is actually the one going to go down first, and that's helped out a lot because of that double kill. I mean, well, not double kill, but 2 kills that Edward and Cop got up there. So,
and this is huge if they can keep it. If they can switch back down to the bottom lane, you have that support back onto Dragon, and Velocity is lost without that tower in the top lane.
And like we said, with no global teleport here from Velocity, whoever's up in that top lane is on that island by themselves, and they won't be able to join. Whereas Curse could easily send Jackie, who's been in a side lane already, up there to deal with him, and he's got Summoner Teleport that will be back available in another 20 seconds.
Yeah, like he's more than happy to go mid. Now he can just roam. He doesn't have to use that again. It's already got him a kill, so using it efficiently. 10 minutes coming up onto the clock. It looks like Velocity will finally get an answer back. Oh no, St. Vicious throwing down the Wither and the ultimate, getting that AoE damage in, but NK Inc is there to answer. He goes straight back. They haven't taken the turret out yet, but Curse is leaving their turret for this fight. They want blood outside the walls, and it looks like they are going to chase down. Evaniscus will be the next one since NK Inc has the escape. Tries to throw on his health, gets them back and deter them away, but it's not going to be enough.
Cop did a good job there flashing that chain of corruption, but even so, that was an ill-advised aggressive move from Velocity, and it's also going to cost them this dragon. Without the presence of their dual lane, it'll be suicide to go try and contest this dragon.
You know, Jacoby, we just talked about it, them switching back down to the bottom lane, the power of that duo, especially Edward now that he is level 7, that crescendo completely used in that fight.
Went for the suicide
he didn't
move.
Get it. Oh, he has to flash out. NK Inc. He's got a smile on his face. Look at him.
Good try. NT, NK.
NT indeed. Boy picking up blue buff. He's going to get a lot of energy back onto that one. It still gives him a little bit of help there. 11 minutes on the clock. 5 kills for Curse. Looking very good here 10 minutes into the game.
And I like how Cop stayed true. Wow, Jackie does get caught.
Just sneaking around that first minion there. Very threading the needle. Chris throwing out some nice cocoons. I remember coming into the promotion tournament, Chris, you know, Psycho Sid was playing, and cocoons were huge, and at least, you know, hadn't reached those balance changes yet that she's recently had, but still using it to great effect in the jungle and in the top lane. Same thing with Zac. A lot of what was used in the jungle is all over the place now.
And she does still have that great burst combo with her human and spider form Qs. You could see the effectiveness of the Chalice, though, that Jackie had rushed there.
Yeah.
The magic resist coming into play.
Ooh, Boy getting locked down. There's the ultimate coming in from Echo. They don't have enough to kill him in a 2v1, though.
So that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the reason that they switched Zed to go mid versus Lissandra. Because Lissandra's got great gap closing and lockdown ability, but Zed can be is very slippery. He can get away from that himself. And since Lissandra doesn't have the power to burst him down from 100% to 0 by herself, Voyboy does a great job. Gets out alive.
And you can see Edward's stats coming up there. As we look down at those 5 kills of the match, 3 of them are, in fact, Edward's.
Doing a great job cleaning up those.
He has participated in every kill, 302. He has been omnipresent on the map as a support, and it has worked out very well for Curse so far. 5,000 gold is what they're creeping up on. They're just under that. The turret's falling really slow for them, so I feel like they're not making their win definitive. They're winning, and they're okay with it.
Oh, yeah. You're always okay with winning.
Well, you're always okay with it, but this is where teams make their comeback.
Yeah.
NK Inc. and team have initiations on Dragon. They have the ability to get back and fight those things. So I think Curse rather, has to start rolling the snowball a little faster.
Yeah, that is a good point, because Jackie actually just uses teleport, just, you know, getting back to lane. That's a tool down for another move that they would possibly want to go for, but they rather just get the guaranteed slow gold, just getting back to lane quicker so he can get those minion farms and get over here to contest the blue, not be able to pick it up though.
Jackie using that W first before Shockwave, you lose a lot of damage, so he kind of blew the teleport, blew the ultimate there, and they were only able to really contest blue without taking it. 5-0. Whoop.
They weren't able to grab that one up.
No,
but
not at all.
They
and Jackie has no mana now.
They did, however, retain the presence in their lane. Because Chris took so much damage grabbing that blue, they were able to force him back to base. And Jackie can farm a little bit freer.
I gotta say, this is pretty extended here for a laning phase. We still have the 80 carry supports in, I believe, quite healthy turret lanes here. No, that's not healthy at all on the side of Curse. Velocity's turret on the bottom lane is super healthy. Curse's not so much.
They have kept it standing, though, and that's all that they need to do at this point in the game. The next step will be some more aggression from Cop here. He's already shown that he will not hesitate to use Twitch's invisibility to go on the offensive and put himself a little bit in danger. That's even more pronounced now that he has completed his Blade of the Ruin King, which adds so much chase potential. He's got 2 slows now to go try and pick people off.
And what is Velocity looking to do here? Echo coming up with the Zanyas. How does that synergize with their initiation?
So when you do have Lissandra with Azanya, she's extremely difficult to focus down. She has 2 ways of going invulnerable. And when she does actually finish that ability, it means that she won't have to use her ult on herself for defensive purposes, and she can lock down a high priority target, which will probably be Voyboy and Cop if she can actually get to Cop, which are both very squishy, and they would love to be able to use that lockdown on either of those targets.
Looks like they have the dive potential to get back there. There's no Karthus wall or something to stop them dead in their tracks. But Chris, he's getting a little attention in the top lane, going to chase down with St. Vicious here. Spider versus Dog with a bit of Doll on the backside. And it looks like Chris, he's going to transfer the blue buff over. It goes down. It actually goes to Voyboy as he comes up on the right side. Oh, it goes, there it is, Night Deck.
Up and down.
Just sitting under him. I couldn't see it yet. Orianna, one of the best duelist, support utility duelists, not in just Xing someone out, but with that blue buff, it will be a problem for Velocity.
Echo made a, that was a very interesting trap he was setting up on the other side of blue buff. It definitely would have been not in his favor because Voyboy coming over with that extra energy regen and his ult available would not have had a hard time dueling Echo by himself.
Doesn't look like NK Inc. is going to get too much help here from his friends. Velocity will be forced to cover the other lanes. Like we said, there's still 80 carry support in that bottom lane at 16 minutes. The mid lane is still going back and forth. Echo trying to put pressure onto Voyboy as he farms, but really these guys are just trying to give each other a hard time, and it's not working. They know what to do, and they know how to act. 16 minutes in, still a shutout here for Curse in turrets and in kills with a 5,000 gold lead.
And that is that side benefit. At least Lissandra, she usually does build the Zanyas, but having it start with Seeker's Arm Guard just helps a lot when you're laning against Zed, because that's a lot of armor that's going to deter Voyboy from going all in on you.
Taking stock of what kind of builds we have going on. The Blade of the Rune King coming in for Cop. I thought Voyboy was going to go in there, but he decides just to go for quick aggression. It's because of the Dragon. They're looking to see if they can pressure them off here. That Bloodthirster on Maple Street, the flip side 80 carry, we can see as he is that 80 caster. You're looking to get damage out of your abilities, but nobody's going to contest this. I don't think they even knew the time.
All right, so another Dragon. Curse doing a good job grabbing the second one up here as well, and doing exactly what they need to with the composition. Now they're rotating down towards bottom, and they actually have the numbers advantage, even though NK Inc.'s looking to go.
Oh, that's a great initiation. They have the 2 perfect people in the front. It's forced to flash on both of them simultaneously. Velocity looking good on that fight.
Getting a flash off of Sona is so important for Velocity. That was actually a really good aggressive move from NK, even though they couldn't capitalize at that time. Now Cop goes aggressive.
That's quite a bit used on NK. NK, his flash is now burned. Was actually wrong. Cop was able to just waddle out of that last one, so he still has all his summoners up, which is why we saw a little more aggression from Curse there on that.
And Evaniscus right there, landing those Stranglethorns, just saved, or the Grasping Roots, excuse me, just saved NK Inc.'s life.
A lot of the kills slowing down now. Edward hasn't been participating in them as much. 1 kill, however, going across the board. Voyboy looking to get his chalk mark on there. And Velocity still looking to grab their first. They have been positioning a lot better than previous fights. Evaniscus, usually the one to get caught out and go down. Him and Maple Street are really staying on the buddy system this time. They're 176 to 150. They're looking to be able to take this down a little bit later.
Yeah, and the reason Velocity seem to be sort of floundering around right now is because their team, they were really looking to, at this point in the game, be able to go with a team fight so they could make use of the amazing initiation that Lissandra has to set up their Varus ultimate into their Zyra ultimate and Zac bouncing around. But since they're so far behind this early, which they did not expect, it's very hard for them to win a big 5-on-5 fight. And they're having to spread out and look for picks where they actually have the numbers advantage.
Ooh, there's the one invulnerability you were talking about. He won't have to use the second. Actually, doesn't have the second. The Zanyas is still quite far away. Forgot we're only 19 minutes into this one as it chugs along. We're going to see what they can continuously do. As we see Velocity knowing they have that engagement, well, actually Curse knowing that Velocity has that engagement, they have that. How long is it okay to keep this laning phase going until it starts to hurt you?
How long is it okay for Curse?
For Curse,
because
yeah.
Curse are fine with this one because Velocity have very little options, and they're fine with continuing to farm out each of these lanes because they're winning each of them, and their gold lead is only going to slowly increase. What they're doing by not making the move themselves is forcing Velocity to make a decision where they put themselves out and make a little bit riskier of a play and allow Curse to capitalize on it.
Curse has been quite sure about their strategies, their engagements, and their gameplay. This is definitely the Curse we saw at the beginning of the spring split, the one that made that run, the one that held first place for quite some time. Really coming into their game, St. Vicious having a hand in the
they're
first
going on
blood.
Maple Street.
We'll see what they can do. Oh, the crescendo misses on the backside. Edward just playing a song for Maple.
That was Cop coming in again. He used the ambush stealth to get in position right next to Maple Street, but Maple Street with a good flash getting out of that crescendo, saving his life.
St. Vicious cleaning up his jungle. The same thing goes for NK Inc., but he starts to hover towards the bottom side. They may be able to activate an initiation here. They've just used the slow. Cop hits it. He forced the cleanse onto Cop. I would say Maple Street hits it. And in Varus ultimate, probably one of the most missed ultimates of an AD carry.
It's hard to hit, as well as the grasping roots. You know, both CC abilities from that duo lane are skill shots, and they're fairly difficult skill shots to hit. But that's still why you bring the cleanse, because when they do hit, that could easily be your life right there. Without that one, that could be one dead Cop. So the difference between taking cleanse and taking barrier is a lot of lane power here. Good grasping roots.
Something you see a lot is when you get that jungle presence and he leaves, you reinitiate on that. St. Vicious reading this like a book, and they're able to come down. Edward picking up his 4th kill of the game.
Edward with 4 kills, and the rest of his team with only 3 kills combined. He is definitely doing his support carry job very well.
The man brings Ignite to the game. What do you expect? Boy in the mid lane, he was just kind of sitting there, maybe doing some window shopping, but he gets himself out of danger. Global gold going in favor of Curse as they increase their score to 7-0.
Just another great example there of why Curse switched Voyboy over to the mid lane here to deal with that lockdown potential from Lissandra and Zac.
I can only expect that he was kind of watching the engagement in bottom lane. Yeah. It always makes me chuckle when you catch pro players doing things like that. Voyboy, still with that blue buff. He has been making sure to grab it up, whether he's denying that. I'll actually look over at Jackie and see what he's rolling with. He does not have a blue buff, so it is going over to high. Echo and team not utilizing that Zanyas now that they have it up. I think they need to start engaging a little bit more.
Yeah, Velocity have to make the move. They're the ones that are getting desperate right now. And one place for it is a manaless Jackie.
We'll see what we can do. I don't know if Jackie has a broom up his sleeve to take the spider out, but he definitely has a dissonance, enough mana, and a minion. Oh no, he got blasted from the backside. Chris trying to be tricky. Is the spider fast enough? The cocoon is not. The spider explodes, and Jackie lives.
Woo, that Athene's Unholy Grail rush really paid off for Jackie.
He's going to jump. He's going to do it. Shh.
Is he going to guess? He's guessing there. He's going for it. He gets him.
Oh, he's going to get it. There's the shield. It's going to be the let's bounce, and it's going to be the let's get out of here.
Oh, Evaniscus now on the other side going to get popped by Voyboy.
Oh, man. NK Inc. stuck with that one. Completely deserved, but the dragon on the other side, I don't think they're able to type worth on this one.
Well, they were able to answer at least with the mid turret there.
A little worth.
Yeah.
A little worth. And tiny text. 8-1 here. That getting a little hairy there, but Echo using Lissandra very effectively gets himself out of an engagement.
And if they are actually able to rotate up top and get another global objective in that outer top turret, then this is exactly what Velocity are looking for to get back in this game. They need to slowly, even trading 1-for-1 objectives is great for them, but grabbing 2 here would be amazing.
Voyboy is now at that full kill potential, taking out or getting his last Whisper on. He actually built up a Hex Drinker before that as well, so he's having a good game for himself to piece a few items in between his core ones.
Yeah, even though Voyboy wasn't being very flashy in that mid lane, he did exactly what they wanted him to. He was a little bit behind in CS, but he never died to Lissandra, and he did draw Zac mid lane several times, relieving that threat of a gank in the other lanes.
It's a 7,000 gold lead now, Kobe. Very definitive, as I said before, by Curse, and they are not stopping. They're keeping the wards up. You can see even deep wards way towards the bottom second tier turrets going down near the red, I should say, and they're able to activate that. We saw that causing a few mishaps for Cloud9 earlier, but Curse is acting on these things immediately, trying to come out with the win as soon as possible.
Yeah, the ward line down the river is going to be very important, actually, for both teams, because this is the point where we transition into Curse trying to make use of Voyboy as a split pusher instead of Voyboy as an answer to Lissandra's laning phase. Now that the mid turret is down, that's not the case.
Crescendo on the backside, almost missing. Expunge already went off. It's not going to be Edward. It's going to be the spray and play. And Edward gets out quite alive. Pretty tanky on those shots. He has a golem.
Edward wanted that kill again here. He's gone with the Spirit of the Ancient Golem to add tenacity right there. And that's because he had already gone upgraded those Boots of Lucidity for the cooldown reduction. So Merc Treads are not available to him. Next best source for Sona is that Spirit of the Ancient Golem. When you think about it, adds everything he does need. Cooldown reduction on that as well.
Oh, the chase there. Look how confident they are right now in the face of Velocity. Because Nijaki teleports to the red ward that they placed. Coming into the fight, Velocity is forced to turn tail and get out of this one. Echo goes down, the flashes over the wall to follow. Voyboy from the left side finally getting a taste of the fight, and it's going to be Chris going down as well. I thought they were finding more, but Evaniscus decided to turn around with Maple Street. They've had a good buddy system the whole time. They keep it alive.
No, yeah, the game just went from an uphill battle here for Velocity to a bloodbath. Curse have just destroyed them. They've got control over the Baron area vision already, and so this move by Velocity with only 2 members in the area is so dangerous and has extremely low percentage chance of success. But since they're that desperate, they're trying to take it. They're going for whatever they can take.
Good damage right there on Nijaki, the Baron. Picked up, however, Cops, like I said, going to waddle out of this one. He's invisible. No problem there.
Now
these guys, there we go. Oh, yeah, now. Well, it looked like he was.
Yeah, let's take a look again. So this was a chase, and Voyboy turns it right back around onto NK. The low damage from Echo at this point, not enough to take out Voyboy, and even though he gets exhausted, he's able to come back into the fight later because he also had the shield from that Hex Drinker. And St. Vincent does a good job flashing over the wall to chase down Echo. It was just Velocity being too scattered. They thought that they were catching Curse off guard, and they chased too long. This is a very common mistake where you've already alerted your enemy to your plans. They can see where you're going. And if you continue that chase for too long, it gives Curse enough time for the rest of the members to join the fight, and they easily turn that around.
Curse doubly making sure that they have even the regular wards being placed. That teleport from Nijaki has come in big in these fights. Usually we kind of see a teleport go to the wayside and it comes in for the late split push, but this has been used to initiate fights. Curse knows they're ahead, and it's really the first time in a few weeks we've seen a team push that lead as they have it.
And it's not even that Velocity forgot about the teleport or something. It's that they're in such a desperate situation that they have to go for those types of plays, and they tried to make a pick happen even knowing that Jackie's got his teleport ready and he could join it. They just weren't able to pull it off in time.
28 minutes, they sit right outside the turret. St. Vicious giving out a little bit of a laugh in the top lane as these guys head in to take this one out. They got some pretty good damage on this now with Saint being able to throw out those Qs, get that cleanup on the siege coming in on Spirit Fire. So they have control pretty much at the turrets. We'll have to see if they have control at the base, because being funneled into the steps is a different story than the turrets in the lanes.
Exactly. It's very hard, actually, for Curse to break through and do a turret dive. So what they're going to do is just rely on that Voyboy split push, which at this point is extremely effective even against that Lissandra, because he stacked Merc Treads plus his Hex Tech and another Negatron Cloak. So that's why the damage from Echo looks so pitiful, even in that last fight where he was able to get the full combo off on Voyboy. Too much magic resistance and no penetration, or not enough penetration from Lissandra.
See what Edward is also trying to go for, possibly that Morello for him, or something else in his hands. If he wants to Euthene himself, he can do it. He probably will have enough money. 4-0-4, top score on his team. Assisted in 8 of the kills that his team has. They have 12 right now. 5-2 in turrets. Curse has let up a kill this game, but they have not since that one. 12-1 here as we reach 30 minutes into the game. Curse, with the Baron buff, gonna start squeezing this last bit of damage out.
Feeder, Jackie.
About a minute left on Baron.
Doing that. Oh, Maple Street does get slowed down here. So what they can do is use that wave clear that we talked about, this 4-man group, to keep Velocity up at this top area and have Voyboy split push. What Velocity need to do is just make that move. They need to go all in while Voyboy's far away. They have plenty of engage. They can use the Zac into the Lissandra combo and get a guaranteed engage on Curse. They're just so scared right now, and they're so far behind that they don't feel like they can even step outside the protection of their inhibitor turrets, even if they have a 5 versus 4 situation.
A little bit of deja vu here with Hyde doing the same thing on Zed in the bottom lane. The 1v1 duelist just taking the top seat here. You can hear them laughing at each other. They know if they go in on each other, it's going to be one walking away limping. It's most likely Echo at this point.
Yeah, and in that Cloud9 game, the aspect was High actually got the kill in the solo. So
yeah,
they were able to just 1 versus 1. He took him out the extra threat and then rotate on over for the extra man advantage. In this case, Curse are just chipping away at the turrets and taking all of the resources on the map.
One of the things they don't have is super turret siege to get in here. They do have that Spirit Fire to keep themselves in front of the turret and keep going. We'll have to see if they can initiate. Like you said, it's all on that split push and how they can utilize it. The teleport is up now. They could try to go for the 1-3-1, as we saw that, you know, Cloud9 was trying to throw down last game. Curse to back, buy up on the fountain, and see what they'll come out with. It's actually quite a bit of wards. Over 5 wards go out through the entirety of the inventories. And that Guardian Angel picked up onto Voyboy.
Yeah, they just went all the way around the map. They had Velocity boxed up inside their base.
Yeah.
So they were able to walk all the way around the map, take up the red buff, take up the dragon, do Pasco, do collect $200, spend that $200 on a bunch of wards to continue to control the vision on the entire Velocity side of the map here, and they can just walk this one in. I think that in this case, it's actually better for Curse to go with a 4-1 push rather than a 1-3-1, because having Orianna plus Nasus together adds so much minion killing power as well as disengage. So if the 4-man team does get attacked, then they'll be able to stall out long enough for Voyboy to help out.
And we actually have the Crucible coming out onto Edward. We see that, I believe, on Bloodwater quite a few times, an item he'll always put in his inventory. And we look at just what the comparison is between the AD carries. That 3-item cop, Blade of the Rune King, the Phantom Dancer on the Infinity Edge. There's the 2 items that are going to give you the most as the AD carry with that crit damage in the first place. And like we said, the AD caster earlier, there's AP on Velocity, so he is doing his own armor penetration with that Brutalizer, and that's it. That's kind of tough.
And here comes the engage. NK Inc. does miss the Elastic Slingshot there, but they didn't really want to fight that anyway because they don't have any man advantage up here. They don't have a turret helping them, and they don't have Lissandra with them. So it's just they're just trying to keep Kerf off and clear the minion waves for right now, because with the pickup of that Mikhail's Crucible by Sona, it has pretty much turned Echo into a subpar mage right now with very low damage.
Oh, Evaniscus taking a huge hit there. Cop gets the utility of the ball. There's the Chain of Corruption just skipping in between the champions. The Guardian Angel goes down. Echo runs for the fountain. He knows he's not going to be able to get that on the way back up, but it is going to be worth that top turret.
Not quite able to get the kill as we saw in the Cloud9 game, but Lissandra very hard to lock down.
There's the cleanse. Can they give him the dissonance to get out of there? Let's Bounce is going to try to keep him in. They have a lot of numbers coming around that corner, and it is a dark wall. Velocity puts the ward down. They are now able to see a great grasping root on the St. Vicious. The ultimate's on, so they're taking the AoE damage from his damage over time. Voyboy over the wall. Evaniscus cannot, or Echo rather, not following onto that one. And it looks like they all back off. A lot of summoners and a lot of everything used in that fight.
Velocity does a good job fending off the Curse army there, but they did lose their inhibitor turret, which was the objective that Curse were after. And Curse know what's up right now. Even though they don't have a ward that can see Baron's life, they know what Velocity are doing because they're desperate right now, and they've seen them walk through the wards.
Oh, this is going to be very big. Velocity almost has to do this right now. Curse knows that as well, and they are not giving him a second to breathe. Voyboy goes right in onto Maple Street. This is definitely that nightmare on Maple Street that we were looking for. Voyboy backing up, tries to get himself out. You did see Echo there on the bottom left not take the claw. He stayed on the outside, knowing it was a lost cause.
And that, again, that's not a really general mistake by Velocity. It's a move that was brought about by the desperation they were feeling. They decided to go for something. We call it the desperate Baron there to try and answer. And they would not have done that under normal circumstances. But, you know, they took the risky route instead of just turtling.
Credit due where credit needs to be due. They definitely went for something they had to. Curse, like we said, acting on it as well because they knew Velocity had to, if you can follow that.
Exactly. They were.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew.
Here comes Echo. He's got the speed boots on, but they don't have any power to contest this. Not only is there no turret up top, but there's also a Baron buff on Curse right now. And this 1-15 in-game score is also disheartening. Velocity are really feeling it morally as well right now.
We've definitely seen, like we said, Velocity, well, we said being one of the teams to try new things, but more than not, they have. Maple Street's played Varus the past few times, but Echo's changing up his champion pool for this Super Week. We see everybody else kind of trying to pull out a few things. Evaniscus trying to stay true, but we've seen other teams not being able to comp around the changes they're trying to make.
Yeah, I mean, Echo's doing a good job. He pulled out the Lissandra. It was very popular in Europe, but we haven't seen it much in the North American LCS. So technically, sort of a new variation that we haven't seen here, and it's a good theoretic composition here. You know, they have great engage if they could actually get it together without losing so heavily in the laning phase. They never got to really the mid game where they wanted to make use of the Zac engage followed up by the Lissandra and Zyra. They never got to that point to be able to use the combo that they built their team around.
And we see now it's kind of becoming a lie that I said Curse is efficiently working off the fact that they're ahead in this game. They're 20,000 gold ahead now and still being pushed off of these engagements. I know they don't want to make a mistake, but at some point you have to put your foot down and start cracking down the front door and each 3 of the inhibitors. They have the top one, which means that huge wave is pounding into the base. Every 30 seconds a wave spawns. So 10 seconds ago is a wave spawning. That's why they can focus on this turret. The super minions are not on their mind, and they're trying to hold it.
And remember, Curse don't really want to chance this too bad. There's
the chance has been taken by Velocity. They go right in. The crescendo hits on top of Echo. So the Stranglethorn did not do much. It just popped everybody up for a Polaroid. After that, it was Curse coming out on top. The double kill coming in for Cop. A double kill for Voyboy, and Nyjackie will top it off with a cherry.
And Edwards splooges out a bunch of wards just for the show. They've claimed the base as their own now. Kurt's gonna walk this one in.
Looks like they will be able to take down the turret. This is what they said. It would be towards the end of the split is when they needed to make their run. They are staying true to their word. Edward and team able to pick up another win on Super Week.
Curse really showing their veteran colors here. They were at the bottom and they needed to make a stand. It's sort of the
the buzzer plays that they're looking for. When it really counts, they need to pull out the wins, and they've done it so far here in Super Week.
At the end of the game there, a lot of Velocity saying, GG, good luck in the rest of the week, you know, keeping the camaraderie up. They know these guys are playing hard. Everybody has trained hard coming into this one, and we see Curse taking a bit of their victory walk, quite happy with themselves, and I think the fans as well, seeing this team really come around to what everybody's been expecting.
Yeah, Velocity not too upset because their fate's already been sealed. They're going into relegation. They're going to be playing in that tournament, and they, you know, the outcome of this, while you don't want to lose, doesn't really hurt them that much.
The chance is still there. They got the chance to get back in. Curse, however, doing big things for themselves as they get another victory on the week, and they're going to be coming out even stronger. So a team to watch coming into our Super Week. All right, guys, we have to take a short break, but when we return, we'll be joined by Curse's St. Vicious to talk about starting off Super Week with 2 much-needed wins. And then it's time for our third match of the day, Vulcan versus Team Coast. Don't go anywhere. The NA LCS Summer Split will be back faster than a Summoner cooldown.
He has an ulti, I think. Might be up.
Big kill, Dragon TP, Dragon TP,
TP right now, TP right now.
Elise is on me, Elise is going down, I'm moving too. Elise is right there. I'm moving behind. I'm going for Elise, jumped. He jumped.
He's dead. He's dead.
He jumped.
Moving around.
Kill back.
There you go.
Release.
All right. Shove out of. Baron to Baron.
Welcome back, everybody, to Super Week here in North America, and I'm Jat, here joined by St. Vicious, who just had a resounding victory over Velocity. I'd say that game went pretty well for you guys. Do you want to talk about it a bit?
I don't know, like everything just worked out, and Jackie got some good TPs off, and I don't know, just felt like everything went pretty smoothly.
Yeah, and that's the second win in a row you guys have had here in Super Week. First day you had that really tough win. Today was a little closer, and then you have TSM, CLG, and Coast coming up next. How are you positioned to take on those three teams?
TSM's kind of been our scrim partner for the past 3 weeks, so we both know each other like really well, and I think we're pretty close together as far as teams go, skill-wise.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be really anybody's game, and I don't know. I think CLG we're okay with, and Coast, of course, we'll see at the end of the week.
Yeah, and Coast is the team who, coming into this week, you guys were in direct competition with because you were both tied for that 6th and final playoff spot. But with their 0-2 record yesterday and your 2-0 record thus far, you guys are 2 games up on them. How does that make you feel as you go into the rest of the split, and what do you think your chances are to make it into the playoffs against them?
I mean, our chances are pretty good, but I still would rather earn the spot myself by winning the games rather than like, oh yeah, they lost the games, because we still got to go into playoffs and we still got to perform there. So I just don't want to be complacent.
And how's your momentum feeling like this split? Because in the last split, you guys started amazingly 8-0, got the bye in the playoffs, but then ended up finishing 4th, which wouldn't even get you into Worlds this year. But this year, it's been a totally different story. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
We started off really strong at the beginning of last split because we were one of the teams that didn't even make it into the LCS. We're like, damn, we got to practice a lot to like make it in the league. And all the other teams were taking breaks, I guess. So I think we just got way more practice in. And I think the same thing happened to Cloud9. Like, they weren't in the league yet and they had to qualify for it. So they just practiced a ton during the off season. And I think that's one of the reasons why they performed really well too.
Okay, and then coming into this split, do you think maybe there was some complacency in the reason you guys started so slowly, or what do you think contributed to that as compared to the first split where you started so well?
Yeah, I think like a lot of people went on vacation. I went and did All-Stars, and we just didn't get like quality practice in. We had Edward join the team. He had to like work him in, get all the synergy going. So I think it's just like a lot of building up.
Yeah, and then also something people don't always know is you have Liquid, who's at the studio every week with you, and he's your manager. Recently, I actually had an interview with Jack, who was Cloud9's owner and manager. What does Liquid do for your team?
He's kind of our coach and mediator. You know, he's like, you think one way, he thinks the other, and he also like gets us a lot of sponsorships. Like he just like picked up Nissan for us, which is a really big deal. Because
do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, it's like really big deal I think for esports because I think it's the first time the esports team or player has been sponsored by a car brand or like a blue chip company like that. And like we're doing the yourdoortomore.com thing with them, and we're also like partnering up on a lot of other things. So I think once companies like that get into esports and like other companies start saying, it's like, oh, Nissan's in there, like Ford or any other company is gonna be like, wow, we need to get in on this. So,
exciting times for esports.
Yeah, so good on Nissan for paving the way.
Yeah, and as you guys move into the rest of the season, talking maybe a bit about your improvement thus far, you have been maybe heckled a little bit about some smites at some point in this year. How are you dealing with those issues, not even just with smiting, but with the game in general as you're trying to improve with Curse?
I mean, I've been playing the game for a long time, so I get a lot of...
You're used to it.
A lot of grief, you know? So I think the most important thing is just be more concerned about what my team thinks and just make sure that we play good together. I think I've definitely sharpened up my performance a lot recently. Like I wasn't playing that good at the beginning of the season, so I just kind of like took a step back, looked at what everybody else is doing, and then like tried to put my play style into it.
So what did you see when you looked at everyone else when you took that step back to try to improve?
I mean, the way you win the game now is you just push towers and like sit and hold and things like that. And my play style before was really gank oriented, and I want to make big plays, and that's just not the meta that wins the game right now.
And coming in with the final question to go off of that, with the recent changes we just saw in 310, Runic Bulwark being removed, Aegis of the Legion, I noticed in that game, Velocity actually had a double AP composition, but you didn't build an Aegis or even upgrade into Locket. Do you want to talk about that change a bit?
Well, Locket's only 20 MR, which is, it's like whatever. It's not that much for the investment. I would rather get a Spirit Visage, get the CDR, and get a massive amount of MR and health and just stack that. Like, I think it's, if your jungler is like a serious threat, it's a lot better than, oh, look, you got 20 extra MR on everybody. So I like that. I like that style a little bit better. So I'm actually a little glad
I like that style too as a jungler. But thank you very much, Saint, for the interview. Best of luck as you guys try to win your way into the playoffs, and best of luck on your way to Worlds as well. But we got plenty more Super Week action coming up. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jat. Yesterday, Vulcan locked down second place with 2 big wins. That guarantees them a first-round bye in the playoffs and a spot in the Season 4 Spring Split. But that number 2 spot could be even bigger for ManCloud and crew. In fact, it could actually mean the world to them.
Yesterday was a really important day for us.
Vulcan securing second place. They are into Season 4. Congrats to Vulcan.
By locking in their second spot yesterday, they are guaranteed a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
Second place for Vulcan is a huge triumph for them.
The reason why second place is so important is because you already get a bye, so if you win one best of 3, you go to Worlds, and you're already guaranteed to go to the next split in LCS.
You're guaranteed top 4. In top 4, there's 3 spots going to Worlds, so you're guaranteed, you're 75% of the way there, and that's like honestly the best odds you can ask for.
Who wouldn't want to just play like one best of 3 less? Like if we win our first best of 3, then we'll automatically make it a Worlds.
Hashtag job security. It's a great feeling knowing that you're secured in the next season.
A bye in the first round of the playoffs allows them more preparation time for the playoffs, that all-important prep that they need to win their games.
I think the best thing about it is you get to scout out the teams for going into playoffs, because you get to see them play their matches before you play them, and you get to see maybe what they have in store. Because I don't think anybody's going to hold anything back in that first round. They're like, damn, I don't want to get relegated.
Yeah, it's definitely a distinct advantage being able to watch what games the other teams are playing. It helps us prepare, and we don't have to play a match and then the next day play someone else. We can spend that time preparing instead.
Felt amazing getting second place. We came into the studio and we knew what we had to do, and we said, hey guys, let's just get 2 wins and then don't worry about anything else.
To me, it just felt really natural securing the second spot. I mean, it's a good feeling, but to me, it's just a natural feeling.
Obviously, everybody wants first, but for Vulcan to lock that in, especially after being a team who had to climb the ladder at the back of the last split, shows that they have come very far from where they were, and absolutely our team to be reckoned with as we go into the Worlds.
Every single player on that team is strong individually. They've been playing together for a while now, so it's only natural that they're going to be placed highly, and I feel it's fitting that they're second place.
We put a lot of hours, a lot of hard work, and we're guaranteed the next season. We have a shot at Worlds. There's a huge prize pool for that. So yeah, it's definitely going to pay off.
And while all their hard work has paid off big for ManCloud and crew, they still have 3 more games to go this Super Week. And with that, it's now time for our third match of the day. Second place Vulcan versus Team Coast. Yeah, almost.
Team Close.
Team Coast. And while Vulcan has already locked down their spot in the playoffs, Team Coast is watching their postseason chances get swept out to sea after losing both of their matches yesterday.
Team Coast did not perform well in either of their games. They were not close at all. They got dominated by CLG and TSM. Even Zion Spartan, playing on his favorite champion, the previously undefeated Riven, couldn't stop their losing streak. They're now in 7th place and 2 games out of the final playoff spot with only 3 games left in the season. So time is starting to run out for Team Coast.
And now Coast is trying to keep their playoff hopes alive against a Vulcan team that has beat them twice in a row.
The last time they played was back in Week 7, where Vulcan got the dual global combo of Twisted Fate and Shen, which they said that no team should ever lose with, and they didn't lose with it. Plus, they added the Cloud9 duo of Ashe and Zyra for teamfight control, and they were in command of the game from the beginning of it. But now that Vulcan have secured in 2nd place, we'll have to see if they follow Cloud9's sort of strategy that they went with yesterday and play a little bit looser,
right,
or if they want to finish strong and continue with business as usual.
Well, we'll have to see if Vulcan continues to man up or if Coast can keep afloat in the playoff picture. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Vulcan. Psycho Sid in that top lane, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna on AD carry, and Bloodwater bringing around the support.
In the red corner, we've got Team Coast. Zion Spartans up top. Nintendude's in the jungle. Shifters mid, Don't Match Me on AD carry, and Daydream and supporter.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the game, let's first check out who you guys think is going to win. According to LowEsports.com, 84% of you believe that Vulcan will walk away with the W.
Not a lot of Coast fans out there. That's tough for them because they really do need to make their push now.
It's Vulcan actually, it's the same story. We talk about them, right? Because Vulcan was kind of the no fan team, but they do everything and they kept winning and they got second. They, like I said in the teaser, they came up in the back of the last split. But Coast did the same thing. They were GGU. They're still in this because both of these teams had the same type of run at the end of the last split.
Yeah, and it's interesting how that run started for Vulcan as soon as they got Bloodwater. They just really just gone uphill from there.
And then Daydreaming.
So, exactly. Same thing with Daydreaming.
Support saviors for these guys.
Both of these teams are very accustomed to coming back in the playoffs. So all that Coast really want to do is get into the playoffs, and then they feel much more confident.
It's something we've heard Nintendo say. We play great under pressure. And it's not something you hear a lot of people say. You see them, even a team after a very stressful win that's a lot of pressure on them, and they're like, don't want to do that for the rest of the day. These guys are like, bring it on. Let's go.
I think what it is, you hear people say that who don't lose or who lose when they're not under pressure. So other people, like Cloud9's not going to say that because they win all the time. So they win when they're under pressure or not under pressure. But since Team Coast are not winning when they're not under pressure, they're going to have to say that.
We see targeted bans coming out here. It looks like they are trying to stick it to each other. We see the Tristana going out away from Zuna.
Zed Day today.
It is Super Zed Day today. The Riven's out. A lot of 80 carries getting focused out this week. Not a lot, but at least one in every other game.
And Vulcan have been trending back towards that late game safety net that is Tristana that they love putting Zuna on. So that's actually a really good ban. I like that. And this is one of the few times that we've seen Sona banned against Bloodwater, even though he said that he will always pick it every single time it's available, and he has always picked it every single time it's available. So nice adaptation here from Coast, going at it from a little bit different angle, just banning out the main champions of the Vulcan players.
And you know, when we talk about Zed, we talk about the AP assassin on the other side that you usually see, and that's Ari getting through again on this time. We have seen Ari out of the matchups this week because of a lot of use of her as well.
Yeah, so this is a matchup that I love watching. It's very, very fun in competitive play. Zed versus Ari, both looking for picks and looking for duels. It all depends on the skill shots from Ari, because like while Zed will go in with a death mark, his landing location is predictable. It's the same time. It's the same place every single time. So if the Ari is quick enough, you can use your ultimate to dash back and throw out a charm and hit the Zed every single time to lock up their combo. But if you mess up a little bit, just 1 millisecond, Zed can burst down an Ari very quickly because she's so squishy. So it's very fun to watch.
We'll see what happens with the picks. Zyra and both Zach being picked up. A few of the Z champions coming in on the side. So we got 3 Zs in here for Vulcan. Zyra, Zed, and Zach.
It's this is a similar comp to what we saw last game here. They've got
the
disengage there from Zyra for their other 4-man squad, and then the opportunity to go for the re-engages with elastic slingshots if they do go on the offensive.
See what they have. Ash.
Oh wow,
we could have initiation maybe. They don't. We haven't always seen if somebody picks Zyra, they pick Ash, right? We saw even Cloud9 start to switch up that combo, which actually made them falter lane because the composition is so strong together. It's like a taster's choice, something that everybody looks for.
And what Vulcan are looking for, with already starting out with the Zed pick, having that duelist and having that opportunity to go with the 4-1 split push, is with your 4-pack, you're always looking to be able to kill minions very quickly, and also deal damage to turrets, which Caitlyn does both of. The Peacemaker, as well as her long range, are great for that.
We'll have to see. We haven't seen a Lulu in quite some time. This will be interesting. We haven't seen the team fight with a Lulu. We know what she does. It's kind of like, I always like to think her not as a better Janna, but just a Janna, the tiny Janna. You got the shields, you got the slows, you have an ultimate that's going to save some people. This one's a knock-up, not a knockout. We do see the Kazakhs coming in here, which may mean that goes on to Nintendo in the jungle, or we have seen Zion Spartan play him in that top lane.
No surprise here. Coast going with a very highly mobile team composition. I usually liken Coast's sort of team identity to that of Dignitas.
Yep.
Both of them really love the champions with dashes, the very offensively oriented champions. They're always looking for picks. They're looking to split up team fights and create chaotic team fights so they can make use of their repositioning skills. It's nothing different here. They've got very, very mobile champions in all of the lanes, and then they have that Lulu that you're talking about, who's very good in those type of chaotic fights, because whoever ends up taking the damage is the one she'll target with her giant growth ultimate, and they'll put the defense wherever it's needed most.
It's going to be interesting to see how these lanes act. Definitely expecting the 2v1s to happen here. Without Bloodwater having a Sona, that lane has to act different. You don't have sustain from your support coming in, so the trade in damage always has to be in your favor. We may see that being played a little bit different from Vulcan without that heal there.
And while Caitlyn still has, a huge advantage over all other AD carries in lane, it's going to manifest itself in a little bit different way now. They won't be able to push down the towers quite as fast. We still have seen them taking a decent amount of damage, but more so I think we'll see a lot more zoning early in the lane phase, because the towers will be lasting, maybe a minute longer than usual. I think we're going to get that stat for how much longer in 3.10 towers have been lasting than they were in 3.9.
With this addition, I think it's only added a little bit, but it is itself within those games a few minutes.
Yeah.
So once they're all added together, we'll have to see what it comes down to. We see Nintendo charging up some Spideys if he needs to. They make their way out of base. The Good Luck Have Funs come out, and we are into the third match of the day. Coast versus second place Vulcan. Only 20 seconds into this one, and everybody's copying each other.
We have Zach, the only one, a little bit off by himself, and he does not have any wards on him. So it's not like Vulcan are sending out a probe to lay down some early wards here. Just playing it pretty safe.
Getting out the laughs. There's Mash Me over there doing some laughing.
Zuna's got to be careful about this, but Vulcan are very much aware.
That was loud.
When you hear that
was
look
loud.
over hit.
Psycho said it was loud. We heard it too. He gets charmed down. You see him getting out of this one safe. You do have cell division, but they know it's coming up in 300 health, so.
You have cell division, but you don't want to use it.
Best to back up just for this moment. We do see double red elixirs, so somebody was going down in a full engage there. One for Zion, one for ManCloud. It's just a matter of who would have got it first.
Yeah, and Zion was itching for that to be a fight. He's already leveled up, Taste Their Fear, so he's already looking for the isolation damage with his Q. And remember, this is the reason that we haven't seen a lot of Kazakhs recently is because of that rework that was made to make Void Spikes not just the 100% best upgrade possible for him.
Blow you up in one shot.
Exactly. So there's options now. I mean, there's more viable options now. If you do upgrade that Taste Their Fear, the Q, it actually adds a lot of damage now. It adds the execute aspect to the ability. In that it does 8% more physical damage, which is equal to the 8% of the target's missing health. So the lower they are, the better he is at executing people. So he's really good at finishing off now. And if we have Zion on a good game, we're going to see him with a lot of kills.
So ManCloud and Shifter do meet in that mid lane, heading over to Shifter. He has 27 armor, 30 magic resistance, so he's definitely trying to help himself out there. Psycho Sid taking a few pop shots to the back of the head there. Zion Spartan pops the red elixir early.
The reason that you always pop your red elixir early on Kazakhs is because you want to take advantage of the isolation damage. By popping that red elixir, Psycho Sid cannot stay by the minions and fight you. He has to run away from his minion line, thereby being isolated and adding that extra 45% damage onto your Q.
And he actually just got ignited by Psycho Sid, so he may not have any trouble wanting to go in for this one. Uses the elastic slingshot of level 2 to get out, which he just got a few minions ago.
And Psycho Sid only had that 1 HP potion to go along with his Doran shield. So now he's got no more consumables left in this lane, and it's going to be very dangerous for him.
Oh, Nintendo Dax makes this run. They do see him. Psycho Sid also saw. So we have, Nintendo Dax over the wall. Spider takes the turret shot, so they're positioning well, but they have to wonder, how much are you telegraphing this right now? Eve is just coming down. Smithy is going to get the pinch in.
Yep, Nintendo's now the one trapped here.
Oh, boys!
Psycho
Sid gets... Oh, the passive is still there. No way. Smithy coming up with that first one. These guys are down here way too long, and they invited Vulcan down for the fight.
Even if that dive was successful, he still has cell division. You haven't popped the passive there from Zach, so you weren't going to get the gold off that one. Very good start here for Vulcan, though. Coming down Eve, that's she'll definitely want to take that first blood and roll that into lane pressure and kill potential for every single lane on the map. This is going to make the importance of pink wards even more pronounced than it was before for Coast.
And you can see where they're going with it, right? You want to get Zion Spartan fed onto Zach.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit harder of a task because of cell division. What is that he might get here? With the attack, Psycho Sid goes down, and he did not know that Zion Spartan was camping that brush.
Well, he was running around. He ran that circle around the minions to try and get his blobs back to heal up.
Oh my gosh, what?
My God, the mind games here. Okay, Zion not able to finish up the blobs in time and gets killed by the mini Zach. Beautiful play there by Psycho Sid, all planned. So he was actually wasting time from Zion Spartan by running that sort of circle around the minions that we were like, oh, where are you going?
Take a little
You're going to
damage.
die, right? He's going to pop your thing. He was making Zion take damage from his ranged minions because he was attacking Psycho Sid, so he had the aggro there. And that extra little damage from minions actually was the difference there. So Psycho Sid was wasting his time by just picking up bloblets and healing as much as possible using minion damage to win that fight.
That was the best wake up ever in League of Legends I've seen. We're going to see Shifter taking some damage here, but ManCloud kind of lost that trade in a bait out for Smithy. He sees it. Wow, there's a problem next to me. Caution and move backwards.
That's why I really love the Evelyn pickup there as the last pick, because Coast team thrives on the chaotic fights and spreading out the champions over the areas here, where Evelyn will actually punish that playstyle. If you don't have wards over all these different spots you're trying to pressure as Team Coast, then she'll be there when you least expect it and make you pay for it.
And it looks like with quick AD, he does not go for armor since he hasn't a shield. He goes for HP to deny that burst from really even hurting him. And Zach's going to heal for more from his blobs with a Giant's Belt first buy because of that kill.
So not rushing for the Spirit Visage, which is...
I don't think it's working the way he wanted it to with the minions there.
Yeah, big one for Zach because the attack damage there from Zion. And Zion knows there's no cell division this time.
Psycho Sid is like, yeah, I made a mistake. I fought in this giant wave of minions, but he just got himself a kill, so he's got to hang out. Maybe they'll draw Xmithy back down. Look, here's Xmithy.
Yeah, again, no potions, but he can do a good job by baiting. The only thing is, baiting is very dangerous at this point with no cell division, because if Zion gets the kill onto Psycho Sid, it will reset. Oh no, it won't reset his jump. He has not upgraded it. Never mind. He will trade kills there if they go for it.
2-0 on the board. We do see some, not frantic pings, but pings that will keep that top lane safe. Zuna and Bloodwater, who we haven't seen too much of, as these lanes did match up. AD carry support. It's just on the top side. Zion Spartan waiting, bated breath here on the dive.
And this is like the longest range combo that you can have for an AD carry in support lane. A Zyra Caitlyn right there. So Don't Mash Me is, you know, doing his best to try and stay in there with last hits. It's a good thing that he can use those Ezreal Mystic shots to get the far away ones, because he can't stay up near the creep line, or else he's going to take harass damage from both Zuna and Bloodwater.
There it is. Psycho Sid gets hit up. He actually dodges a good bit of damage there and does Let's Bounce. Zion Spartan knows he's not going to turn around for the quick kill here. Sid's got all those little health blobs to pick up. Xmithy is going to be doing some denial here of the red buff. And Tendude is in the bottom side of the jungle, so he'll realize that happened on the way back up. And really, since the first engagement here coming for Xmithy, the junglers have kind of been in their own jungle. The ganks aren't coming in. It's probably because of these matched up lanes, obviously.
And it's been a great improvement in Smithy that we've seen from last split to this split, that he now times all timers so well. He's so much better at it than he was last split, and it really has showed itself. But since Nintendo is aware of the situation, it isn't going to be, you know, any sort of buff discrepancy advantage awarded for Vulcan, because Nintendo makes his way over to the opponent's red, and Psycho Sid is going to see him come through the tri-bush with that ward.
He slingshots himself out right there. Mandatory Clouds, I think his pressure up to maybe help Xmithy alerted him to that. So very good play. Stranglethorn goes down, pops up Daydream, and he throws the ult on himself. And Mashmi is forced to just watch his partner go down. Unfortunately, that turret going to take a good bit of damage, but they have eyes on ManCloud in mid to bring that back.
So ManCloud going for the all-in on Shifter, but Nintendo's here.
He goes in for the execute. He tries to get the Q down. They're going to give it to Shifter, but no. It actually goes over onto Nintendo.
Not the correct time for that Zed Deathmark.
Yeah.
He was going for the 1 versus 1 there, and Nintendo, a little bit of BM there. That was a manly fight.
comes to turn the odds.
It's great pressure by Nintendo. He had just stolen the red, saw the engagement top, and took advantage of it. Now Xmithy here to cover middle, so everybody picking up the slack that's been happening. Nothing happens for free here. Top turret did get hit up pretty hard, but they got that mid one, so they're trying to react and stay reactionary to everything.
And giving that blue buff over to Shifter is going to be huge for him in that lane, because we just saw, Mandatory Cloud is not hesitating to go all in with his full combo. And Shifter's going to need the mana to be able to spam out his abilities to clear waves and get that cooldown reduction for his ultimate to keep his ulti up. Because without the ulti, he's a sit and duck.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard now coming out onto Xmithy. Not so many Evelyns we're seeing now and then, but when the composition is there, it's definitely built around that Evelyn, around another champion that has assassination on the team. So that coming into play now with Zed. ManCloud getting himself fed here. He's 73 to 76, so mid lane not too uneven. See how that goes. He actually hasn't been getting any roam really for that Zed.
Yeah, he tried to use the the first death mark basically there in the mid lane. Hasn't had
it's been the
freedom
1v1, yeah,
there to be able to get away from Shifter, because Shifter does a great job of keeping up the threat on that mid turret by constantly clearing the waves.
10 minutes into this one, Nintendo showing presence in the bottom lane as Xmithy looks to manhandle this dragon. He throws an SOS out to the bottom lane. They will be there, but so will Nintendo. Coming in with a pink ward themselves, they litter the area with wards here. And Bloodwater looks to keep himself in position to give them the upper hand. They come over. I don't think they noticed that Lulu was going to be down there too. There goes Syra. Bloodwater's down in this fight, but he's going to be able to get that passive damage out. Not enough to really thwart the re-engage. We'll have to see if they go for Dragon still.
Those are the spread out team fights that Team Coast are looking for here, and they're going to capitalize on this with the Dragon. But Vulcan are doing a great job of not wasting their time sitting around there, and they're actually trying to shove both the middle and top.
17:05 about for that Dragon to come up. Bottom lane will be covered here, so that turret won't go down. They did very well. They didn't lose mid turret. Looks like Vulcan falls a little bit behind on that one, but they're still ahead in gold. We'll see if Coast can continue this little bit of an advantage. We'll have to see if they can grab a turret. Zuna still trying to pressure down in this bottom lane. Looks like they'll try to push this as hard as possible and grab that turret.
With that ace in the hole, it means Nintendo's going to recall here.
Yeah.
And the Caitlyn, Evelyn is not going to leave, so they're going to continue to try and keep up the threat of taking down this bottom turret.
Psycho Sid, you can see the change in the game. Ooh, Xmithy coming from the backside. He burst that speed on, but wasn't able to catch. Still, it's going to be Don't Mash Me farming in the top lane, so there's not much long-range attack for these guys to poke Vulcan off the turret. They're getting pokes on the turret, and it's eventually going to go down.
And when you are going for a turret like this, a little trick that you can use to slightly lower the DPS of a tower is right after it shoots, you auto attack the enemy so that you get tower aggro and it targets you, but before it's able to get the shot off, you back out of range, so then it has to re-find a new target, and it's wasted that small amount of time by targeting you, and it wasn't shooting down minion waves. So you gain a small amount of time hurting the turret with
There's
that.
a big blast onto Shifter. There's the Spirit Rush you were talking about to make the right move. Is he going to get the kill? No. ManCloud goes right back for a few bits of 5 HP per attack on that Doran's Blade. He's like, Caster minions, get away from me.
It was messing with some minions there. Didn't quite realize how much damage they did. Had to run away, and Xmithy finishes off those deadly minions for him.
That was scary. Shifter played that one real well, but they did cause him to expend everything on that engagement. ManCloud still has Flash Ignite, and Eve came in using nothing on that. So they have a pretty good aggression, or they're setting themselves up for good aggression in mid.
Another Arcane Barrage going
There's
through
what
the
they were
map
looking
here.
for in the bottom lane.
Suna does finally get that. So that's going to be the second perimeter turret for Vulcan, while Coast have yet to take a building.
That also means Vision Kobe, so it's going to be Vulcan feeling a bit more comfortable as they move in, and those Dragons are going to be a little bit more easy for them too.
And when you don't have that vision, it makes this type of team composition that much harder to execute.
It hurts.
Because they're looking for all of these spread out champions and looking to make use of their mobile kits. they have to have the vision of the enemy team to choose good engagements. Otherwise, they're going in blind and they can get counter-ganked very easily.
So 14 minutes into this game, we take a look at the inventories and see, you know, what consideration comes into building a champion. We've seen a lot of Zacs going straight for the Spirit Visage, but up against this 80 carry team, this 80 damage team, I should say, of Zion Spartan, of Ezreal, he's going for Sunfire Cape first for that armor.
Yeah, his lane phase was so close with Zion that he couldn't afford to go magic resist items. You know, even though he'd love to have a Spirit Visage, you're going to build armor when you're going up against the Kazakhs.
A little bit of a tussle in the top lane. Zion Spartan forced out. Nobody gets golems on that one. They're happy to stay alive too. Power in numbers. Actually, it's 1v1s everywhere, and a bully fight in middle and a 2v2. And it looks like, actually, where's the second one on that? It was one down for each side. They lost the jungler and support.
Psycho Sid going in on Zion Spartan here.
One after the other. Psycho Sid trying to just get in and out, denying attack vision from Zion Spartan. He heals himself up. Shifter, looks like they're going to have eyeballs on this match. He says, guys, we got something going on over here. Polymorph onto Xmithy. Gets hit with a Mystic Shot. Flashes the True Shot barrage. At this point, that's near a 400 damage nuke.
So he stole away the blue, but he did have to burn his flash for that. Actually a decent trade. And I mean, how come it's always the Zyras that these Aries are picking on? Whenever we see these full assassin Aries go out, it always seems to be
Deathfire Grasp, Ultimate Charm,
the Plant Lady just getting the full brunt.
Looks like they will continue to go at it once again. Shifter waiting for his ultimate to come back up, still waiting on those summoner spells as well, so you can see how cautious he's playing. And here's that engage.
Yeah, let's look at that Ari on Zyra violence, because it just makes you feel so bad for him. Ari's so good against Zyra because her Spirit Rush enables you to easily dodge the skill shot, Grasping Roots, and get out of the ultimate, the Stranglethorn. So that's why they're always able to pick on those pesky plant ladies.
So a 2K gold lead, 2.4K coming in here. 4-3 in turret, or 4-3 in kills, and 2-0 in turrets. ManCloud getting a split push on the bottom lane. One of the games we have not seen teleport in, so these split pushes have to mean something. You're not just going to teleport into a lane, it's going to be a fight.
And Vulcan are the ones that are happy with fighting right now too. They're the ones that are going to be looking to rush it. With all the perimeter turrets going down, they'll now start to exert their control on this coast base.
I figure at one point, Psycho Sid and Zion Spartan are just going to be like, no, we're not even going to try. Just farm what's next to us and walk away. Zion Spartan finally backing there, so Psycho Sid may get some alone time with his top turret, but he has a Xmithy to help.
Well, during all these fights, Zion Spartan's using a lot of single target damage on Psycho Sid, but Psycho Sid's got his cape burning and his W also popping minions. So he's been farming up a lot easier with these constant fights with Zion than Zion has.
There's level 2 coming in for Zion Spartan on the ultimate. It looks like they want to engage onto this. Psycho Sid goes for Let's Bounce. I thought he was actually going to hit the slingshot first, but he says this is going to keep me alive. Here's the passive coming up from Cell Division. No, he does not go down yet. He's still alive as he heals himself. There's the Cell Division. Xmithy needs to get out right now. He gets exhausted. They want that transfer. It goes over to Mashme. He's now got red and blue, and that is not looking good, but it's looking like a double kill. Good for them.
Perfect. This is hope for Coast right now. That's exactly what they need. They've drawn the kills back to even, and they've got the double buff Ezreal ready with an Infinity Edge just completed.
It's not something you hear every day in Ezreal building an Infinity Edge, but it's going to work, and there it is. He actually throws out some damage from that last shadow, but I think the Ignite got him as well.
So the Ahri Assassin here for Coast, looking to pick off the support of Vulcan. And then Mandatory Cloud says, I can do that as well. Takes out Lulu. A good answer right there so that Bloodwater doesn't feel so sad. And now Shifter's looking to go for 2!
Oh, the grasping. Oh, wow. Stranglethorn pops him right up, kept him in the place. He could not activate another Spirit Rush with a Stranglethorn on just before that. True damage can't take out an Intendude, but Coast is reacting and adapting very well right now.
That's what happens when both teams are running the Assassin duels here. All the supports have to be very careful.
So we see what Mashme's building here. This obviously tells you, and people knew this, that you don't have to go blue Ezreal. Why don't people build the Infinity Edge more often than
not? Infinity Edge is more consistent damage for your auto attacks and stuff, but the blue Ezreal build is so popular because of the kiting ability that it adds. And they don't really need that right now since all of their champions are so mobile. They've already got plenty of means of jumping around the team fights and repositioning. What they need is more damage to get the resets for Zion Spartan. They have to make, they have to build all offensively here because they need all of their team to be able to burst down whoever they do happen to catch out.
And in a fight like this, we're going from Coast on to Vulcan. Zion Spartan wants to jump on somebody, but how do you keep them from jumping onto you? Where is your focus when you know Zed's going to the back line too? How does Zion Spartan react to this fight?
It's going to be, Ezreal, you're on your own, buddy. If Zed's going to come for you, and you have to be able to deal with it. Because Zion's going to be looking to go offensive.
Right.
If Zed jumps in, they all kill Zed. That's the easy target. They're looking for those squishy targets. So Zion, if they do have that Zed come in right at Ezreal, an arcane shift back into the team will allow the rest of Coast to just jump right on Zed and blow him up.
See if they can get this to work in their favor. Easier said than done. The Let's Bounce goes up. A good amount of health on the turret isn't going to allow for an initiation. That's because in the top lane and the bottom lane right now, pushing in, Vulcan has themselves at the front door of Coast Base.
Now, can Vulcan keep some of these recalls from going through? Because they are going to get the bottom inhibitor turret here with only a couple more attacks.
And they're going to actually pinch on the way back into this. Pings go down onto the Baron, and that's actually Shifter is thinking that this might happen. They're saying, stop Vulcan from getting back. Kill Zuna right now. Zion Spartan has that in mind, gets that for himself. Looks like he's upgraded as well, so the resets will be coming in if the fight continues. Shifter doing what he can to stop this.
Very, very risky play here from Vulcan. They decided to have him sacrifice himself, and they actually lose 2 kills without getting the Baron.
They've gotten quite a bit here. Psycho Sid goes in. That's going to be the Exarth, or the Ignite there. He goes down. Psycho Sid finds himself. The Cell Division is down. Mandatory Cloud needs to get out. He's got a lot of energy in that recharge from the blue. Will it be enough? The jump from Zion Spartan. The continuous chase and pursuit and the kill.
Very questionable call from Vulcan there. They wanted to have Zuna sacrifice himself to delay Coast in their base so that they could 3-man Baron. But at 21 minutes in the game, Baron's too strong for that 3-man team. And since Zuna died so quickly, they weren't able to buy enough time. They actually just handed Coast an opportunity to take Baron.
Oh, that was such a nice combination. Everything locked up, stopped up, and taken down along with the Baron. Dude, I hope nobody walks out before that dies, because you are in trouble.
So early in the game to make a call like that.
Oh, Zuna!
To try and trade 2 kills for a 3-man Baron, and Coast able to capitalize on it. Very, very huge misstep from Vulcan right there.
Good guy daydreaming with a smile on his face. He says, I got your back. I actually heard Mash Me yelling on that one. He's like, hey, me. Okay, we're good. 22:08 on the clock, 12-8 on the scoreboard. Exactly the same gold in the hands of each team.
Yeah, he's got 3 people in front of him. One of you guys better block that for me.
The turrets are 6-2 though. That is quite a bit of global gold to still see an equal amount in the hands of each team. The Baron helps. That's going to say it helps a little bit, but still, that's pretty impressive.
Right, so Vulcan having all those 6 turrets down means they are afforded a lot of the map control, but now that Coast have the Baron, it's dangerous for Vulcan to try and venture into that map because Coast team, like we've said, is all based around jumping on people and catching them out of position to burst them down. With the Baron buff, too, they're so confident with just roaming around. They can pick up these standing objectives that are still left on the map, and basically these outer turrets are just pots of 1,000 global gold for them to just go around and pick up whenever they want.
Yeah, like you said, those objectives.
Not quite
the map. The map
Close
objective free. Well, with the waves they're getting, with all the gold they're accruing per push on these turrets, I'm sure it's near that 1,000 gold. Not even to 25 minutes into this game, and this is where we've usually seen it. Both teams have a few of those second-tier turrets down. A huge push from Vulcan, we have to remember, got them that bottom inhibitor turret, which leaves it open. Baron's down, so that is an advantageous spot for them to go because there's nothing to worry about halfway across the map besides their base.
Exactly. Now that Coast don't have that much territory to worry about defending, it makes it a bit easier for them to rotate and they're able to successfully stop Vulcan's top and mid lane's push there, while allowing Don't Mash Me to get some more money down in that bottom lane. And with his Ezreal combining that Infinity Edge with a Blade of the Ruin King, he now also has that disengage that he was missing from going blue Ezreal build in that active from Blade of the Ruin King.
Interesting to see the builds. No crit. He has the attack speed in there, the light steal in there for Mash Me, really just feeling out his own build. Like you said, as the team is going to be doing their own thing. They're comped together, but they're individual when these fights happen. Seeing the other side, it's going to be the Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge coming out for Caitlyn, what you would usually see as well. And it looks like he's also going for that magic resistance so he can get himself sashed out.
So Coast here, they're opting to leave that outer top turret up and instead make the pressure on this inhibitor turret because they want to make use of this Baron buff right now in an exchange. But we won't see them engage in a tower dive because they have no real tank. Everyone's built around assassinating people, and even though Nintendo's built a bit of life, he's not tanky either as the jungler, which is normally where it comes from. So they don't want to do a hard dive. They would only go in on something like a very fortunate skill shot to hit from either Shifter or Nintendo.
We talked about it last game, Kobe. It can look very good for a team, but once you get it to the front side of these stairs, you are choked into that funneled in engagement, and it's so much harder. Turtling becomes easier for that team that's on their heels, and the engagement becomes, like you said, it has to be that jump over, but that means both back lines are going to be in danger instantly.
Right, and if Coast do get that pick, well, there we go. Cyclosid jumping in.
Right to the back line, as we said before. We can see Mancloud and Bloodwater also transferring to the other side, and they're trying to peel as well as fight. Daydreamin throws down the Wild Growth on himself, and it is going to be Xmithy popping down the crowd control stopper and putting down the kills as well. 12 to 10, 26 minutes even on the clock. Vulcan gets themselves out of their base with a few kills.
No tank for Coast, and also no more Baron buff. That one wearing off means Vulcan not having any of this siege up outside of my base. Great job by Cyclosid jumping right into the middle because, like we said, there's nobody who could take any amount of sustained damage.
And Cloud still pushing in that bottom lane. Vulcan trying to pressure the advantages they have. Right now, it's that bottom lane across the river. That's what they're looking for. Things where they can pressure, don't have to ward too much because they don't have that money. Maybe just got it off the dragon. They're going to start setting up a bit of a security system before they can really make it outside their base. And that security system is going to be a plethora of wards.
That ward network that they're going to want to set up is what's going to allow their Ahri and their Kha'Zix to go for those pick-off isolation moves. Coast have to be the ones starting out the fight and catching someone off guard with one of their crowd control moves. They can't be the ones on the receiving end of an initiate. Like we just saw in that last team fight, if it's Vulcan who are starting it off and Coast have to use their dashes to run away, then they've got nothing left to deal damage to the high priority targets of Vulcan.
Xmithy using that Dark Frenzy to get himself around. They know that Baron is coming up in a scary minute. That minute can actually mean quite a far run. It's about 10 seconds with tier 1 boots to get from lane to lane as an AD carry. So with these right now, Dark Frenzy can get him back up top. That's why he can play a little careless here. But the team is staying in position to not let that go. Coast, 3 vision wards set up for this Baron coming in 40 seconds.
Yeah, they're prepping for this one very early. They would love to have Vulcan start out on the Baron and then trap them inside the pit so that they can actually pick out their targets and go on the offensive.
Oracle's getting cleared out, heading over to Bloodwater. Oracle on him, Daydreamin'. Oracle on him as well. So keeping the support safe in the back while helping them to roam around. We all know your team asks you to go ward, you get caught. Like, I was warding. Power in numbers, stay with your team. Neither of these guys are taking their hard hats off for the remainder of the game. 28 minutes in, it's pretty much with these turrets being so close, one inhibitor turret down and the base open for Vulcan. The next fight means a big sway in the game.
Now, Vulcan, during that last minute, just kind of hovering around the mid lane, but with Baron not even up, the move for them is to move as 5 to push in that bottom lane. Because of that missing inhibitor turret, Vulcan have so much power on that side of the map, they can force Coast back into a grouping up position where their composition does not shine.
Slowly dictating this fight down the mid lane. They're saying, we don't care where you are right now. We are going to try to take down this turret with the utmost of force.
Recall.
You saw that recall in the top lane starting, which means that's going to be 8 seconds until he gets back to his team. And they are going to be able to push this off alone. Seeing Psycho Sid throw himself in from the left side. Nintendo's very low here. And any more of an engagement could mean a Baron attempt.
Nintendo is so squishy. He does not have very many resistances at all. He went with the spell penetration build on top of his ancient golem spirit right there, and then upgrades the boots into home guards, which doesn't add any stats. So him taking all the damage up front here makes him a non-factor. He has always been running away from the very beginning of all the fights, and now he's gonna have to start this fight at a third health.
Nintendo gets blown up. They saying, once they get here, we're going and initiate immediately. Psycho Sid uses Let's Bounce defensively. He gets hit up. The passive coming out onto this one, you can see it's about half health for him right now as it ticks down. They get Baron in the distraction. Can they continue the fight? It's going to be Zyra going down the right side. No passive from her there. Oh, that was a plant, not even Zyra. Bloodwater's still alive. The chaos get me all excited.
Trading 1-for-1 kills, but it was a Baron for Vulcan. So they'll definitely like that one. Take that trade any day here. It took Coast too long to finish off that Zac. After they popped him into Bloblets, Vulcan decided to just finish off that Baron, and they'll gladly take that trade.
What a distraction. They did it right in front of their eyes the entire time. Having that ward across was such an advantage for Mandatory Cloud. Zed is more than at the capable point of zeroing somebody out in this game, and we've seen Mandatory Cloud start to take that into his hands. It was a slower start of the game for him, but he has known his role as Zed, and he continues to assassinate. Blade of the Rune King, last whisper for him, have been in his pocket for a good 10 minutes now, and he's just kind of trying to resort to other things, keeping that Merc Treads actually onto himself so he can get in and out of these fights because of the crowd control that Coast brings.
But really the reason that whole fight came about was because of the squishiness of Nintendo, how he took so much damage down in the mid lane.
Oh dear. That
Vulcan went over to start it up around Baron, and then again, he got obliterated before they even got vision of the inside of the Baron pit. It was just a shadow over the wall from Mandatory Cloud, finishing off Nintendo, and he has absolutely done nothing so far.
We see the team, actually heard it last game from Saint. Jat asked him, why are somewhat teams shying away from that bulwark with a heavy AP team as well that Curse was fighting against. Coast also fighting against a heavy AP team, have chosen not to go with that. Focus a little bit more damage onto Zion, who's not going to build it anyways, but also Nintendo Dax, who we see most people building at least into that carry jungle.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend for Nintendo to build for his own safety right now. He needs to not build for the team. He does not want to go for an Aegis or a Locket. He needs to build very selfish defensive items at this point.
And Spirit Visage is actually not making an appearance yet in the game. They are being crafted, but the fight is now onto the inhibitor, and those items really aren't going to make much of a difference for this fight. 32 minutes in at 13-11, 7-3 in turrets, but again, these teams neck and neck in this game. 4,000 gold lead at this point isn't a core item for somebody. It's spread out too much across the team. So it's this fight happening eye to eye between Coast and Vulcan. You can see neither of them are finding a way into this fight, but they're finding a bit of damage on the inhibitor.
So hard for Coast to pull off this pick composition when Vulcan are not in a position to be picked off. They've got Baron buff, so they're all just going to stick right next to each other and take out the easy exposed inhibitor.
And there's huge reason why they also couldn't go in. Caitlyn, while sieging like that, 3 traps in front of you is such a disadvantage. Somebody's going to run into one. It's probably going to be your AD carry in the end.
Ooh, good attempt there from Don't Mash Me, but not quite.
Dragon's going to be going over quite easily. Coast, we can see them again. Power in numbers as they move on the mini-map around towards the red, towards the golems, getting everything they can, no matter how small right now.
It's interesting to me that Coast have stayed with this type of team You know, even as the game is evolving, it used to work. It worked back in the, you know, the end of the spring split, where they have all of their members build offensively. But if you have no central point of focus to take damage, anyone that's going to receive any of their opponent's abilities, then you don't perform well in the team-based fights. It seems like the success is always for the teams that build their compositions more like, you know, you would see in like an MMO where you've got a tank and then you've got, you know, the DPS
healer.
and you have a healer and you have ranged DPS. And so if you get the feel of just a more balanced team, then those are the ones that are going to have the advantage in this stage of the game. Coast's stage of the game where they can, you know, roam the map and pick people off and make use of all this damage that they've built has pretty much passed by right now. They're forced to group up now, and that's not where this type of comp shines.
It kind of comes into the factor of whatever you put that comp up against, it has a little bit of the best and the worst. You're not heavy on one side. And that's what allows them to keep it consistent, keep their turrets 4 ahead right now. They are down in kills, but that map pressure is going to start allowing them to do whatever they want. And when you can dictate the game, that's when you know you have the other team in the palm of your hand.
And they're just going to go ahead and pressure both of the remaining inhibitor turrets. And since they have Caitlyn and Zyra as well, actually, they can get a lot of auto attacks off on the turrets just in every cannon minion wave. That will buy them a few shots from each of those champions. And they're taking advantage of it right now very well. Ahri is actually the best choice here for the minion clearing champion, because with 3 ticks of Spirit Rush, she can easily join the fight either at the top lane or the mid lane.
There it is, Zyra throwing out the hard crowd control. You have to consider Zyra really the only one with a hard crowd control. Everything would, you know, consider soft as you get bounced around, but it's enough to stop all 5 members from trying to constantly engage. They have a Zion Spartan jump into Wild Growth. They have an Nintendo X Repel to Wild Growth with much follow-up, but they can't find it in because of Zyra disengage.
Yeah, Coast, they don't want to fight a full-on 5v5 right here. What they want to do is catch Vulcan out on a bad rotation, because Vulcan are rotating around the different lanes to keep up and get auto attacks off on the turrets. It's up to Coast to pick somebody off on one of those rotations down.
All across the inventories, presence coming in. Zanya is now in the hands of Shifter and Xmithy. So you can bet Xmithy is going to want to dive into that fight even harder and more reckless. There's the average time as we approach it. Vulcan's got about a minute to go on that. And we just hit the Coast average game time. So both of these teams with the same, not focus, but kind of realm and clip of gameplay as they go into it. If a good thing happens, they take it slow. If a bad thing happens, they also know to take it slow.
And we're about to see the next Baron spawn. 5 more seconds here, and the 2 wards that Vulcan left early are giving them advantage of Coast, giving them vision of Coast right now. So they're going to be aware of this, and I wouldn't be surprised if Vulcan tried to do a bait over into Baron instead of trying to force this one down.
And something else we've seen in Super Week is that teams...
Sunfire Cake means they are going to start it.
Oh, they kind of have to. We see something else in Super Week is that teams are using Baron more and more to engage fights, knowing that it has to draw your opponent to it. Before, we just see him walking around it and then disengage.
And what they've gotten is this giant blue blob up in the bottom side turret. Since it's a side lane with those super minions, that minion wave left to itself will take out a Nexus turret. So all they have to do is continue to put the pressure on this Baron and force Coast into a bad spot.
That's something we actually don't talk about very much, is the length of the lanes. That middle lane being the shortest one is the hardest for minions to take down because you get double turret shot. The side lanes are direct to the turret.
Exactly. The second turret for the Nexus doesn't start shooting the minions as early.
Right.
So it can take them out themselves.
We'll have to see. I think it's going to be straight down the middle on this one for Vulcan. Cloud on the backside. Looks like he gets caught up for a second there. Polymorphed as he went in for an ultimate as well, and he is going to be able to do some damage before he goes down. Those death chambers at 60 seconds, and Coast looking pretty good off the end of that one.
Yeah, they cut somebody out. That's exactly what they need to do, and it was one of the highest damage potential champions that Vulcan had. That was basically as good as it can go for Coast.
I would have taken that ultimate, actually, and let somebody have it, because now the cooldown resets. Who knows, though? They're still going for Baron, so maybe I'm wrong. No, they're just not. They're going to do wards. I am wrong. We'll see how wrong I am. I'll just keep saying it.
You are right all along, Rib. Genius. They're going to go burn this one down, as Coast all recall. They were just waiting to see if they were actually going into base here. Don't Match Me could go for a miracle steal, but it's no vision. Very, very, very difficult.
After all of that, they take one away. Mash Me saying, I think I'm missing. Let me try again.
Well, he keeps hitting those plants, so he thought Baron was still up. He was like, oh, I'm hitting Baron still. Let me keep throwing those in.
40 seconds. That's not it. 40 minutes on the clock is how we tell the time. 60,000 gold. Well, 60 and a half right now to 54 and a half. So the gold lead very much so in favor of Vulcan. It's not increasing too much. It's only gone up about 2K since we last called out the gold. It was about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Those turrets still at 7, and it's been 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. So Coast is making progress in the global turret area on that objective, but they have to make sure that Vulcan doesn't get any farther into the base, because with that inhibitor down, it's going to be, or inhibitor turrets rather, it's going to be tough for any kind of defense.
And on Vulcan's side, on the offensive, all they have to do is avoid getting caught out, because they once again have Baron, and they have the better team fighting team. So as long as they are together, they'll be okay. They can easily force Coast to group up around this exposed inhibitor and not have to deal with turret pressure. But what they're trying to do is gain advantage of that by having Mandatory Cloud top to get some extra damage onto that top turret.
Seeds, everything being placed over the wall so they can see. There's a plant. Mashme gets the plant, holding off everything they can. More traps are probably going down this bottom lane. You can see Zuna has already set up one. They're going to keep themselves safe as they have to pressure this bottom inhibitor turret, and they're trying to spread Coast out thin.
Coast can't be spread out thinner than the length of their base, though, which is actually very short. And since they all have those jumps that we keep talking about, they're going to be okay with defending.
A straight shot from the True Shot Barrage is going to go right past the team. They get the inhibitor, which means super minions will spawn in that lane. The other lanes will also get a bit stronger minion-wise. And they are going to do what they can. Xmithy taking the Orb of Deception there. So with the turrets there, they have the hold, and Vulcan doesn't want to seem to push more than just the inhibitor down in the bottom. It's a weird pinch to just try and force your way into the base.
This is exactly where we were 7 minutes ago.
Nuh-uh. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
And 7 minutes ago, Vulcan got about 75, 100, and 125 damage on that turret. So we'll see if they can do better this time. Get maybe, 200 damage onto it. Zuna's definitely going to do his part. You got one auto attack down there. They're going to keep chipping away and keep the pressure on both the top and the bottom. Mandatory Cloud gets one. Oh, 2 more shots for this.
There it is, mid-turret taking more. Nintendo tries to get a cocoon out. They are playing the waves very smart on this one. Vulcan is really just using everything on the map to their advantage. They try to go in fast. The speed up on his Ion Spartan. They turn around and they get the ulti from Xmithy. He still has Zanya's. Will he decide to use it in this fight? Noticing he's not taking damage, he tries to play it carefully. They back off. They look to be able to get the kills here. He forces the flash Zanya's, and I think you're going to go down after this one. Yeah.
It still was a good freezing Zanya's right there. Nice move. Psycho Sid still chasing on Shifter, even though he has no life. So the vision
what
is
a shot! He had the ward, but it still looked good.
Beautiful shot with that sling shot.
Dennis the Menace would be proud. 43 minutes into this game, 15-14. The kills are coming into play. Too little, too late, I believe, though. Finally breaking that stale 7 turret mark. They take 2 more. There's only 11 on the map, as we say, and those 2 stand in front of the Nexus for Coast.
Congratulations to Vulcan. Another win. It doesn't look like they're going to let up at all during Super Week here. They are looking to go into...
Ooh. He's doing what he can.
He popped the cell division there.
Valiant effort there. Coast putting out the last bit of damage. Daydreaming giving a good chuckle from Lulu at 43.5 minutes into this one. A 15-15 score. The gold lead took an astronomical jump there at the end of the game as Vulcan figured out how to get through the front door of Coast base.
Vulcan really looking to head into playoffs with a lot of momentum. They're on a nice streak right now, and they want to keep their spirits up and keep it going just how they've been playing all split long. They didn't do it this time, but there we go. Mandatory Cloud with
I got some, Zach. You hear the Smithy do it. Vulcan all the way you can see. And dude.
Yes.
I think that's what he said. We'll have to see what happens. So that means that CLG earns a playoff spot with this victory that Vulcan brings under their belt. I'm sure that's going to make them quite happy.
So it's that loss to Coast means that Coast can't take it away from CLG, and they're definitely happy to have that one secured.
And you said momentum a few minutes ago, Kobe, and it's something that was said about Vulcan throughout the spring split as well. It started with the verbal warfare, the vocal warfare of Zuna, and then in interviews, Zuna said, yeah, we're completely a team based on momentum. So I'd say with this momentum, they're doing pretty good coming out of Super Week and already locking down second place.
They'd love to continue this one. If they finish out the Super Week 5-0, then that will just give them a tremendous mental advantage going into the playoffs.
And it's crazy to think who went 5-0 in our last Super Week. Cloud9 did, and they've already lost the matchup. So you can see how much the summer LCS has changed these teams already. It's pretty crazy. Guys, we got to take a short break, but when we return, Vulcan, Psycho Sid, and Zuna will join us to talk about their perfect Super Week. Then we'll break down the key plays in today's games and update the playoff picture. The NA LCS Summer Split will be right back. Don't touch that browser once again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Super Week. I'm Jat, here joined by Psycho Sid and Zuna, who were just victorious over Coast. You want to talk about that game a little bit?
Pretty much, we went in there. They gave us picks that we wanted, and we were doing well early game-ish, and then we just had a really bad decision, and then people started dying. They got Baron, and then we had to do full recover mode. And then once we did recover, we just outplayed them pretty much the whole game, besides the little slip up in mid.
Yeah, but ever since yesterday, you guys have been locked up here in the second seed, so you're really just playing for practice in a sense. Do you want to talk about your mindset now, and has it changed since you've clinched the second seed?
I think it's a lot more stress-free for everybody. Or not stress-free. Of course, there's some stresses in the game, but there's a lot of pressure off of our shoulders as a whole. And yeah, we're just happy if we keep on winning is good. We need to just improve our record a bit, just make it look nice and fancy. Not Cloud9 worthy, but close enough.
Well, you still got a chance at going 20-8 if you win out the season, so at least you get the double 10 wins or something. But with the rest of the playoff race, I'm wondering what your thoughts are, because if Coast loses one more game, they're going to be in 7th place, whereas CLG has just clinched with that game, and then it's Dignitas and Curse that just both need one more win to get in. How do you think that's all going to shake out?
I don't really know, because Curse and Dignitas, sometimes when I watch them play, I'm like, wow, they're a really good team. And then the next game, they just completely is that really the same team that just played? So it's really just a toss-up. I have no clue who.
Any other thoughts, Sid?
It's pretty much, the same thing. It's just so close. I don't really know who's going to be who's come up on top. And there's still the chance that Coast will come up and pass one of them if they lose their games too.
I actually think, now that I think about it, Curse has a better chance than Dig, because they have 2 All-Stars on their team.
Well, there you go. They have the European All-Star and St. Fishes, of course. But to go back a little bit, you guys struggled a whole bunch way back in the spring split, but now you've been in 2nd place almost the entirety of the split. Who's improved the most on your team to help you guys make this run?
Smithy. Yeah, Smithy. I would definitely say it's Smithy and our coach, and getting Bloodwater in there too. Those 3 things is just, once that happened, we knew that we had the potential to be where we want to be, and we just kept saying, we looked at our weaknesses and we're just like, this is what we need to improve more than anything, and I know we can do it. So that's just how we did it, and it's been working out really well for us.
So then how is Smithy individually, from your angle, how has he improved, and how did he know that he needed to improve?
He got a lot smarter.
Yeah, pretty much.
How do you get
Not
smarter?
saying he was dumb, but a lot of times he would just play the game to play, just follow the flow and listen to calls. But now he's making a lot more of his own decisions, knowing where to be, knowing where the other jungler is, warning us. Just overall, his presence on the map has tripled probably.
Is that something he's done individually, or have you worked on that entirely as a team?
I would say mostly it's our coach, and it's the team too, of course, when we're playing. But lots of it's the coach, teaching him what to do and stuff. Because he has it, he just needed to learn it, and now that he's pretty much gone there, I'd say he's the best carnivore jungler, and Midos is the best herbivore jungler.
There we go. So you're saying Smithy would then be the one who tries to kill the enemy jungler more so?
Mm-hmm.
How does he do that?
Well, it comes down to the heroes you play. When Midos plays the jungle, he plays Nasus, Zac, stuff like that. He goes in the lane and then he takes the farm because someone dies on his team, and he jungles really quick. And he only ganks when his camps are down, or it's 100% chance to kill someone. And then Smithy, on the other hand, is always taking the risk. He's always one that's trying to get the kill, always counter invading and stuff like that. And his heroes, though, that he plays can all skirmish really well early game.
Yeah, and we even saw him actually killing Meteos in your game yesterday, so that probably felt pretty good. So like I said, I got one final question for you here. Earlier, when there was a Twitter question, who was the most improved player, I thought maybe you were one of the most improved players, but you didn't agree. Why not?
Oh, just because, I don't totally disagree with the fact that I've improved over, since the last split. I do think I've become better of a player, but everyone has. But, the most dramatic improvement, as we mentioned, is Smithy.
Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for the interview. Congratulations once again on having that second seed locked up, and best of luck as you move towards the regional playoffs and hopefully World Finals. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good time the rest of the season, but we have plenty more LCS action still to come, including a Telestrator clip where we have Freak waiting to break it down.
Thanks very much, Jack. I want to break down actually a battle between Counterlogic Gaming and Cloud9, and this is actually, there's a lot of setup I want to give for this clip, because look at the scoreboard. It's 4-2. There's a 1,000 gold lead for CLG, but now avert your, or sort of put your eyes towards the bottom. So look at who's got the kills for Counterlogic Gaming. 3 kills on Doublelift, 1 kill on Link. Now look at the scoreboard for Cloud9. They've got the 2 and 0 high and the 0 and 2 balls in the top lane. Now, the combined 2 and 2 high end balls are going to zone out the 4 and 0 CLG members. Look at the map, right? Look what happens here. You've got high, and he's going to engage Hiran Zed and get a Shen ultimate. He's going to get Stand United. Way over on the other side is Nian. He's coming in from the side to help his team fight for Dragon. And you're going to see sort of a 5v5 and a 2v2, sorry, a 3v3 and a 2v2, and we'll see what happens. Let's roll the clip out and watch the engage. The arrow comes in, locks at the back line, high dives in, pause right here. Now look at what's happened. Nian, he's charging up. They're going to have a big, wonderful 3-on-3 fight in the middle. Sneaky, you've got the support right there. You've got Meteos as well, the jungler. They're all going to be fighting this big 3-on-3 battle. And then here comes Balls zoning out Link and zoning out Doublelift in the bottom side. And that is really important. So let's roll the clip out and now watch what happens. The 3-on-3 fight, they focus on the Chowster. Chowster's going to die right away. And now one final pause. And look at what happened. Balls and high, they've forced out CLG on the bottom side. And they're like, great, our job has been done. The 4 and 0 carries from CLG didn't fight anyone important. The 3-on-3 battle went wonderfully. Look what's happened. Big Fat LP got stunned. He had to take down Dragon. He has been part of the fight. Chowster's already dead. Meteos, Sneaky, Lemonation, they've been fighting at full bore the entire time. Those are the main carries for the squad, and they've done a wonderful job. Roll the rest of the clip out and just watch what happens. Ian's got nowhere to go. He gets rooted in place. At this point, Doublelift and Link know they can't fight anymore either, and it's an easy cleanup at this point. The kills come through, the flash over the wall. Hey, they're all dead, wonderful. But that's just an incredibly well-done team fight for Cloud9. They did exactly what they needed to. Great tenacity by High to engage, get the Shen ultimate, and zone out the major carries. That's what allowed Cloud9 to win that fight. But of course, we have more games on the day, including more from Cloud9. And so to break down the rest of the day, let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. All right, earlier we asked you to tell us and hop on Twitter and let us know which player do you think has had the biggest impact on the summer split and why. And here's what you had to say. Mathis Lawls says, definitely Lemonation. He's the brains behind Cloud9, and since the beginning of the split, everybody's afraid of his notebook.
Yeah, he's had an impact not only on Cloud9 as a team, but every other team who's been trying to figure out what's going on inside that brain and that notebook.
Well, I haven't seen the notebook yet, but I hear it makes a lot of people cry. My name is Tsunami says, I think Xpecial has really been the difference maker in many games for Team Solo Mid in the LCS, mainly on his Sona and Thresh.
I love watching Xpecial play Thresh. The timing on those flays is so perfect, and it's actually very difficult to aim those. So big props to him. He definitely deserved his all-star spot.
And Romas Noodles says, making me hungry here, I believe Nian has had the biggest impact this split because of how well he has been doing in his new role, what CLG needed.
Everybody kind of stopped talking about how CLG was a new team, basically, at the beginning of the split. And they're like, oh, they're going to do terrible until the end of the split. Now it's the end of the split, and they're doing really well. Nian has jumped into his top lane role very quickly.
And DG Combs says, Bloodwater, because Vulcan improved adding him last split and are now a top 2 team because of his calls, planning, and gameplay. And we just heard Zuna say that himself.
Exactly. I completely agree. I think he's very similar to Lemonation in that way. He's not only a great support player, but also the mastermind of a lot of their strategy.
All right, and D to the Alton says, I think Meteos has had the biggest impact on the summer split. He is a fantastic jungler and is always in the right place.
Can't leave Meteos off a list like this because he's just had such strong, consistent games.
He's one of those guys in the clips where they're like, Meteos, who is? Who? Meteos. All right, congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those are some very insightful tweets. Thank you very much.
All right, and keep hitting us up on Twitter with those answers. And remember, we're at LOL Esports. Make sure to use the hashtag LCS.
And okay, guys, we need your help to make the North American League of Legends Championship Series even better by giving us your opinions about things like our pregame recaps.
So head over to bit.ly/NA Week 9, fill out the quick survey, and help us level up the North American LCS.
Alrighty, we're halfway through the second day of Super Week. Let's check out the standings heading into the summer's final 11 games. In first place, it's Cloud9 with Vulcan in second and TSM holding down third.
CLG is sitting in fourth, and they're officially in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They've locked down that spot with Kosa's loss. while Curse and Dignitas are tied for 5th. And finally, rounding out the standings is Team Coast in 7th and Velocity in 8th.
And the fight for the playoffs has only begun here on day 2 of Super Week. We still have 3 more games coming your way, starting with Cloud9 taking on Dignitas.
After that, Velocity Esports will look to counter CLG. And finally, Curse and Team Solo Mid head onto the Rift to battle for a playoff position.
So go grab a Gragas-sized barrel of treats and get back here quick, because the North American League of Legends Championship Series will be back faster than Ram is powerballing with home guards through an acceleration gate with Zillion Time Warp. Don't go anywhere.
If I were to assemble the perfect player, I would take
Reggie's aggressiveness,
Going all in for Shifter.
Zion's attitude, Zuno's passion,
Good job, baby. Double kill. Get that top tower.
Medios' decision-making and Elimination's brain.
Double it for the mechanics, Doublest mechanics, Doublest mechanics,
Doublest mechanics.
Doublest mechanics.
No, it's not going to be enough. Doublelift gets the victory. Doublelift hashtag Twitch mechanics.
If you combine just like Medios and ManCloud, I think you'd have like this unstoppable monster of a player that would just like destroy everyone.
The thought process of Patoy, my instinct, and the creativity of Voyboy.
I would take my ambition, Darius' consistency as a laner. Of course, Wild Trail's smile, just it's all you need.
The mind of Crumbs, and I guess the body of me because I'm so handsome. That would just be the perfect player.
Nintendo, you have a body like Adonis. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 2 of Super Week. I'm David Frick-Turley, along with Joshua Jat Leisman, and it's time for our 4th match of the day, Cloud9 versus Team Dignitas. And now, while Cloud9 has locked down their playoff position last week, Dignitas is just 1 win away from earning a spot in the postseason, even though they went 0-2 yesterday.
Yeah, so Dignitas had a really close game against Curse that went 60 minutes, and then a not-so-close game against Vulcan. And a lot of the talk yesterday was about Kiwi Kid's increasing death count. He died 13 more times, but the worst part of that day is he didn't get a single kill. So, in defense of Kiwi Kid a little bit, he is generally the only tank and primary initiator for Dignitas, so that naturally leads to you dying more. But even with that, if you're going to die that much and not get anything in return, you can't expect to win.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of primary initiators, their opponent today is a pretty prime example of what an initiator can do. Even though he's Cloud9's big damage sponge, Meteos hasn't died against Dignitas all summer.
Yeah, Meteos has been absolutely amazing this entire year. He died a little bit yesterday when they had that very disappointing game against Vulcan, but it should be business as usual for Meteos. He's a prime example of someone who knows specifically exactly when to engage, but also how to sneak out of fights at the exact right time.
So congrats to him, of course. And he was actually telling me that 310 shook him up a little bit, that he's not able to rush Bulwark every game, and so that
he's
last
got to
game,
remake his item builds.
Exactly, and so like that last game helped reset him a little bit and give him some confidence back. So while Meteos and Cloud9 struggled yesterday in that loss to Vulcan, they did bounce back today when they cut through CLG.
Yeah, so Cloud9 went a little bit back to their comfort picks. They got the Ashe Zyra, but it was actually High on Zed that ended up dominating that game when he got the double buffs after they'd actually given up a double kill in the bottom lane. And even though he did lose that first 1v1 against Doublelift, he went back and was able to kill him for the rest of the game. And after yesterday's slip-off, it does look like Cloud9 is kind of back in full go mode, ready to end the regular season on a high note.
And of course, with that win over Chronologic Gaming, Cloud9 is just 1 victory away from setting the record for the most wins in an LCS split. They've got plenty of games to go. But standing in their way is Skara and a Team Dignitas that are fighting for their LCS lives.
We scrim Dignitas a lot. They kind of just run the same strat. We run the same strat. I mean, they may want it more, but I don't know if it'll come out directly into their play.
I think we can beat them. We certainly scrim well against them. It's just that we have the tendency to not be able to close out games.
They play a lot of high-pressure early game champions, so I think we're going to have to worry about our early game and make sure it doesn't snowball too hard.
I think we have an excellent early game. I think our early game is one of the best in the business. And I feel like C9 doesn't have a great early game. So if we can punish them for that, then we can do really, really well.
And we'll see if Dignitas can punish them in the first Cloud9 minutes. But guys, it's time to see if Skara and Dig can get that going and grab a playoff spot, or will Cloud9 just gonna reign in the postseason? We'll see if it happens. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side is Cloud9, Balls in the top lane, Meteos in jungle, High in mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemonation on support.
And in the red corner, we have Dignitas with Kiwi Kid in top, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy on support.
So we get ourselves going into this game. Of course, the players are very much ready, but it's fun to watch. Like, we came into the week talking about, is Cloud9 going to focus very hard? Is Vulcan going to focus after they've got their spot locked in? And in each case, it really has been. That Cloud9 said, again, talking to Meteos earlier in the day, he said, we really needed to do well this week to have our, to keep the momentum going, to keep feeling good about ourselves going into the game.
I don't think these guys can afford to take an off week. I remember always back when I was playing, even if you'd been winning a while, or even after a losing streak, the one thing that I'd always want to do is intentionally try to win a few games before a tournament or a big event. And for Cloud9, the worst thing they could do going into regional playoffs is give the other teams a bunch of confidence and demoralize yourselves by losing to them in the regular season. Even if you can kind of hide behind the veil of, oh, we weren't trying our hardest, as a lot of these teams like to do, you just have to keep playing the way it's been working, because they shouldn't worry about losing to North American teams or like giving away strategies, because they've clearly demonstrated they can beat them this whole season.
So we're going to go for this one. Pretty standard things come in, of course. Ball's first picking that Shen. He's done a very good job with the champion. Hasn't been allowed to pick him for a little while.
Yeah.
And of course, with Rumble Band away is another courtesy pick. But starting out strong, I think, with the Cloud9 champ select.
Yeah. We blew over the bans really quickly there because we were talking about other stuff, but they're very focused, especially on kind of punishing Skara. Skara has not proved this split that he is able to perform if you ban out specific champions. And it's been one of the big reasons for Dignitas' struggles outside of all the Kiwi Kid deaths we've been talking about. So I like those bans by Cloud9, and it shows to me that they're definitely targeting Scar.
And that just has seemed to work well so far. Of course, Dignitas, though, going back to some of their own comfortable picks with a couple of the key junglers gone, though. I guess Nass is still up here. The Elise being stolen away. Of course, we saw the Zac being banned out, the Ezreal being grabbed up here for Cutie Pie. There's certainly, I mean, Dignitas here are certainly playing champ select pretty well so far as well.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if Meteos does go with Nasus, because while it's naturally the thing he likes to pick in the situations when Zac is banned and Nasus, those are his two. So it's either like banned or picked away from him. But because of the picks Dignitas has already picked in, knowing that Elise is probably a jungler and that Ezreal is probably the AD carry, those are both like very caster spell-based things, whereas Wither on Nasus is going to be very ineffective. So if he picks Nasus later on, as he picks it when he picks his jungler, it's not going to be specifically to counter an AD carry. It's actually going to be suboptimal in that situation. It'll be more for Cloud9's overall strategy that they just love doing, having lane control and just having his presence in team fights.
So we'll see what they end up going for with that one. Of course, Cloud9 with their next two pickups here with Ashe still on the table. They've grabbed up that Zyra. Of course, who's going to steal away Ashe when you've already picked up an AD carry? The Kennen coming back into the show as well. So more champions that Cloud9 loves to run. That just tends to be their playstyle, man.
And of course, Cloud9 might be doing some of that lane swapping, but it seems clear to me that that's going to be high on Kennen and then balls on Shen. But we don't actually know if they're going to be lane swapping or not. They've done plenty of these things before. Early in the season, they would do Ryze, Kennen, and they just basically guess where you want to go. Whoever wants to play. Because they're cool like that and they can bounce around.
Unless they want to be something really sneaky and throw like AD carry Kennen, but I think we don't see that very often, so I think we'll skip on that one. But I like this choice here by Dignitas. The Orianna coming in, another grab here for Skara, but of course the Janna, the counter pick into Kennen, pretty smart.
I actually feel like Cloud9 struggles a little bit against Janna, but almost no one has been picking Janna against them this season. Their first loss of the season was against Chouster's Janna when he was disengaging specifically against a Kennen for Cloud9. And then there was actually a few games where Cloud9 was using Janna as a contested pick, and then just kind of died away.
Yeah.
Because there was maybe a little bit more Zyra being played, everyone started tunneling back onto Thresh. But for Dignitas, that is a smart scouting move and a great time to pull it off, knowing you're already going into a Kennen, and also because Zyra is going to punish you for diving in, so Dignitas is not picking a dive-in team whatsoever. They're very poke-oriented, which is good against that.
There's actually a lot of things I like about Janna. Thinking about the Cloud9 playstyle, where you push turrets really hard or we dive you really hard. Not only do you have the Monsoon, the knockback engages, but you've also got the turret protection, the wave through the Howling Gale, the shield on the turret. Like, there's a lot of cool things about Janna I like here, as Cloud9 puts in more engage.
Of course they do.
Yeah,
that's the way they play. That's the thing. That's why Janna is such a strong pick against them. This will be the first time we get to see Meteos playing Eve, so he does not go for that Nasus. And of all the teams that should understand exactly how to engage with Eve, it's going to be Cloud9. Expect to see Eve coming around the backside of a team and flanking with an Ashe Arrow, as opposed to just running straight forward into a team. That is the best way for Eve to go in, because you want Eve's ult to hit right before everything else, since Eve's one of the only ultimates in the game that can do 0 damage, since it's percentage current health and nothing else. So you want to use it when everyone is at full to initiate fights, which is something Meteos has no problems doing, and I expect him to play it very well.
Well, this should be all sorts of fun then, Cloud9 playing their sort of play style. Dignitas actually throwing us for a loop as well and putting Elise into the top lane as they grab Jarvan here for Crumb. So well done by these guys, putting up their little team composition. Dignitas, a lot of blonde champions.
Yes, surprisingly, Dignitas, none of them have blonde hair, but they all decided to go for blonde-haired champions.
It's envy.
Soon enough, Scar is going to go Super Saiyan, and even I'm a cutie pie and just dye his beautiful locks blonde. But really,
full of Meteos.
I want to talk about the Elise in particular for Dignitas, and why I really actually like Dignitas' champ select a lot in this situation. When Kiwi Kid was excelling in the spring split, a lot of that was on Elise.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's been struggling lately and they're putting him back onto that champion will give him a lot of opportunities to succeed.
And I'm curious to see how he does, because it's been a while since the spring split. Not only just time since last played the champion in competitive, but she's been nerfed a few times since then.
She's been nerfed a lot.
Yeah,
like,
was a little strong in the spring
surprising
split.
amount, especially on the 310 patch, where there were so many changes to Elise, but teams are still valuing her extremely highly because her damage wasn't necessarily hit, just the durability of her spiderlings and the range of her repel were hit dramatically, or at least the utility that that spell provides.
it's very interesting watching the evolution of Elise and also the evolution of the jungle in this 3.10 patch.
It was something that, as you mentioned before, that he couldn't rush the Runic Bulwark. Meteos talking about he's got to sort of reimagine what he does here, and
he's not going to be doing it on Eve. That's the one thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Eve is a carry jungler, and that's actually something Meteos has talked about for a while. I remember even before the 3.10 patch, when I was talking with Meteos, I actually kind of overheard a discussion between him and Lemon Nation, and Meteos was saying, well, you can play carry junglers. And then Lemon Nation was like, well, then who's going to build the Bulwark?
Top lane.
I mean, it's like, yeah, exactly. Then Lemon Nation's like, oh, you just need a top laner to build it. But now that that's not necessarily required, he's free to play the carry junglers because Meteos has always thought that they've been viable. It's just that they were locked into that Runic Bulwark, and it was restricting their ability to play them. So I want to see his take on carry junglers now that he's picked Eve.
This should be all sorts of fun, and for what it's worth, actually, it's another thing we talked about with Cloud9 is, are they going to reveal new things at the end of the split when they don't need to win anymore? Well, first time Evelyn, we're going to see a carry jungler here for Meteos. So guys, they've come onto the Rift, Dignitas fighting for a playoff spot. If they win a game, if they win this game or any of the next ones over this weekend, they're going to have it secured. If they don't win here, they've still got to put themselves, you know, kind of on the line for this one. Cloud9, though, securely in first, going to do what they can here to continue to impress the fans. C9, of course, in blue, Dig on red.
And even if Dignitas makes the playoffs just based off of Team Coast's struggles this week, it's not a satisfying way to go in to the PAX playoff tournament because essentially, if they go in on a skid, they could still enter into relegation. They need to pick up some momentum, and what better way than to try to get a win against Cloud9?
And I mean, you think about how they got into this, right? If they come into the playoffs as 6th seed or something, what, they have to fight against number 3 TSM or Curse, who are on giant winning streaks. Like, that's not
an easy thing.
No, like you came in a tie for 3rd, you dropped to 6th, you fight one of those 3rd place tied teams that you couldn't beat the week before is a risky proposition. So we get ourselves going into this game. Early ward games have actually come across. I believe I saw a Vision Ward come down at some point to ward sweep. So Dignitas protecting their lizard side jungle a little bit.
It's actually a funny thing that I'm wondering when teams or if teams are going to try to exploit. Lemon Nation almost never starts games with pink wards. And he specifically tries to ward spots that won't get pink warded away and tries to maintain vision that way. He's not actually a vision denial support early game. Instead, someone who likes to provide vision.
And interestingly enough, as we talk more about the level 1s in Elimination, he and Sneaky twice now today have actually started up just taking the little mini lizards from one of the big camps and using that for like 10 gold and like 100 experience to start their lane.
Exactly. They did that in the previous game as well. Yeah. It's brilliant if you can get it to work because it actually denies the enemy jungler the level 3 rush that they want, since there's been so much experience put back in to those small lizards that are next to the big blue buff that you can see Meteos taking right now. And since Crumbs did take the wolves, he might be able to get level 3 off of this one. He will be, but if he tried to do just the red buff to blue buff to red buff jump, he wouldn't have hit level 3.
So good steals, a little minor counter jungling by the lanes. I like that a lot. Good adaptation in the 3.10 patch by Cloud9. And we're looking at their lane setups now. So we've got a 2v2 in the top lane, a 1v1 in mid, and a 1v1 in bottom. Everyone is playing their basically standard lane opponents, though maybe not in the same spots in the map.
Yeah, the only difference, we got the guys up top, and I want to see what happens in specifically this lane right here with Sneaky and Lemon Nation, because when their Zyra-Ashe combination has worked, they spend almost the entire game in that exact position, pushing the enemy right back to their turret and being aggressive. And Janna's not the type of support who can actually bully or lane that strong early, which puts emphasis on Crumbs to try to make these ganks. And he has snuck around perfectly to get past that Tri-Brush ward and is running right into Lemon Nation.
And he finds him. Lemon Nation down to 300 HP, forced to flash early. The knockup's going to land on a Sneaky. Double root, though, from Lemon Nation. Might keep his teammates alive. More damage on a Sneaky, down below 300 HP for him. Pretty good gank for Crumbs, honestly.
Yeah, Dignitas seems like they've came very prepared. The Janna pick for one, and then essentially knowing the ward patterns of Cloud9 and the early lane patterns of Cloud9 so that Crumbs could take that approach. Going through the Baron pit with his flag toss so he could work around and avoid that Tri-Brush means they've watched that Ashe Zyra lane before and got the specific gank path to burn both flashes.
And it's so funny, too, because he was that one step ahead. Lemon Nation was coming down to ward for Crumbs. He had a ward inventory.
Great timing.
Running down to the river, and he's like, yeah, you found me, buddy. And Cloud9 brush face checking, repeating itself today. That time, though, no triple kill, but Crumbs looking again for a gank somewhere else.
And this one, doesn't seem as wise because Meteos is in exactly the same spot, and this could actually be a very strong counter gank. Luckily, Crumbs did hit level 4 in that brush, so the experience is equal amongst these guys. Oh, never mind. Meteos is actually level 5. This could be bad, depending on who gets counter ganked.
Here we go, the jump in on a Kiwi. Oh, he's basically gone right now. First blood while in the air. Crumbs now forced to run away. Blue buff is gone to the cooldown. He's still waiting for it. Meteos jumping forward for a bit more damage. Actually, to point out, Meteos went Ignite on the jungle. He killed him fast.
That's why there was so much burst, because they both burned Ignite. Even though it seems like it doubled up, Ignite does half of its damage up front and then half over the next 5 seconds, I believe. No? Over 5 seconds? I thought it did up front.
It does give you 5 AP, though.
What is wrong with me, Freak?
I don't know. It's all right.
Anyway.
You got 1 tick, though.
He got the 1 tick.
And then 5 AP.
Well, at least Meteos got it.
All right.
We're just going to move on.
Yep.
That didn't happen, actually.
It's all right. So first blood going to Cloud9. More aggression despite being ganked earlier on. That duo lane. Look at the minion deficit. 38 to 26. Cloud9 got ganked, are winning the lane.
Yeah, that's the way they play this lane. And it's now Crumbs has to repunish them. It's just because he spent the time going bottom and got hit by that double ignite. He's not able to get back into the top lane and actually take a bit of control. Once you burn the flashes, you need to be able to make the return gank. Otherwise, that first gank doesn't mean much, and the bullying will continue in the top lane.
And speaking of bullying, though, there's one coming in the mid.
He's level 6 right now.
What? And the ult comes across. Scar has to try to flash away, but here comes Crumbs. Is it going to be enough? High, down to 50 HP. It's going to be a trade kill right there. Another Ignite burn for this one. Meteos chasing around Crumbs.
He's just going.
He might get him. Gets cued in the face. Double kill for Meteos. 2-0 in 1. Carry jungler? I think so.
Here he comes right now. We've talked about Meteos' ability to always be in the right place at the right time, but now it's time for him to carry because he has 600 more gold right now than anyone else in the game. Junglers usually start the game pretty strong in gold, but specifically when he doesn't have to build aura items, and because he's gotten the 2 kills and a bunch of lane XP after the kills, plus the enemy jungler, he's potentially going to go crazy here.
It looks like he's going to. Level 7 right now, highest in the game. And of course, now even more things unlocked for Cloud9. Balls has hit level 6. He's got the stand united as well. And so I feel like there's going to be even more pressure coming across. I know the Twitch submarine is fun, but I feel like the Evelyn submarine also pretty strong here in the lineup, and we'll see that as the game progresses.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that Cloud9 is going to be able to initiate. It'll be Meteos coming in, maybe with Shen, maybe without, but it'll give Balls a good way of entering fights. And since he's gotten so much farm so quickly, he can basically threaten just by himself. Then High will flash in to support or just run in very fast as kind of everything will try to file. And that's what Cloud9's going for. And they'll need to kill Patoy almost before he can react with one of those Janna ultimates to try to break everything up.
Yep, so here we go. This guy's looking to set up kills. The red buff going to Crumbs. All right, so the jungle hasn't been invaded too much by Cloud9. At least those buffs are getting traded back pretty equally. It's just the ganks that have really set these teams apart. It's given Cloud9 a 1,500 gold lead, which definitely does not suck. And now I want to know if Meteos also, to continue this trend, takes away his own blue buff. Because he's got an energy mid laner.
He will. High, even when High's on a mana champion, he's one of the more likely mid laners to sacrifice blue buff to Meteos. Specifically when Meteos plays Nasus because he loves the mana for a Spirit Fire wave clear. But I just kind of want to spend a bit of time in Meteos vision this game to see where he goes next. I'm just looking. 53 farm is competing exactly with High. Not to mention all the kills and double buffs he's got, and he's just getting more and more lane farm. Because Cloud9 is just on a lane swap, he's able to get this lane up top either. As a jungler, if your team is willing to give you opportunistic lane farm, you can and will outpace the game in experience and gold, and that's what Meteos is doing right now.
So then it's on him. You've got to think about, actually just to kind of reference the clip that I covered with Cloud9 versus CLG, it was, Cloud9 actually zoned out the major gold holders of Counter Logic Gaming, and right now actually the major gold holder is not around this dragon fight. Dignitas looks like they might just be sweeping away. They get the dragon pickup. They saw Meteos top, but High is going to engage. He finds Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid forced to run away, but Meteos spots him. Another kill picked up. The kill for Dragon, still a good thing for Dig.
It actually is. So when they saw Meteos up top clearing the wave, even though it was giving Meteos a lot of individual farm and giving Cloud9 a lot of experience across the board, it opened up that window where Dignitas could take a risky dragon. And Dignitas took the risk, got the dragon. Now it's about whether they will pay for the kill that happened to Kiwi Kid.
And Dignitas said that they thought their early game was better than Cloud9's, and if the kills didn't go their way, certainly the decision-making here for Dragons was a nice one. The 2v2 lanes keep matching up, though. I think Cloud9, I'm trying to think of who recalled first and who wanted to get out of that lane, but these guys have been stuck in this matchup forever. And now with QtPie actually tying Sneaky here in minions and catching back up, I gotta think maybe that's what Dignitas wanted.
QtPie's been doing a very good job keeping up with Ezreal. Again, he went for that Brutalizer build. I'm not sure if he's going to be going for a tier next, but that's what he's been doing in the past on Ezreal. And it's actually on Cloud9 to find a way of shutting down Meteos a bit, because Meteos is just hunting for Kiwi Kid.
And the dive right there. Kiwi down to 400 HP. Will he repel into the air? He will, but of course is an on-fire Kiwi Kid. Yep. And down he goes. Meteos on a rampage, 4-0-1. More kills going Cloud9's way.
4,100 gold. 10.5 minutes into the game right now for Meteos. He is exploding this game right now, and Eve doesn't necessarily scale, like hyperscale into the game, but mid-game, Eve can continue to take over, so expect Meteos to just keep up this frantic pace. You can see him running everywhere throughout the jungle. Right now, no matter who Meteos runs into, even if he doesn't have his ultimate, he can win a fight.
Yeah, we're showing it right there. And just doing the math on the gold stat you read out, he's at like 400 gold per minute, which is a rather rare mark for a jungler. Anything over 400 in general is really high. So well played there. High running away, though, keeps finding attention here. Pops his ulti, but gets Shockwave. There's a standing netted. Can he get enough damage into Scar? Flashing across. Taunt, nice dodge by Scar, but it won't be enough. Balls finds one. Now Crumb's forced to flash back. The counter gangs just keep coming in for Cloud9.
And that was specifically a great play by Balls. He actually waited just long enough so that Dignitas would overcommit. Scar is stuck around a little longer than if Balls had just used that Shen ult right away, and that's what allowed Cloud9 to turn that one around.
Beautiful moves all across the arrow. Nice little dodge there, QtPie. At least Arcane shifts back out of range with the follow-up Zyber route, so he's going to be safe. Cooldown's down for Cloud9.
That shift stopped the chain that Cloud9 loves to run off with Zara Ash, where they just get one after another and then a third CC coming in. But it doesn't actually stop Dignitas from being pushed back in almost all of their lanes.
Exactly, you're seeing the characteristic Cloud9 push everywhere. The Hawkshot coming across actually spots that Crumbs is waiting in the wings, so Cloud9 won't get too crazy down here. As they're just sort of, I feel like they're kind of playing between ultimates. Like the last fight was started by Dignitas, but they had the Balls ulti here. Now with Meteos' Agony's Embrace back, maybe we'll see Cloud9 re-engage. But the funny thing is, they're playing normal sort of standard lane setups, and Dragon's gone. And so as the aggressive team, there's not a heck of a lot to fight for.
No, not right now. They've cleared out most of the objectives. The main thing that I think is going to happen is Meteos, by the way. This game's, I'm focusing on him a little bit because he's level 10 as a jungler already 12 minutes into the game, which is tied for the highest level in the game, very much keeping up with his carry jungle. And this isn't something we have seen in a very long time, and it's what Cloud9 needs to focus on. As long as Meteos keeps this pace up, since they've got that 3,000 gold lead, they can continue to take advantages even if the huge objectives aren't up. Because really, the objective for Cloud9 right now is to just outpace Dignitas in farm. And as long as Meteos is running around the map as quickly as he is, and Cloud9 is doing enough counter jungling, the jungle on the map is essentially a very spread out objective that Cloud9 is trying to take.
And right now, High is going to be the next piece of that puzzle. Running on down. Crumbs lurking in the shadows. Scar nearby as well. High's flash is not up, but his ulti is. Just walks right away. There we go. Red buff picked up right here. That does go to Crumbs, I believe. So, counter jungle avoided.
Yeah, there's actually 2 pink wards in Dignitas' jungle right now, specifically to catch Meteos as he's trying to maybe flank around the back of teams, and also to help protect those Dignitas buffs that Meteos hasn't been able to get his hands on.
And the Cloud9 buffs, though, that Meteos does get his hands on. He's still wearing the red and blue buff, fashionably mixing colors right there. And he's going to look for his next move. The ultis are up in the mid lane. Ash Arrow, too. Actually, Sneaky doesn't cross-map Ash Arrow very much.
No,
he doesn't,
just
like,
that one earlier
him
in the game where we followed it across the whole map. Usually, he'll Hawkshot first, and then Ash Arrow almost afterwards, right before an initiation. He'll step back a bit and then go.
And he finds it there onto I'm a Cutie Pie. A lot of damage there. Flash force, but Toyalty as well. He's got a flash out too, and there's the re-engage. They jump on a Cutie Pie. The flash forward from like everybody in this lane. Even Sneaky's burned his. Scar getting caught out. Meteos has burned his ulti for this one. Not quite in range for more hate spikes. Pops the movement speed buff. Is it enough? One more hit to go. Scar with the shield. Meteos finds him. Unstoppable.
Look where Meteos is right now. He doesn't care, and he's going to try to duel until his last breath.
Only have 300, 400 HP. Oh, beautiful Ezel catches a stand united, and High shows up. The rest of Cloud9 saying, guys, no man left behind. Keep everyone alive. Find more kills, 8-1.
Getting away with that.
Yeah.
Feels a little dirty. He should not have been able to go that deep into Dignitas' jungle. Solo the mid laner, take on the enemy jungler from almost no health, eat his ultimate, and then Balls came in to save the day and just allowed Meteos to walk away with an extra kill, by the way. He's now 5-0-2 and taking over this game.
Yeah, and of course, you've got to hand it to the rest of the team making a lot of this happen. As you said, the High, the Balls, those guys showing up as well. 2-0-2, you've got actually 5,000 gold on the top laner, 5,000 gold on the mid laner. They're outpacing their counterparts certainly very, very well. Even Sneaky, who hasn't been involved in any kills, is at least out farming his compatriot I'm a Cutie Pie. So you gotta say, yeah, kind of across the board, even though they didn't even get the dragon themselves, Cloud9 winning everywhere.
And a lot of that comes from jungle control. The 2 turrets are obviously extremely beneficial for that as well. But the overall presence that Cloud9 has on the map due to how threatening Meteos is what's allowing them to build up those leads.
And as they set up for the last dragon, or the next dragon, only 60 minutes in.
This game is over in 4 more minutes. There's going to be no more dragons coming.
Oh no. But interestingly, Balls won't be there for it. So they're setting up without the potential for a real numbers advantage here. High just kind of zoning people out. He's got some plants nearby. Crumb's taking a swipe at stuff.
Here's the cute thing though. Even though Balls wouldn't be there for the dragon, if Dignitas wanted to take it with 5, they'd be giving up their 3rd outer turret of the game if Kiwi Kid wasn't there to match Balls. And that's actually more detrimental than Dignitas contesting the dragon. But because, once again, the fear that Meteos has created, remember the last time Skara tried to roam through his blue jungle, Meteos just killed them. So no one on Dignitas is actually willing to venture into that danger zone. And that's why Cloud9 could get that uncontested dragon.
And he basically soloed it. He got some plants from elimination, true support, helping his teammates get the kills right there.
Good job, buddy.
But yeah, a lot of objective control still going through. As you said, the jungle being one big spread out objective. Dragon's certainly a big part of that one. All that stuff still in control for Cloud9. The top turret still goes down anyway. High roamed up for it and said, all right, well, I'll push Meteos. You hold the lane. Don't lose mid turret. The turret's barely lost any health, so really a good call right there. And now 3-0 in turrets, 1-1 in dragons, and a 7,000 gold lead separates Cloud9 well above Dignitas.
This is getting a little bit ugly for Dignitas. They're going to have to turn something around very quickly, and it would start with killing Meteos, since he has the largest bounty of anyone.
And the dive just comes in here for High drop. Scar down to half HP, Ignite taking down as well. One more Q, no, he barely misses with the Shockwave, and the re-engage High, low on health, Balls ulti not quite up. He dies before the Stand United is available. Now Meteos under a bit of fire, but wants to stay in. Oh, that flash just in time, keeping him safe from the crystal arrow of Sneaky. And now Balls actually running away from Kiwi Kid, dashing over the wall.
Great reactionary flash there by Crumbs, able to twitch the Ash Arrow essentially and get the flash away. But that was actually a pretty good thing for Dignitas. Skara took a bad situation and the team was able to collapse down. They nearly got that kill onto Meteos as well, which would have been a way they could swing themselves a little bit back in this game. But since it was just the 1 kill and it was against High, who had already died, not the best thing. If we can see how exactly this worked out, 2 very clutch things. The fact that Scar ulted him backwards, and then he dodged the Q afterwards. Crumbs coming in was just kind of a bonus afterwards, and the Shen ultimate was about 2 seconds away from being able to come in on that one. Check out that flash.
Yeah.
Last instant.
Flash mechanics. Hashtag flash mechanics there for Crumbs. Definitely, I don't know, that's worthwhile. I know the video is like, hey man, what's your perfect everything? Man, I want those double mechanics, but still, Doublelift could have really used a flash earlier on when he got cocooned. I think it was by actually Meteos' least. So sometimes those reflex flashes, rather vital here. So 19 minutes in, Cloud9 not completely unstoppable. You're seeing some kills go back into Dignitas' favor, but certainly this has been a battle of a carry jungler and the lanes that support him here.
As Cloud9 look for the next move up
You know,
forward.
as a jungler, I wish a couple more games would go like this.
Yeah.
It's always about jungler, you know, let
Where's
your
my
lanes
bulwark?
get farmed. Give me my blue buff. Build my aura item. Initiate fights for me. It's like, no, man.
Give me my race.
Help me once in a while. Give me your lane. That's what I want. Take it.
There we go. Next, we're going to see Lemonation with like 50 minion kills, and then the world will be right.
Yeah.
But the mid lane still being swept away. Lemonation still on ward duty, unfortunately. Actually, I do want
Yeah,
to...
for that, Sneaky will have to build the Sightstone.
Yes.
And then everything will be all
Everything's
messed
great. I mean, he's got Hawkshot. Do you really need wards when you're
No,
Ash?
Clearly not.
Clearly not.
You should still build wards.
Actually reminds me of Curse's last game. Edward started the game like 4-0-3 at double GP10 and built a Crest of the Ancient Golem.
That was
and we
pretty
started
cool.
doing the math on like, how much gold does he have? Like 7,000? And it was just glorious. And Edward carried the game. But here we go. KiwiKid gonna find almost the first turret kill, but being taunted up by Balls. Jumps up into the air and says, all right, I'll get it later. Didn't want to risk getting jumped on too much. Crumbs are right in the wings. They're going to re-engage. Balls knocked into the air. 2,000 health left on him. And they're going to start chasing on down, flashing the Cataclysm. Will let Balls escape, but that's a flash down. Not the best thing for him.
He's a very strong man right now. He taunted in right to a counter gank of what's fortunately for him an 0-3 and an 0-2 members of Dignitas. Meteo's just flying in.
And the stun lands.
Wow.
Sneaky steals away the kill. Wonderful arrow shot right there. All 5 members of Cloud9 participated in that kill thanks to the Stand United. That will let KiwiKid push the top lane, but it rewards Cloud9 with the secondary right-hand side turret.
Yeah, once Balls recognized there were 2 people up top that already tried to kill him, he aided that gank. And that wasn't necessarily the flank even gauge, just right up the middle.
Yeah,
and because he was so strong, he could brute force it that way and still have it be successful.
Yeah. He just like ran at them.
Yeah.
There was nothing sneaky about that. He was like, yeah, I'm just going to run at you with my face. You'll get slowed by my ulti, and I trust my team from there on. So well played right here. 9-2, 4-1 in turrets. Cloud9 well in control, showing themselves as the #1 team. Dignitas, they're still looking for their first win of the weekend here. They've got to make sure they find something. And even if you do lose, you look at their game against Curse, for example, they put on a very, very good showing. Dignitas were able to put on close games, and I feel like losing games like that, you feel less bad about it. You're like, well, we could have done these 2 things, we would have been fine. But Dignitas, I haven't found, I think, a lot of great things to celebrate this game, unfortunately. They've not found any openings.
Not yet. And even if we think back to the start of this game, just Meteos has gotten the upper hand from the very beginning. So maybe they could look at that and say, okay, we can't let Meteos get that kind of jump on us. We can't let Cloud9 steal 2 of our little lizards away at red buff, which set Crumbs immediately at a disadvantage to Meteos. A lot of those little things really matter for early game jungle success, because remember that first gank where Meteos got the kill, he was level 5 when Crumbs was level 4, and they just spiked out KiwiKid before he was ready for it.
Yeah, Crumbs ganked and burned a flash and forced a recall, but that was it. And all that time spent was like, okay, your flash is on cooldown, which has not necessarily a lot of value.
Oh, this could be big.
Just farming here from Meteos, and the jump comes in. Evelyn has been caught. No flash, of course, on him. Got nowhere to go. Shockwave lands down to 300 HP, but the Ash Arrow finds Crumbs again. Where's the pain going to go across? No one's dying in this fight so far. Dignitas running away.
And this was actually a 3v4 that Cloud9 is turning. High might come around the back.
And will he find the Slicing Maelstrom? Goes on forward. Meteos finds the kill onto Crumbs, and the re-engage is there.
Oh,
High finds one. High will find a second soon. No. First as Zonya's away, Skara goes down. Now High gonna get cued in the face, but that's not gonna be much else. 3-0 Cloud9 and a turret.
Even though it wasn't as rehearsed as it would seem when we made it in the pregame, that was still the type of team fight Cloud9 likes to make. Since they have a lot of ability to initiate with AoEs, coming around the back with your more squishy members is great.
And the taunt landing on a KiwiKid. He's got nowhere to go. Very squishy Elise. This is going to be an inhibitor as well. 23 minutes in. There's a dragon if Cloud9 wants it as well, but inhibitor definitely a good prize for that fight.
That was about the worst thing that could have happened to Dignitas at this stage in the game. I can't think of much worse. Losing your inhibitor after a fight like this. Just check out how they hyper-focused Meteos, but because he had that Negatron cloak, it allowed him to live just long enough. There was no Shen ult up, but his Evolve gave him enough tankiness. And then the turn and the chase that happens from Ashe is what's most important. Then, since Patoy wasn't, you know, he'd already burned his stuff, nothing to answer what High had coming in from the back, and it was pretty much just over from there. High's burst all went onto Patoy and just wiped him out.
And yeah, finally Balls walks in. His guy isn't part of this fight and just steals the kill with his passive.
But Toy's ultimate was actually up that entire time, I should correct myself. It's just he got bursted and stunned down so quickly by High, he never even got it off.
Yeah, I saw that the stun like managing to land on him. Ooh, almost a steal. PewDiePie's always got really good instincts on, I'm going to laugh, there's actually a ward there, but generally has really good instincts on, like, I think the buff's going down right now. We've seen a couple steals from him and a couple of near misses.
Even though this isn't the best time to bring it up, since Dignitas is getting a little bit dominated by Cloud9,
yeah.
Everyone on Dignitas does talk about I'mACutiePie's amazing game instincts, and a lot of their post-game or even mid-game strategy revolves around little things I'mACutiePie says, because even when they're losing by large amounts of gold, he's able to calculate very well exactly what the team could try to do to turn the game around.
But Crumb's going to get caught out right here, High positioning himself to catch him after the standard jump. And Meteo's still, though, on the chase to KiwiKid. KiwiKid not having the best game. 0-4 the kill. Can't even finish casting the dunk right there. Meteo's walking away with one, High getting the other. And now the turret's pretty much open. Balls, you need minions to make that happen. Gonna walk away.
Dunk, Meteos finishes him off with a hate spike. This has not been Crumbs' game. It was a very rude hate spike.
Yes. And here we go, without minions. Balls defying me every step of the way, saying we want this turret. Backdoor bonus falls off, finally gets some minions. All right, there we go. Turret's gonna go down, making that 7-1 right here for Cloud9. 15-2 in kills. Mirroring the kill score, basically. And we'll see. They're gonna recall back, get themselves some health bars. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Baron just cuz.
Yeah, it's strange. Cloud9's not generally a team that will go for the Barons in really quick games like this. They're teams that, when they know they have huge leads, they'd rather just continue to dive and finish off. And because Cloud9 has already gotten down that middle inhibitor, they can use that entrance point into Dignitas's base to pressure down the other inhibitors. Or, if Dignitas continues to walk out like this, Sneaky can just train people down, get them low, and then push after.
Unfortunately, though, not too much blood in his eyes. Realize, you know, there's like DP4 here. There's a lot of dudes missing from the minimap. They might come gank me, so didn't chase down Crumbs despite not having escapes. So good read, though. There were Dignitas members coming to help their friend. So, but the rest of the Cloud9, they're grouping back up. They've got health bars. Superman is flooding in the mid lane. Keep pushing. Screw it.
And I'm not sure how Cloud9 is going to play this. I would expect Eve or Kennen to come in through the middle and then flank around the back, but there's a chance. We've seen their brute force ganks or just brute force pushes before. They might just go straight up the mid lane, try to get an arrow on I'mACutiePie and push. I wonder how Dignitas is going to defend this, because they are so woefully far behind in golden items right now. This is a very difficult turret to hold.
And right now, they're just trying to wave clear with it. Cutie-Pie, the Iceborne Gauntlet is done. He's got some AoE. Scar's able to do a little bit as well. But Toy's got shields. Maybe they have that miracle defense. And look at the pink ward coming down. They, just as you said it, right? The Evelyn flank might be coming in. The Vision Ward to help spot that. Maybe it's enough to let Dignitas disengage, as Cloud9 haven't yet started the battle.
We heard NK Inc. talking, since he was the most prolific jungle Eve in the LCS, about how teams counter Eve, and it's pink warding behind you. It might be a little too late for that now, because even just him standing there is enough to put Dignitas back, but it's going to at least give them a bit more advanced warning. It's like putting sonar down for the submarine.
Yeah. Dignitas have equipped themselves with sonar. Will it be enough, though? Because the threat's more than the submarine, unfortunately. There's aircraft carriers and all kinds of stuff in Cloud9. I suppose it would be airplanes for Cloud9.
Well, here they go.
Good Jungle, though, stops the submarine. The sonar helps right there. Cloud9 trying to brute force in anyway. Turret goes down. The engage coming back on in, but there's a shockwave. Lands on a 3. Is there enough engage backwards, though? Ball's already taken down 1 kill. That's Crumbs dropping. They've got control of the inhibitor. That's going down as well.
Dignitas just hasn't had time to accumulate damage. You can just see across the board, I'mACutiePie's build's nowhere close. Scar's the only one with any kind of punch, and he landed the shockwave on 3. It barely tickled Cloud9.
And it looks like Cloud9 are going to use that to push the rest of the way through. Root onto Scar. Last turret dropping. Dangerous low in health bars, and now the Nexus is open. Ult comes in for High. Looking for some damage. Dropping a bit low in this one. Actually, Scar explodes him. High losing some KDA in what would have otherwise been a more succinct game. Now Ball's in rough shape. Actually, Dignitas might be holding on to this one. Double kill here for Scar, and they're pushing C9 out of their base. Their middle inhibitor has respawned. KiwiKid's not even done. Looks for elimination. Can he land the cocoon? Down to half HP, lands it. The rest of the skill, yeah, that's probably a kill. KiwiKid finding one for himself. Dignitas holds.
They did hold.
For now.
11 turrets to 1 might be a bit much. I think that's a good effort by Dignitas pushing them back, and you could tell some of Cloud9, if all of them would have just committed to hitting the Nexus, I think they could have ended the game. But instead, they decided to kind of bail out a little bit. Meteos has had enough struggle with his KDA this week, where he had that 0-3 game. He's got to protect it. This is his carry Eve game. This is his time right now. I expect Cloud9 to come right back and try to finish.
He's looking for the double digits. If you combine all the games together, you've got to get at least, what, 30 kills and assists throughout the weekend to make up for that. So he's going for it here. He's starting with 13. Making a score climb on up right here. Of course, the buff's going to be contested once more. Contested, taken in Cloud9's own jungle. Media's continuing to wear the blue buff here. Wearing that nice fashionable golem to go with his nice red dress and blue skin. And they're looking at Baron. As you said, they don't really need to do it. They could just go for the turretless inhibitors to close the game out.
Yeah, Jarvan is pretty good at stealing. And it would take actually a lot of risk by Dignitas to even think about stealing Baron. But specifically because there's not even turrets protecting the Dignitas Nexus. I feel like Cloud9 is just not going to waste time here and hopefully just go in for another fight and then maybe try to end the game. Because there's no buildings left to protect anything from Dignitas.
So Hai's going to just kind of do the rest of his homework. He's going to steal away the Dignitas blue buff. Media's going to steal away the Dignitas red buff. That's pretty much everything on the jungle you could take that would help you fight for this battle. And Kamikiba actually just burned his ulti to clear out some of the top lane minions, so it's one less ability available here for Dignitas. Cloud9 are grouping up. Looks like 5 towards mid with balls a little bit towards the top side. Maybe he'll split.
Yeah, it's a matter of are they going to try to flank around the side again. The last fight, while it did give them almost the whole base, was pretty well repelled by Patoy's Monsoon. I do just think, though, due to the monstrous gold lead and the 11 turrets to 1, this is just going to be a clean initiation from Cloud9 as we've always seen, and potentially a victory.
And you know, to answer the question from a while ago of who builds the Aegis, it's Lemonation. He got enough gold from the global objectives. 11 turrets will do that for you. He's built the Aegis for the team, Ruby Sightstone, all that fun stuff as well. So didn't even have to be balls. He got to go around to his
I actually feel like that's exactly what he should build right now. It's Aegis has more stats than ever pushed towards the magic resist aura, and less about the individual. So of anyone to build that, it's naturally the support if they can get the gold flow to do so.
And just the split push, though, alone is enough to let Balls take away the top lane inhibitor. So much pressure in mid allows him to grab this one. Of course, the mid lane one going down soon as well. Crumbs might look to engage, gets the ball onto his back. Not quite rooted, but there's the Ash Arrow. Crumbs going to go down. Meteor steals that one away. Goes legendary at 8-0 and 6, and now comes the push into the Nexus.
And I don't even know if Dignitas can hold this one out. This could just get auto-attacked down. This has been such a dominating performance by Meteos and Cloud9.
But Shockwave hits 3, 1 kill coming across. True Shot Barrage as well. Monsoon keeps Skara alive. No, it doesn't. Balls takes the kill on down. 2 for 1 so far in this fight, and that'll be enough for the Nexus. Congratulations to Cloud9, taking a very convincing win in 31 minutes, and Dignitas will have to look for their first win of the week.
Meteos definitely put on his carry pants for that one from the start of the game all the way through. Ends up competing with all the solo laners in gold at the end of that game. You know, I know Double has said 310 was the rise of CLG and the fall of Cloud9, but Cloud9 has something to say about that.
Yeah, seems like there's a good updraft lifting them even higher. Just to point out the stat, Meteos 11.4 thousand. High was at 11.7. Sneaky at 12.6. Balls at 12 flat. So within 600 to 1,200 gold of all the carry laners. Yeah, it seems like you can get equal gold flow from the jungle.
Yeah, that's exciting to see as a jungler personally. But yeah, for Dignitas, they still need to worry.
Yeah.
That's 0-3 on the week right now. They have not distanced themselves from Coast. And they at least want a chance to fight in the playoffs to stay in the LCS or even go to Worlds. But like at this point, they need to fight to even make it to playoffs. It's a dangerous time. They need to pick up something.
Yeah, there's a lot really at stake there as well, because you think about not only, okay, we make top 6, but there is a 6th place playoff at those playoffs as well. If you're the number 6 team and you can't come back up, you still drop to that relegation spot.
Absolutely.
So Dignitas fighting for some momentum at the very least, guys. Now, we've got to take a short break, but when you return, we will be joined by Cloud9's king of KDA, Meteos, to talk about breaking the LCS win record. They've done it. They're the first team to make
23 wins.
23 wins. Now, then, of course, it'll be time for our 5th match of the day, which will be Velocity Esports versus Counter Logic Gaming. So don't go anywhere. Super Week will be back faster than Riv's last outro. Stick around.
That was a long
Welcome back to the LCS Summer Split. Rivington Bism III here, joined by Cloud9's Meteos in the interview lounge. Thanks for joining me after another win for you guys, which then puts you up to, I believe, 23-3, which is one up on Fnatic's score in the Spring Split, making you guys have the winningest record now. Congratulations on that. Obviously, this isn't something you guys like. We want the best record in the LCS, but how does it feel to achieve that, kind of just waltzing on through?
It feels really good. It makes me think that the hard work we put into it has paid off.
And you yourself obviously saying that you put in a hard work, talking with High in the beginning, you guys almost didn't get along, but you were able to sweep that under the rug. What was the main point that allowed that to happen within the team?
I think when we moved into the gaming house, it made it a lot easier because we sort of had conflicting play styles in the beginning because he wasn't used to mid lane, and he thought the jungler was supposed to help mid a lot, and I sort of wanted to do my own thing, so we had a little bit of clashing there, but when we moved in, we just liked each other as people, so it made it easier to get along in game.
We'll talk a little bit about the game for a second. That's all we've been able to talk about with you guys coming up to the chair is how well you guys have played. And that one you chose to go for a carry jungler this time. Is it because it's now locked down, you guys from the playoffs, you have a bye for next season, or for the playoffs and into next season? Are you trying more things?
Yeah, I'm trying to play a little bit different than I usually do. With the 3.10 patch, I feel like there's more emphasis on the early pressure you can put on lanes rather than towers. So I'm trying a little bit of the gank junglers.
And for any team, how long does it take to kind of pull that information in and, put it to use? The towers are going to be different. How many times do you have to test it and try things out, trial and error?
It takes a while. 3.10 is probably the biggest patch we've had to deal with so far. So it'll take a lot of adjusting. This Super Week's still only 2 weeks after the patch, so we haven't practiced that much on it, but it looks like we're doing all right. We sort of had a rough game against Vulcan, but it seems like it'll be all right. Hopefully we'll be good by the time for playoffs.
And what do you think the factor is? I kind of said it earlier when I was casting your game of the min-max. If you guys are in the min and you're not winning early game, it's kind of the loss there, but it doesn't happen often. And if you guys are in the max, like this game, you kind of take it right to the top and get a definitive win. Why is that? It's one or the other.
I guess the games are kind of snowbally. If you get behind early, you get more and more behind. You sort of have to wait for the enemy to make a mistake. But when we get ahead early, we're pretty good at closing out games, and we try to not throw too much, so generally we can just pull in a win.
And what do you think is it that gets under teams' skins when they do have a lead? What's the reason they're not always finishing the game? You could watch a game and they're 15,000 gold up. What's the team thinking there when they're just not going in?
Well, sometimes teams think that they outscale the other comp. If they get late enough in the game, their champions will just be better with items than the other team, so they don't want to throw the game by going for a risky dive or a risky Baron or anything. So I think that's the big thing. And then on the other hand, if a team feels that they get outscaled, they might try too hard to do a dive and it'll mess up. So you just sort of have to find a happy median.
All right, and for Cloud9, as I said, coming into the playoffs, you guys get a bye. How is it going to be different practicing for the playoff matches, knowing they're a best-of-3 series to the LCS best-of-1?
It'll be a lot different because we don't have to prep for just our own strategy. It's going to be more specific prep against certain teams. It's kind of hard having a bye actually because we don't know if we're going to play the 4th or the 5th place team. So for that whole 2 weeks leading up to it, we have to prepare for 2 different teams rather than just knowing which team we're going to play and just doing that full 2-week prep for that specific team. So best of 3s are also a lot different because there's other things that go into it. Like you take into account the game you just played when you're doing your picks and bans in the next game. So it'll definitely take a lot of prep.
All right, and your games coming up for the end of the week are going to be Coast and Team Solo Mid. How do you feel about those matchups?
I'm feeling pretty good. These last 2 wins we've had have given us some confidence about 3.10. We were sort of nervous going into it because everyone's saying it's going to be the downfall of C9. And we do have to change our playstyle a little bit, but I think we're adapting all right. TSM's looking really good right now, so I think that'll be a hard match. And Coast can definitely win games, so looking forward to this.
Meteos, thank you for the interview. And obviously in all the videos, people have been saying your name, Meteos, lots of skill. And I don't know if you know this, but you actually have a chance to be the only player in the LCS to end the split with a double-digit KDA if you do well in these next few games. So best of luck to you. Best of luck to Cloud9 and the rest of the split. Guys, a few more games to go on the day. Jat and Freak are ready to deliver these games to you. Let's head to them back on the desk.
Thanks very much, Riv. And as you said, it's time for our 5th game of the day, which is Velocity versus Counter Logic Gaming. Now, while Doublelift and Crew come into this match knowing they're guaranteed a spot in the playoffs, they still need to stack the wins if they want to keep 3rd place in their sights. And even though Velocity's been sitting in 8th place all year, for CLG, they've been the thorn that broke the camel's back.
Well, that analogy doesn't really make any sense. COG can't afford to overlook Velocity because COG's record against Velocity doesn't make much sense either. They're 1-2 against them, even though they haven't. They don't think they should be losing them. Velocity's beaten them twice. Back in week 1, Velocity got their first win in the LCS against them. At that point, CLG had handed Cloud9 their only loss and Velocity their only win. And in the Velocity game, Maple Street came up big. He outdueled Doublelift, who is the all-star AD carry for North America, substantially. Just look at that scoreline, 17-1 versus 8-8 across their games.
Yeah, and so for Velocity's Maple Street, he wants nothing more than to roll over CLG's AD carry one more time. While Doublelift, he's going to hope to turn their luck around against an often underrated Velocity.
I, for one, will hope to stomp Doublelift and CLG. We just need to get our team synergy up, and CLG is very bad at team fighting, so we're going to group early and probably destroy many objectives easily.
They're actually, I think, better than their standings show, especially right now. Now that they've had so much LCS experience, they've pulled closer to a lot of other LCS teams, so we're not going to take them lightly. Velocity, they can always be a team that can just pull out a win from anywhere, and they're definitely a team that we respect, and we're just going to go into the game with that mindset.
All right, guys, we're about to see if Maple Street and Velocity can earn even more of Link's respect. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side is Velocity Esports. Evan Niskus on support, Maple Street on AD carry, Echo in mid, NK Inc in the jungle, and Chris on top, turning things around.
And in the red corner, we have Counterlogic Gaming with Nien in the top lane, Big Fat LP in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD, and Chouster, of course, on support. Probably Thresh.
Probably Thresh, it's likely. Yeah. And Echo, I'm going to go with probably Victor.
Did he tweet about that?
He might have told me in pregame chat.
Okay. You're just giving away everything. Echo actually did tweet, next game will be interesting.
Next game will be interesting.
And considering Velocity is eliminated from the playoffs, they are playing the role of spoiler. And it was actually kind of funny how, for some reason, Doublelift was so respectful to Velocity in those past things, even though he's been the one who's trash-talked them more than anyone else. In their 2 losses, like we rolled the clip beforehand, where it's just like, yeah, it would be really embarrassing to lose to Velocity.
They're like the worst team in the league.
That's what Doublelift was saying. And then this time, they're just like, very respectful. Maybe this will reverse our chances against them.
It's the Doublelift way. It's the whole Counterlogic Gaming thing. You talked about how they gave at this point, obviously #1 team in the league their only loss, and they gave them at this point, unfortunately, the #8 team in the league their only win. Counterlogic Gaming, would you have it? And then Doublelift, if he calls someone bad, they're going to beat him. If he calls them good, they'll win. It's just the mantra of CLG. It's how it works.
And Doublelift has been playing pretty well lately. It's all the mechanical plays he tries to make. I mean, his Tristana game didn't quite work against Cloud9. There was that one very poor time where he got hit by the Ash arrow.
Yeah. After Cocoon.
That wasn't good.
No. It's unfortunate. Crumbs would have flashed it. Doublelift, unfortunate. And of course, yeah. Well, I mean, whatever, it happens. Like, people make missteps. I mean, you look at the setups here. I mean, Doublelift puts himself in these clutch scenarios so often. There was the one, it was actually when we rolled the big Doublelift mechanics montage, a couple videos ago, where he's fighting Mega Zero's Riven and just jukes him off to the side, and Mega wastes every ability and he just shoots him with spray and pray afterwards. You've got his Vayne 1v2s. There have been 17 of them at this point in time. He puts himself in those scenarios so often. At some point, you've got to slip up. And okay, he's done it once or twice.
And there was also that point in time where he said he couldn't see the screen, so Kelby bought him glasses. That's probably the most impressive part of Doublelift's season so far. But really, CLG as a team has been very inconsistent, and they need to get some consistency going into Worlds here. This is their chance to do it too, because even though they had the 5-10 record coming in this week against their prospective opponents, they had, coming into the week, combined it was something about 1-5 against the team's 2 bottom teams.
Yeah.
So if they're looking to get some consistency back, they need to kind of stop playing to the level of their opponents and play to their own level, wherever that may be. And that has to start by handing solid losses to Coast, which they've already done, and they need to hand a solid loss to Velocity if they want to consider making it in World Playoffs.
You're right, and actually you remember that happening last split as well, in the spring split. They went even against the other teams in the top 4, but had a negative record overall in the season. So we've seen the evidence pile up for these guys. And it's something that I do want to give credit to the sort of backing staff of the teams, right? You look at Cloud9, they've actually had a lot of help behind them. They've had a gaming house for a while, even before joining the LCS, one of the very few teams to do that. And with Jack and everyone else helping them out there, they've done a very good job of playing the right sort of game. Counterlogic Gaming, they've shaped up, actually, right? Monte Cristo also, when he was in the offices, we were kind of talking, caster strats, basically. He talked to us about how he was coaching CLG and what he had them focusing on and getting them improved. And that seemed to be very effective for them. I think they've been playing a better game. And that sort of, you just see that as teams sort of get themselves more backing. They take a step back from the game and look at how to play as a team. It's tended to improve them.
Yeah, specifically as North America is leveling up as a scene, because they did not have an impressive showing in the Season 2 World Playoffs, you have to not just look at the individual players, because I don't think people will argue about, Doublelift is his mechanic stack up against the world, or even Dyrus can pull off some amazing mechanical plays. He had a great taunt flash on Shen the other day. But what people do question is North America's, as we're in a champs, I'm just going to finish this point, their overall strategy and how the infrastructure in Korea and China had been so much greater in Season 2 because all those teams had analysts and coaches. And at least the top teams in North America are beginning to have those things. We were talking with Falcon on the couch, how their coach has leveled them up so much this split. Alex Penn has been the analyst for Cloud9 this entire split. Halfway through this split, CLG brought on Monte Cristo, who has a lot of worldwide League of Legends experience as an analyst. So that's what they're doing to try to level themselves up, and we'll have to see as it works. I can't be more excited for Worlds.
It's going to be fun. Let's see if the Western world can put up a little bit of better showing. I mean, Europe did great. They topped forward, but at least North America then see if they can put on a better showing. The picks and bans coming through pretty deliberately here at this point. Twitch and Elise. I haven't seen Yen get Elise in a very long time. The Twitch, interestingly enough, being dropped away from Doublelift.
Yeah.
It's one of those good late game carry champions. Certainly Spray and Pray is worth being afraid of. We'll see what else they go for here.
Because CLG banned Twitch against Cloud9, and now Velocity banned it against CLG. I think that's just generally strong AD carry recently. We've seen a lot of successful Twitches lately, and honestly, it seems like Velocity is kind of banning themselves out a little bit because Maple Street's had some of his best games on Twitch and Echo's had some of his best games on Ahri. While obviously Link is an amazing Ahri.
Yeah.
But if you are to be believed...
Well, to be fair, he could have been trolling me. He said he's going to be victorious this game.
Did he spell it with a K?
With a K.
Okay.
So he might have mistyped or forgot how English works. But a couple of AD carry bans have gone.
They're not very close together on the keyboard, so that would be...
Maybe he's got like a weird foreign keyboard.
Obvious.
Just the letters are messed up.
He's using Dvorak.
Yeah.
Instead of QWERTY.
I don't know where those letters go on Dvorak, but
that just flew over like 80% of our audience. Hopefully, we don't know. It's a different keyboard layout.
Yeah. Anyway, the Shen coming through for Chris though. That's
what about Coleman? Have you ever seen that?
Which one? No, I haven't.
Yeah, I've never used it.
That's fair. Yeah. It's actually hard typing passwords on a German keyboard whenever I cast in EU. I've got to remember the Z and Y are switched. If there's ever like an exclamation point, it's like shift quotes or something like that.
I hate that.
Yeah, that's hard to do. And passwords are all asterisks, so it's not like you can oh, oops, that one I got wrong.
I hate typing email addresses.
Because it's not shift 2.
Yeah. Worldwide problems.
Hashtag first world traveler problems. Anyway, guys. So Chris coming in the top lane Shen. It's been successful for him throughout the split, I think. He's done a pretty good job on that champion. Logic Gaming, still taking a long time making their own choices here. But, of course, these are wins that CLG definitely needs to bring up. So the Thresh, you called that one coming out here. The Zac, that's been so good for Yen for a while. Standard picks for these guys.
Third game in a row they've went with this combo. And they do a fairly specific thing that's helped them push turrets, which has been a problem with CLG in the past, is Yen will really overextend beyond the turret and basically fake and engage on Zac. And Chowster will throw the lantern back out to him. So Nien goes in, soaks up a bunch of damage as COD's taking the turret. They lantern him out once they take the turret, and it's actually been working out really well for them.
It's a wonderful play, and it's been really good for these guys. NK Inc. on the other side, playing more comfortable champions. In fact, Team Blue so far versus Team Green. We've locked in the Evelyn there for NK Inc. Echo looking at Anivia. If you're lying to me, I'm going to be sad. I mean, I liked your Anivia play, but I had this pregame call on everything.
So if we got to see Meteos carry jungler and Victor in the same day, I would be pretty happy. Because Victor is my favorite mid champion to watch. You got my hopes up.
AD carry Kennen. There's still a chance.
Okay.
I mean, or Echo's a giant troll.
I'm wondering what Velocity's game plan is here going in, because as a team that has been eliminated, they are just playing the spoiler right now and essentially playing for pride. And at least during qualification, they were the team that would pull out the very unconventional strategies and succeed with them, and I was expecting to see more of that. after they got eliminated because there's been kind of no risk. But it seems, at least earlier today when they had already been eliminated, they were just going with their standard things once again.
Yeah, I'd always wanted the entire split to see the jungle Ezreal strat come back out.
Me too.
And I asked them, and they're like, yeah, I feel like teams know how to counter it now. But like that was all I'd heard of it, and we thought like Velocity was the team to bring out a bunch of new crazy things that no one had seen before. That they were always the odd one out, where people were kind of underestimating them. And you saw immediately after they ran Ezreal, it got banned for the next couple of days, and then it just kind of disappeared from the lineups there. And it has always been strange to see teams not come back to these. But sure, they think it's been beaten. They think it's been beaten. The Orianna though and Tristana, I mean, this is all standard counter logic gaming stuff. They're saying, yep, you gave us champs we like to play. We're going to keep running these.
At least with the Ahri ban as well, it puts Link back on Orianna. And even though Orianna is a very staple COG champion, I actually feel like COG has the most success where Link is on a more individualist champion and not as team-oriented. Even though he can play Orianna great, there's the Victor.
So it's
even though he can play Orianna great.
Yeah.
We'll get to Victor in a second.
No, yeah, so Orianna.
Yeah, he can play Orianna great. If he can't individually assassinate people, I feel like it limits their overall threat value, and it puts too much pressure on Doublelift and allows teams to potentially assassinate Doublelift to win.
And you even look at this lineup, though, and yeah, so the Victor obviously coming through, the Blitzcrank coming through as well. You talk about Blitzcrank, he can assassinate people individually, but at the same time, you look at the Velocity lineup, they're so area of effect focused, you don't really have to go for a Doublelift first even.
No. Victor can do whatever he wants. Yeah. Here we go. The teams are locked in.
Teams are locked in.
So at this point, all right, I'm going to check Echo's runes because I personally think he's swapping champions. He's going to be playing Victor. All right. He's not going for move speed on Victor. I prefer move speed on Victor because he has a very short range on his Q, and he needs that to trade in lane. And specifically what you do, everyone talks about how difficult the E is to land on Victor because it's a vector target. But if you have move speed and you walk up in Q and then actually just E right on top of them and drag really quickly, you don't have to worry about it because it's an instant cast E, and you get both damages at the same time, and you actually out-trade everyone, regardless of if you had ability power quints or move speed quints.
Oh, nice.
But what Echo has done is he's actually went with ability power. I just clicked
Armor MR?
because they're messing with me. I'll get in the second.
I assume it's Armor MR. Everyone runs Armor MR, yellow and blue.
Yeah. Obviously, it's ability power quints, but then split penetration reds. Because since he is getting in range so frequently, he will be auto-attacking a lot as well. So he's just trying to get as much damage out that way. I just wonder if Link's going to be able to just stay out of his zone since Orianna has so much control.
We'll see if it happens. Of course, these guys coming into the game right here, Velocity, looking to play the spoiler, bringing out something a little bit new, was AD Kennen. They trolled even you. Definitely, I think they trolled CLG with that one because we just saw Kennen in the mid lane. But the Victor coming through for Echo, and of course, on the CLG side, they came back for some comfortable picks as well. They got the Sejuani back onto Big Fat LP. Since from the beginning of the split, actually, he'd been playing her. And Kind of Logic Gaming, yeah, they're in the playoffs, but we saw these teams wanting to have a good seed in the playoffs. They're just like TSM and... No, they've actually got a loss to Cloud9, but if they can keep up in wins, they can go above Curse, and if TSM drops the game, they can tie or beat TSM head-to-head and take third place.
CLG still wants to jockey for position, and they obviously want to have a lot of momentum as they move in here. And I look at this team comp as well, and I'm sure we mentioned already that it has a huge amount of area of effect potential. But specifically against Velocity, I feel like this is smart for them. Because Velocity has a track record of not being able to avoid the team fights in the right moments. The game I remember the most is when Cloud9 was against Velocity, and Velocity actually beat them pretty badly in the early game. But then they just got comboed out by Cloud9 in the Dragon fight because Velocity just engaged in the wrong types of team fates. And that's one of the weaknesses for Velocity, specifically when they don't have that practiced strategic shot caller since Valrose had decided to leave the team.
Yeah.
And I think that COG is going to try to exploit that.
Yeah, and actually thinking of other sort of weird teamfight games, there was one, I think it was actually the second time they played Cloud9, or the most recent time, where they camped top lane really hard.
This was Velocity?
Yeah, I think it was Velocity.
Okay.
And they put balls down to like 0-5, and Chris was like massive on Rumble.
Yeah, that was the last game.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he was the only guy getting kills, and if they couldn't always line up the Rumble ultis, and so even then the teamfights couldn't quite work out. But you're right that the early game has always actually gone well for these guys. That's always been where the spoils have seemed to happen from Velocity. They get going. When it's Maple Street, I mean, to be honest, playing an AD carry who's fed in a teamfight's not that hard. You just shoot things and don't die to a tank, and you don't have to coordinate much. You just right-click people, and it's wonderful. And so, when Maple Street got going, and we kept talking about him in pre-games, like if Maple Street gets going in this one and the prior games, he tends to carry through. And because one-man coordinating an AD carry tends to be a little bit easier for these guys, we'll see if Velocity can do it with a more area of effect-based team as they group up and go towards the right side of the map.
Apologies for the spam of pings that just came out after the pause. We did have to restart Link's client temporarily. That was the short delay, but we are back in the game now. And both these teams just doing the 5-man mob strat right now, so not planning on running into each other by accident. They both decided to go for the same buff area.
I think you have to with a Blitzcrank, though. Like, anyone who's alone, if you just get hooked, because it's long enough range, you can just, like, blind guess brushes, right? And, like, if you're here, I can hook you from outside of a ward. So CLG staying on the move. And if you hook any one of us, you'll have to deal with the rest. So
time to fight.
Yeah, power and numbers at the very least for these guys. It looks like just the wards coming across on both sides Golem buffs. And an interesting ward as well. Look at the ward by CLG towards Golem. It's on the other side near the lane.
Yeah, that's a ward that is very cute to me, and I like the placement because what this is going to allow CLG to do is have first knowledge of where Velocity's AD carry is going. But beyond that, since there's a lot of, when a 1v2 happens, there's a lot of lane support that comes up from the jungler that typically comes up through the lane or that part of the jungler. It will give CLG extremely advanced notice of when that's coming or when the person is going to be there to support the lane. So it will allow them to make early informed decisions when stuff like that happens. That's a really cute ward, and I haven't seen a team in North America do that yet.
I wonder if NK gets to bypass that, though, being like depending on when he presses W, if he gets to bypass that and be invisible when he goes across
That's
the board.
very true.
Could always be a bit risky.
It was also an Explorer ward, so it was actually, should have noticed that was an Explorer ward. That was only to see the early game lane assignments, in which case they wouldn't have cared about NK, because as you said, it wouldn't actually get to see NK since he would have been invisible.
Yeah, so NK ain't clearing out the rest of the blue buff there. It did get hooked away and stolen. Big Fat LP got his own red buff and is making his way across to go try to steal away a blue buff for himself. So pretty much going to be the default buff trades for these guys.
All right,
making his way back towards the zone.
We got a Victor in the mid lane right now against Link. And I got to tell you, I want to see how he skills up his skills. Because personally on Victor, I like going 2 points into Q, which is his power transfer, and then 2, maybe 3 points depending on the matchup, and then you max E and go for the red augment. But it's very important that you have the trade potential from the Q early on, since you can't keep up with the mana costs of E early if you want to have harass potential.
See what he goes for with this one. Chris, though, still getting zoned out in the top and actually getting surrounded by Big Fat LP. We'll see Echo scale up throughout this game, but right now the pressure is on this top lane, and NK is not here for the counter gank just yet. It's so far going to be a 3-on-1 under this turret.
And it appears we have a little spectator lag, but this is not affecting the players in-game. Here comes the dive.
There we go. The hook lands onto Chris. The rocket jump lands as well. Exhaust play, everything going across. Chris getting chunked down by Big Fat LP. Tries to flash away. First blood still goes to Doublelift. So 1 for 0. NK late to the party. I don't think he's going to get to do much in this fight.
Yeah, that was a little bit too late to the party there. That was a well-executed dive by CLG here, and I think they're too low to go into another one as we watch the slideshow of them trying to go in. But I actually like how teams are still going for the 3v1 turret dives, even if they're not going for the turrets. They're instead going for the lane denial and maybe putting Chris in an even bigger hole than we could have seen previously.
He's definitely getting denied here. 0-1, only level 1, so that Stand United going to be very far away. Now, NK did get the cleanup, so I guess much like last game, he'll get to be big this time around, and maybe he'll be the carry jungler as we saw from Cloud9.
Didn't get the kills, but he definitely got a lot of experience, which could be huge for Eve, because as soon as Eve hits 6, that's one of the most deadly ganks in the game.
And actually, I think his Shadow Dash actually got knocked back by Flay, so Chowster with a beautiful reflex play right there. Shield coming down as well. That's going to allow Counter Logic Gaming to survive in that top lane. That could have been a very scary gank if that taunt had not been disrupted by Flay.
Yeah, I think that's what happened there. It's a little bit hard to see at this moment, but it was Chowster having immense comfort on Thresh. That's definitely something he's been working on as he's played, I believe now 15 Thresh games, which is the most by far that any individual has played a specific champion this split.
So just, yeah, and we've seen him actually get better and better throughout the split as well.
He doesn't even have a winning record on Thresh. Maybe he does after this week. I know before the day he didn't, but it's because he's put the time in to learn the champion that he's now very successful on it.
And it's funny because now you got to figure, are you going to start target banning Chowster again?
Yeah.
Like start putting, because it used to be Lulu bans at the very beginning, saying that was his only good champion.
This one might work.
Another regank coming. They land the taunt onto Doublelift, but Doublelift gets the Lantern back. They couldn't block the Lantern click.
That looked pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm there.
I'm obviously not super happy about the glitchiness we're seeing in the spectator here, but the way he just appeared through the lantern, if everything could work that quickly, be easy to escape
who
ganks.
needs travel times?
Who needs travel times?
I just want a 5,000 range flash when there's Thresh in my team.
You would.
Yeah, I'm the AD carry player who overexpends all the time and needs support to save me. He does get the pull on the big fat LP, and we are going to get a game pause for ourselves real quick.
Try to sort this out real quick.
Yeah, so here we go. So game definitely pretty interesting. Gold lead not that far apart, only 400. So despite the early kill, the first blood obviously worth a little bit, definitely helps, puts Chris down. The rest of the game is actually going okay. Echo's holding up in his lane. You've still got a pretty much free-farming Maple Street, and you've kind of still get to see the team fights for Velocity where they've clearly geared themselves for it.
So very early on in the game, and it's something we've mentioned frequently, Velocity does play early game well.
Yeah.
They have given up the first blood, unfortunately, to Doublelift, which is in
Not the
all of
best.
these games. Like, I feel like Doublelift has the first 5 kills in the last 3 COD games because he started 2 games in a row with a double kill, and then he got the first kill in this one. That's a very good thing for COG.
Yeah.
Who's going to go out and say that one?
I think it's pretty strong for them. And it's funny, too, because we haven't talked about this in a while, but talking about Tristana as a champion, we talk about her sort of mid-game lull before you finish your first big item. Right? Doesn't have a lot of ability burst. You don't really want to rocket jump into a team fight and all that. So that actually had happened in the Cloud9 game where he did get the double kill. He started the game like 3-0, and yet because he hadn't finished an item, got zoned out by a 0-2 Shen in a team fight. Like, Balls had pretty much the same start that Chris is about to have right here.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 played the team fight right to circumvent that advantage. And so even when things like that happen and Doublelift gets massive and gets all kinds of scary, you can outplay Gold, I guess, full stop. You can outplay people with a Gold lead at certain times, and it's interesting to see those happen.
I'd agree. And Doublelift has changed the way he builds Tristana, at least in the past 2 games. Because if we look back to the start of the season, he would go big 4 items, essentially. It would be Infinity Edge, into Phantom Dancer, into Last Whisper, and then a Bloodthirster. But specifically after his Vayne build yesterday, where he went Blade of the Ruined King and then Zephyr, this morning when he played against Cloud9, he went Blade of the Ruined King first on Tristana to try to get back a little bit of that mid-game power, because Blade of the Ruined King, once you buy it, does give you that extra dueling potential. And then he'd kind of... I imagine he'd use that as a Bloodthirster replacement later on in the game.
Yeah.
And then just go... He went Infinity Edge after that. So it's definitely a difference in build path for him.
And that's kind of the thing, just kind of to corroborate some of your points. Like, you don't usually buy 2 lifesteal items on an AD carry.
No.
You pick one, and I've been meaning to go back and do the math on, like, if I have Eye-Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, right, I'm going to hit this hard. I'm going to crit this hard per attack. Do I get more from 100 attack damage, which is like a 40% damage boost, because I'm going from like 240 to 340? Or do I get more from 25 damage and 40 attack speed? And I guess depending on the champion, you care more or less about attack speed. Tristana has free AS, Vayne and Kog'Maw just want more attack speed.
Yeah,
and I've been meaning to look at it. But
and specifically yesterday, as maybe something's going to happen here, so we'll have to track the action. I believe they're going for an extended gank here.
Jump in on Maple Street. He's going to survive this one, though, so nothing quite picked up.
Getting back to yesterday, when Doublelift did the Vayne build with Blade of the Ruined King and Zephyr, I was very mistaken when I saw the Stinger. I was like, why would he build the Stinger? Because I didn't see the Zephyr build. But after looking at it and talking to some people afterwards, it does make a lot of sense, and Doublelift had actually spoken about it previously. So what it was is, since Blade of the Ruined King is the early Vayne item, and since you're not multiplying crit that frequently later in the build, he is adamant that Blade of the Ruined King to Zephyr is just superior than Blade of the Ruined King to Phantom Dancer, because he no longer values the crit in that part of the game and instead would like the extra tenacity and movement speed that you get from Zephyr, since Zephyr is 10%, and he thinks it just works better on Vayne. So Stinger on Doublelift, it's not a surprise.
Yeah, on purpose here, and it's actually something else I wanted to math out, because you still add Infinity Edge to the end of that build. And at that point, you're like, well, and he went for Banshee's Veil, of course, and part of that, I think, was the 3.10 changes. It did buff Banshees, as you pointed out, during that game. And looking at that and saying, well, I'm going to miss the crits here, but NK though, going into this fight, pops the ulti. Evidence is joining the battle as well. Stun does not quite land from Echo. No, gets back from LP, and the Chaos Storm just bringing him down. Kill picked up. The burst coming across the tank jungler. And VES, the hook lands onto Chowster. He's going to flay them backwards, but still taking damage. The damage going to come across. Echo finds another. 1-0-1. Good pickups there for VES, and they've now got a gold lead.
And that gank did show a lot of the power of Eve once he's level 6, and that actually was a direct result of the minions he took in the top lane after Chris had given up first blood. It's why he had 6 so early. It's why Velocity was actually able to take on a 3v4 in the mid lane and come out on top. So that is a smart play by NK Inc, and he now needs to use that threat to continue to make plays across the map.
And he should be able to snowball forward. Look at him, he's 38 versus 18 in minion kills compared to Big Fat LP. He's a full level above. I gotta imagine he's close to 7 at this point because of the lane tax he's doing up here. As he shoves the lane out, this might be for turret pressure, it might be to let Chris back off, but you've got to keep following NK Inc through this game. He tends to be, he's, at this point, gotta be the big playmaker. And we'll see if Link can hold up his mid lane against Echo, and we'll see what happens to this duo as well.
And I want to talk about the mid lane again, because we touched on the skill order of Echo a little bit earlier, how I personally like to go with Qs on him, because the mana cost on E gets pretty prohibitive, but that's why we can see he's actually only put the 1 in Q and 4 in his E, but he's went with double Doran's Ring and a Crystalline Flask to make up for those mana problems, and then still give himself decent trading potential and actually better wave clear since he has more points in his E.
So that's going to be the opening here for Echo. And as he gets a little bit more money, he can choose to go for the Augment Death as well. Costs 1,000, right, for the upgrade?
Yes.
He's only at 300 so far, so that's going to be a ways till he gets the upgrade finished. We'll see how that comes across. Echo also, to help with the mana woes, going to be donated blue buff here. So that's a different, or another difference between Meteos' Jungle Eve is no blue buff chain to the jungler here, and that just might slow down NK Inc. See if that ends up happening, but look at the duo lane. This one's actually held pretty even, aside from just that early kill that Doublelift had gotten.
Yeah, and Link is actually trying to steal away the big raid, but he ends up getting it anyway. That guy. That was a good steal, actually.
The Command Protect guy, that's like her lowest damage ability, and it was still enough.
Yeah, that Command Protect was doing 90, wait, no, 4, no, I'm
74.
Gonna get that. 74 damage.
60 plus 14.
You got it.
I looked over.
It's a long tooltip.
That wasn't memorized. I just looked. But I knew that the second number was the damage one, so.
You knew that, freak.
Yeah, I play Orianna. You play Victor. You know way more Victor facts than I do, though.
All right, here comes the game bottom.
This is going to be a pretty scary one. The submarine coming in. NK Inc. The stun, a beautiful stun by Big Fat LP, but it's not an. Oh, that hook was close. 1 kill still coming across. Chowster, unfortunately, 0-2. VES, that early game, we talked about it, and they're finding it.
They're performing quite well here. Chris using that ultimate to come down. And this is the thing that Kobe talked about so much. With the increased armor of turrets, oftentimes the laning phase extends, which then gives the freedom there for Chris to try to ultimate down. It's most likely going to put extra pressure on that turret from Yen, but because they use the Shen ult in the long laning phase to come down, they're able to get the dragon.
And look at the map adaptation by Echo as well. He said, okay, I'm going to give my mid lane for a little bit, but I know if I show up top, I'll stop Nian from killing my turret. He's like, well, you don't need me for dragon, so I like that move. Echo keeping his lanes in a little bit of a better spot right there, and then Chris takes mid. He'll keep the turret alive too, so nice couple of moves there by Velocity.
Yeah, it's what you would call good rotations. A lot of these players talk about them a lot, and it's a very hard thing to see just on a general basis, but teams that know where the next turret to be pushed is going and then preemptively send someone up to stop it have good rotation, and that's something Velocity did very well there.
Beautiful job then by these guys. We're just seeing the dual lanes though not rotate much of anywhere, of course, with that turret going down, with, not turret, sorry, but dragon going down with Stand United on cooldown as well. We're back to the default lanes here. Chris getting himself powered up, and just like we kind of noticed a few weeks ago, the Spirit Visage Rush still going strong for the Shen, the lower cooldown, the magic durability as well just tends to be that first item coming across.
We're going to be seeing a lot of that in the future here from both Shen and Zach, as they're very prolific top laners who really need the cooldown reduction as well as the increased sustain that it helps from all their abilities. It is the almost no-brainer for them at this point, especially in this game where there are magic damage junglers as well as 2 magic damage solo laners.
Yeah, so durability as much as he can. I want to see if Aegis does come across. I know we talked about it not getting bought much, but it's all a bunch of magic damage, so 20
and if anyone's going to build it, it's going to be Big Fat LP, because he loves to build the supportive magic items and not necessarily take too much farm.
We'll see if he can do it. He's still probably opening up with the Ancient Golem that we've normally seen from these guys, and he's not had that great game. 39 minions on him, right? The big jungle item's already been completed. NK Inc has his Lizard Elder. Big Fat LP doesn't have the completed item yet at all. He's still got some gold to go. So NK Inc just got the lead on him here, and we're seeing Big Fat look for a gank still.
And he NK Inc. really wants the next gank to come, but this is a little bit telegraphed. Evaniscus put down a pink ward very early, and it told CLG that they were probably trying to clear the way since they can't let NK Inc. get seen by pink wards, and it's actually forcing Big Fat LP to go to a different area. But there's two ganks that's going to happen at the same time.
There we go, the fight at the bottom lane. A lot of bursts coming across. Chowster gets pulled back in. That poor man cannot dodge a hook, but at the same time, the mid lane gank does succeed. Echo goes down. Big Fat went across the ward, but the CC too much from CLG.
And that was very close by Echo, almost taking down Link in a duel. But again, the gank in the bottom lane was so successful for NK Inc. CLG should have seen that coming thanks to the pink ward being cleared out. And I thought they knew with the way Big Fat LP was going, but they hadn't seen him. And NK Inc. continues to surprise them.
Flashes forward, just jumps in and finds one, gets the reset on his move speed, and chasing on to Big Fat LP, doing about 100 damage per shot, but just won't quite do enough. However, the aftermath of that bottom lane gank was enough for a turret, so Velocity finding the first dragon and first turret of this game, despite CLG getting first blood.
And this is Velocity turning it on in the mid game here. They did all that, by the way, while Chris's ultimate was coming off of cooldown. It's back again for Shen, so any type of fight that CLG would want to initiate can get turned around by stands united. This is a very dangerous point in the game for CLG.
Well, let's see if CLG can then maneuver around this. Of course, Big Fat LP finally getting time to himself to farm away the mid lane. He will have enough, I believe, for his big Golem Spirit here if he goes for it, which allows him finally to be a little bit tanky and have some cooldowns, and that just might help Sejuani a lot in these team fights.
Yeah.
But Velocity, look at that, the pull on the blue buff. They're using Evaniscus pretty well on this one. Nice move by Echo, puts out a stun cloud just in case, steals away the blue, and it's a nice little buff grab.
I like Victor.
Yeah.
Now that he's got his red augment, he can clear the back wave in one shot, and then an auto attack after the E will burn off on the front wave is enough to take that out as well. So he should not be slowed down in farming, and he can actually do that from a very safe range now that he's made it to this 14 or 15 minute point. The actually very early laning phase of Victor is his weak point. Now he's actually very strong in lane.
Now we'll see if he can just keep pushing ahead, because he's got a 20 minion deficit to Link, to be fair. 1-0-1 to the 0-1-1, 20 minion kills down. Neither turret's been destroyed in the mid lane either here. But you're noticing Link, look how far back that Orianna is playing. You've got Evaniscus around here, you've got the wave clear coming across, and the rest of VES kind of moving towards his mid lane, but they're outnumbered. You've got Big Fat LP just in the wings.
Oh, look out!
Good flash right there. He's going to survive against that one. Chris, oh, the immovable objects in the top lane. Going to sustain against each other. They're fighting minions on top of each other.
They're having fun up there.
Not a big deal. Spirit Visage both sides. Yeah.
What's the big point of contention here is this mid lane, and it's crazy how Velocity has actually been able to have so many well-prepared 3v4s in the mid lane, where Maple Street is able to kind of just get back some farm in the bottom lane by himself.
And the jumping in onto Nien, though, his ulti is available. Here comes the ulti in from NK Inc. Dodging right by, but gets knocked up by Nien. There's the ulti coming by as well. That is enough to get Nien out there. So just the ulti. Well done.
Very timely skill usage by Nien there. He got not only the knock-up when he went over top and barely landed on NK Inc., but then he had the presence of mind to ult him backwards as well to continue that escape. It puts Nien's threat level way down in the lane, but it gives him the survivability that he needed.
And they spotted Evelyn, so they know the rest of their lanes are safe. And yeah, look at that. Double lift and Chowster happily pushing down, farming out. The duo lane from VES has come back, though, so no turret pressure there. But CLG knows, guys, the dragon's coming back up. We're going to set ourselves up for it. You can see the team congregating around. Link just back, got himself some new items. Even bought a Ruby Crystal for some durability. And Echo, he's got his ulti. This is going to be a likely standoff at the dragon.
What's Link got that Ruby Crystal for?
Haunting guys?
That's probably the only thing he'd go for. That's not something I've seen him build this early on Orianna. But he's going for it this game. I'm not entirely sure why he's decided to go for it this early.
Maybe it's Spectre's Cowl. He's afraid of the Victor Burst?
I mean, potentially. We just got to have to keep track of that and see how it goes through.
Watch, it'll be like really obvious. We're like, oh, duh, of course.
Oh, that item.
Yeah. Pull a Zephyr on us. Damn it, CLG, stop it. What? Looks like the mid lane push not quite going to succeed. The wave clear from Echo, pretty good. And Chris didn't even have to leave his lane. So pushing out that top lane, doing a good job of that one. And of course, Velocity, they got the dragon without much worry. Didn't have to let Chris leave. Just control here for Velocity.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here, and we mentioned a couple minutes ago how this was a dangerous point in the game for CLG is because they don't have the ability to force things well right now. They're such a team fight-oriented team, and Velocity hasn't given them the windows to do that. Additionally, Doublelift is very weak right now in the game when compared to Kennen, so they're in a lot of trouble as they roam around.
Oh, Doublelift's gonna jump away, has to flash it. Evidence is not gonna quite land the hook because of that one, but the push in the top lane, NK Inc. has to burn his ulti once more, this time traded for NK Inc.'s though. So it's going to be ultis down in top lane.
And all these turrets for CLG are getting chipped away, whereas Velocity's turrets are completely healthy. So CLG needs to make a counterattack, but they're weak enough that it might actually end up losing them the game.
Let's see if they hold on for these, though. If they're just going to grit their teeth and try to defend, even though they've got the 4,000 gold deficit, this could balloon forward. Nian forced to jump backwards. Unfortunately, has no Thresh to make his plays less risky here. So another turret goes down. Velocity 5-2 in kills. 2-0 in turrets, 2-0 in dragons, if I have my numbers correctly. It's looking good for these guys.
And there's a lot of action still in the middle lane, but look at the wave clear coming out from Echo. He stops the creeps, but since the turret was so low and there was 4 people there, they were still able to get that. We can actually see Echoes going probably towards a death cap, and that's good as a rushed item on Victor, because the red augment gives him so much overall ability power that it then gets almost extra multiplied by the death cap and allows him to do absolutely absurd damage once he picks up that combo.
Yeah, just to put it out for you right now, 84 AP from Augment Death. That item costs 1,000 gold and it gives him 84 ability power.
People complain about having that item.
I have to spend 1,000 gold on a lot of ability power. This
on
sucks,
one of the
guys.
most efficient items in the game. Oh.
So, nice ability power gains here for Echo. And I actually want to see if NK Inc. goes Abyssal, because it'll help Echo do even more damage. We saw Meteos grab it in the last game, and he went for Haunting Guy's Sork Shoes so far. And hey, Link did go for Haunting Guys. We got it. We got it, Jack.
Boom.
Fist bump right there. So let's see if they can keep the game snowballing forward. Velocity. Whoa, he hooks the cannon minion. Evaniscus, 100% accuracy.
You know what? The Haunting Guys is a reaction to the fact that Velocity isn't going to build an Aegis. Because Flat Pen, the closer you bring someone to 0, multiplies your damage even more so.
Yeah.
So since he can take people closer to 0 with his flat penetration, that's the most damaging item Link can do, as well as giving him the extra survivability from the health that he gets from it.
Beautiful stuff right here. And of course, the Golem being hooked away again. Echo getting jumped on though. Big Fat LP wants some of this. This could be a really scary engage. Echo already has burned the channel and just goes down. They won't quite find enough damage on a Link, but Chouster's dropped low, kicks him back through the box. NK Inc. low on HP, forced to flash out, but here comes the re-engage. Do they have the damage? Evidence has dropped so low, 2 kills for nothing. CLG with a beautiful team fight so far. Maple Street forced to run away, and Chris, of course, could not show up to the party as Echo died too fast.
And this is exactly the thing Velocity wanted to avoid to maintain their lead. They got an off-man team fight, and CLG forced in the right place. Since Chris ulted but did not make it in before Echo died, it turned into essentially a 3v5, and Maple Street hadn't even arrived yet, so that was as close to a disaster as it could become for Velocity in that engagement.
Good stuff then by Chronologic Gaming. Even though their blue buffs had been stolen over and over again, they knew the timer and grouped up for it, knowing the next attempt was coming through. But of course, they still haven't yet found that answer to Chris. They first blooded him at level 1. They made his life miserable, but Chris is about to work down his second turret. Even if he's not outlast hitting yet, he's putting a heck of a lot more pressure on the map.
He absolutely is. And Echo, of course, getting his blue buff back once again. I want to see if CLG is able to use this to kind of swing the game around, because they actually still need a lot more time to develop. Doublelift, nowhere close to the items he actually wants to get. Obviously, Link is pulling a bit of an edge on Echo, and he's actually picked up those home guard boots so he can recall frequently to just almost keep up with the amount of pressure that Echo's been putting onto that mid lane. But Link is actually obliterating Echo in minion kills, so I gotta say, Link is doing a great job on Ori here.
It's putting them pretty equal, I would say, or actually you can see for yourselves. They put them pretty equal in gold, but that's on the back of Velocity controlling globals, right? Getting blue buff steals, they're 80 gold each, so despite all of that, again, as you said, props to Link, he is holding on very well, and he's done a good job of this one. NK Inc. still getting a lot of this free lane farm. I want to keep comparing these junglers, though, because it's such a difference in style. NK 123 minions on Eve. He's actually tied his top laner Chris for that mark. Big Fat LP, pretty much half that score. He's always wanted to be supportive, but a little bit tanky, and giving up farm to his teammates.
It's a big difference in jungle style right here, because Eve and NK Inc., specifically playing Eve, can take a lot more farm, whereas Big Fat LP is all about channeling the farm into his solo laners and AD carries. So yes, Link has that edge on Echo, but as you pointed out, a lot of that could be because NK Inc. has taken more jungle and Big Fat LP has conceded some of his farm to Link.
Let's see if then if that ends up being the right call. If NK can carry through the mid game, or if Link just becomes the guy who cannot be stopped. Yep. And here we go. Big Fat LP forced back. Of course, there's not even a dragon up right now, so they don't need to fight for this territory. But there's that pink ward control. Velocity are in full view with CLG grouped up. There is the dragon. They have begun contesting.
This is a very key team fight right here. CLG wants to be able to combo their initiations properly, but they can't get hooked in to start this fight unless a tank is hooked in. There goes Nien just flying in by himself.
NK's in the back. He ults onto 3 right here. Gets a slow down, and Nien is now alone because of this. The box had come across. The taunt comes in. The submarine has happened. NK taunt. Oh my god. 3-man shock of it. Here's the re-engage. There's the Chaos Storm. It finds 1 for 1 so far. Big Fat LP gets out. Maple Street is still alive, and Double just duels him out right there. They're trading kills. They've got to get rid of Nien. He's reviving though off the passive, and Doublelift still untouched. NK Inc. forced to run away. Doublelift diving on forward, finding more. Link dangerously low. Echo finding the kills. NK Inc. trying. He gets 1 more. Nien has no passive. Echo, can you do it? Finds 1 more. Echo does not have flash. Link will run away, the only man alive. Velocity won that fight.
That fight I want to see again because there was so much chaos in there. The teams got split up at the start of that one, and no one could even take the dragon. So let's break down this fight right away. Watch how Nien essentially fights everyone, while NK Inc. gets shot back as Shen came in for him. So at this point, the fight is very split up. It's all about the re-engage. And as CLG lands their combo on Velocity, Echo lands his ultimate on CLG, which takes everyone extremely low. And then right here, Velocity could have actually won the fight. If Echo used that laser to finish off Zac, everyone would have disengaged right there. But because Nien was able to res up, it baited CLG to continue fighting. Chris landed the taunt. Doublelift did not expect that burst. And then Velocity and the near 400 ability power Echo has accumulated this game rolled through the end of the fight.
Beautiful stuff right there. Just a storm of chaos in that one, but it worked out in the end for Velocity. However, their health bars were low enough that CLG are going to recontest the dragon. They had to heal.
Velocity needs a couple seconds here. Victorolf is not up. CLG goes now. They have an edge.
But the taunt flash lands on a double. Do they have the damage they need? Beautiful stun combo just crushes the health bars. 1 kill picked up so far. This is looking pretty good so far for CLG. Maple running back, but there's the Chaos Storm. They've traded back a kill, but down goes NK Inc. Can Chris take everything up enough? Nien re-engages, finds the kill onto Echo, and there are no health bars left. Velocity's going to lose almost 1 more kill. Chris does go down. Only Maple Street left alive. Nien is on the chase, though. Under the turret. He finds it. The turret not doing enough damage. Full ace for CLG, only losing Chowster.
Great timing on CLG, having the presence of mind to know that their ultimates were on lower cooldowns than those of Velocity, and all the spells got used to punch Velocity in the mouth. Check this one out. They have the Orianna ult up. Echo has to wait for his ultimate until partway through the fight. He can't use it yet. The Ori ult hits everyone. Nien starts ulting around as well, and only later in the fight, I think now Echo gets to point his ultimate down. But the damage had kind of already been done for Velocity, and the rest of CLG could then chase him down. Additionally, Echo was out of mana later in that fight, and allowed CLG to just king me and jump all around the fight to finish people off.
I gotta say, I'm a really big fan of reinventing that one.
Yeah.
The King Me jumps for Tristana. Well done. And I actually, just to kind of go back on all this one, the Athene's and Holy Grail, right? You talk about the cooldowns being back up and the mana bar no longer there for Echo. Link's Athene's made that fight happen,
Yeah,
basically.
for Link, absolutely.
Yeah.
20% cooldown reduction right there as well, because if we compare it, let's check. The Command Shockwave is now on a 70-second cooldown thanks to his 20% cooldown reduction, but there's a 92-second cooldown on the Victor ultimate since
with blue
buff. So it's not necessarily comparable.
And actually, to point out some more item builds, I think this is actually on purpose. Maple Street has gone for double Zeal after his Blade of the Rune King. He's getting a lot of movement speed to make that Slicing Maelstrom hit proper targets. I think that is on purpose, because you don't get more move speed for upgrading Defend and Banter. You only get 1% more for going Static Shiv.
Yeah.
So I think that is an intentional choice, just trying to zip around his cannon.
Could have just built a Zephyr.
Could have just built a Zephyr.
Could have just gotten that 10% movement speed right there.
And the tenacity. NK Inc., though, forced to run away from Doublelift. This is actually giant crits into his face. Chris, lands the taunt, but NK Inc. still forced to flash away. Big Fat LP jumped across the wall as well, but but won't quite find anything else to do. So flash burn from the Velocity jungler, nothing else happening.
So with all the fighting that just happened, where we had the back-to-back hectic dragon fights, CLG did pull themselves back in this game, but I don't think they're entirely over the hump yet. They were down a lot, and we do see this a lot from Velocity where, hey, they won the early game. They take a bunch of unfortunate fights at Dragon, and then the other team takes it back. This is a chance then for Velocity to try to kick that trend, as CLG seems to be on a warpath back here, because they've won that big fight.
Yeah.
They've been catching Velocity out, and we know that CLG wants to team fight. Velocity hasn't been able to prevent those from happening.
Well, at least Velocity can realize that they're only 300 gold away. So missteps or not, early game leads or not, 4-3 in turrets very close, kill score very close, gold almost identical as well, but Nia's going to dive in early on and try to blow some cooldowns, but no one's going to bite just yet. Submarine comes in. Will the Shen ult do much here? Nia gets pulled back in onto the stun as well. The ult from Big Fat LP stops the re-engage, but that still gives the free kill to Velocity. Now they can move forward.
So we talked earlier about CLG's strategy of having Nien zone out while the rest of the team kills the turret and then get him back on a Thresh Lantern. But Velocity almost over-engaged that one and pulled CLG far enough back that no one could go and rescue him. Yeah. So he ended up dying.
Like good zoning, good everything here by this Velocity squad. And now they're up on the front door. It's a 5 versus 4 with every major ultimate still available. They find Big Fat LP, knock him into the air. Good bit of burst. Secondary stun won't quite land from Victor, but they have done some initial work here. They've got 6 seconds until Zach comes back up. It might just be enough to push for the turret, but they won't go for it.
They have to be very cautious about where they go if they're Velocity right now, because they know about how badly they've been losing the team fights and how much farm has been channeled into Lynx Orianna. 3-1, along with over 312 minion kills, not even 30 minutes in. He's really packing a punch right now, so if they get caught in the wrong place by the Shockwave, even if that was the only big ultimate up for CLG, it would have been enough to swing the fight.
The ES looked for a little bit of a bait here. They might find Double if there he is. They see him. Can they get the damage they need? Eve ult lands. Double does have flash. He's going to be able to get away from that one, but Summoner burned here. That's it, though. Evanissus actually burned his own flash to get in range, but couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, Velocity burned a lot to try to take that one down, but that's the strategy teams actually adopt against CLG, specifically when Doublelift is 4-1 on Tristana. If they could have gotten him out of the picture, it would have meant a very easy push for them afterwards. I think it was worth the investment to try. It just didn't work out.
And speaking of Doublelift, you know, look back at his build here. The Infinity Edge has now finished. He's added a pickaxe and a Negatron cloak, so he's going to stop getting bursted out so hard by Evelynn and Victor. And he's scaled up as a legitimately very scary AD carry at this point. Compared to Botter K, Zeal Phantom Dancer, that's not nearly the same kind of damage output here from Maple Street.
No, Kennen as an AD carry is all about the lane and the middle of the game. It's not even a real comparison about who's going to be stronger if they hit 6 items right now. So Doublelift and CLG, even though they're actually forcing pretty hard here because they want to team fight, will also have the edge very late in the game.
So that's always the CLG mantra. They're going to have the edge later in the game. Yes, you will, Logic Gaming. Doublelift, you like to farm, and buying items is your thing. This turret losing health pretty rapidly. A couple more shots to go. Velocity not really challenging for position. Turret does go down. CLG equalized that score 4-4. And in the meantime, Chris has just been pushing in that top lane, trying to be a nuisance. But CLG now the ones owning the map.
Yeah, and it's on Velocity, I think. They're trying to force some scatter movements by CLG right here. They're using Chris, obviously, as a split pusher. And I think, actually, CLG could have some answers for that. Normally, CLG actually uses Doublelift's Tristana as a split pusher to answer that. And since Chris is so far behind in overall gold right now, I actually feel like Doublelift could be a pretty good answer to that. But instead, they're just using it to farm up, and they're sending Nien up there as well to duel. The longer this goes on, the better it is for CLG, as long as Velocity isn't forcing decisions by CLG and instead just kind of forcing them to stall.
Well, they might have another chance here. Oh, the ward swept out by the Oracles. Doublelift lurking around in the shadows, but baiting around for his team. You've got Link nearby. The blue buff steal attempted, though, by Velocity might just be enough. Will Link go for this one? Steals it away.
Oh,
nice job, Link. And NK Inc.'s smite was up, but he wants to save it for this dragon spawning now.
And that really hurts Echo, because he's built no mana itemization. He would run out of mana if we see a very extended fight here at Dragon. NK Inc.'s gonna start it.
They dive on in. There's a slicing maelstrom as well, and he dodges the ulti in from Big Fat LP. A lot of early damage coming across. Echo low on health. Shockwave hits 2 right there. NK Inc. forced to back out. Chris still tanky though. Lands the top. They find Doublelift into the stun. Double dies out, and the Chaos Storm finds a second. 2 kills now for Velocity. The Dragon is theirs. Pretty well done team fight.
That was NK Inc. creating a play.
Yeah.
Putting himself inside the Dragon Pit was the last place CLG expected to see him, and even though CLG has superior team fighting, it allowed Velocity to get the jump on CLG big time.
Absolutely beautiful, and they're going to try to cash in on that fight with a Baron.
Yeah, but check out just the initiation. Getting the ultimate onto everyone and making it so NK Inc. was not a realistic target for the start of that fight, as now Velocity is going to be taking a Baron afterwards. You can see Velocity just moved in, got the stun down for the zone, and Echo popped a perfect Chaos Storm and E that just wrecked him out. Here comes the Baron contest though.
Big Fat LP does have smite up, so does NK Inc. Evanescence getting jumped around. Blue team has slain Baron Nashor, and there we go. Big Fat LP, the pull in on Link, that's huge! Ooh. A shutdown coming across. A lot of damage. The stun cloud does land onto Nien. He's got a flash away, but is burning down with very low HP. Still, now what, 3 kills, a Baron and a Dragon to Velocity.
Just a continuation of the play that NK Inc. made at the Dragon. They made another bold call, and why not? They have nothing to lose at this point in the season. They're just trying to play spoiler, and actually, how good get a 3-1 season series lead over CLG if they're able to win this game.
And I mean, CLG have been looking like one of the better teams this split. They're in the top 4, right? They're doing a very good job. And you look at your resume and you're like, look, we were clearly able to take down some of the top teams here. We've won laning phase against most of them. We've won games against a few overall. Velocity, you have to think, okay, well, look, we can use this at least for practice for the relegation later on this year or the beginning of next. And we're gonna see them again. We're gonna see them at least fighting for their jobs here and trying to just continue to do well.
And I actually think that Velocity might try and push this fairly quickly right now, because Echo is a huge threat. He has 647 ability power right now on Victor, so he can single-handedly kill Doublelift through that Negatron Cloak if he lands his E, Q, and Alt on top of him. So any type of engagement they can get is a good one, and there's a hook.
Pulled Chowster. Evaniscus is the mayor of Hook City. I'm sorry, Chowster, but that is the case here.
And this makes this turret even more disastrous to hold. I don't know how many times I've seen teams try and hold this turret, but teams will walk around the back and just kill them and then get an inhibitor. So CLG is smartly pulling away here, because that turret at this point in the game is indefensible.
And at this point they have to. They realize it's a 5v4. They already made the mistake once. Even though they had a pink ward off to the side, it wasn't enough to spot everyone out here. And now the siege comes through. Almost on the Doublelift.
By the hair of his chinny chin chin, he couldn't get that one. That would have potentially ended the game.
Yeah.
That's how close it is for Velocity right now.
This is going to be nice for them. They can continue on through. Guardian Angel now done for Chris. He can faithfully ignore the back line in a team fight. If they spend the time to kill Chris, I feel like the rest of his team should be killing off CLG. So Link is on defense duty. Chris not wanting to tussle straight up 1v1, but you've still got to realize the minions are pushing in towards the CLG base here.
Obviously, the Static Shiv is the second Zeal completed item for Maple Street, so he did make use of both of them. And there's only about a minute and a half left on this Velocity Baron, so I think they want to go right now. It's still a dangerous fight because we know the team fighting potential of CLG, but it's the moment where Velocity needs to go if they want to actually win this game.
We'll see if they can dodge the ultis properly. Evaniscus sweeping away the pink wards here, making sure that he is in fog of war when looking to hook enemy champions. There you're seeing the scattered vision wards by Counterlogic Gaming, looking for where does Blitzcrank go? Where does Evelyn go? What's the opening?
Yeah, Velocity ran out of oracles and pink wards, so they can't actually clear the vision outside. And even though Velocity knows they need to go, they still want to find a window, because if they walked in with in an uncoordinated fashion, they would just lose their Baron buff and give up their lead. So that's why they're trying to deny vision, and Evaniscus is trying to land a hook. Anything works for them here, and they will dive without fear.
Well, there's a taunt on the Double, dropping him down a little bit low. Double just life steals it back up with a pretty well-completed item build here. Evanixis shows up as well, doesn't quite find it. The engage comes up. They find Echo, but he flashes out. Chaos Storm should be coming in soon. Goodbye to Big Fight LP. Echo still losing health, and Chris will channel in. It's NK Inc. who is so tanky. The engage, the taunt lands on Double. He's going to cleanse out of this one, but it's still a 1-for-0.
Just the one kill, and they did not get turret damage off of that. COG disengaged that fairly well, and there is a sliver left on the Baron. It is now gone, so that means they actually can't sit out here and regen. I think they have to back away, but they're continuing to push.
There's a couple of home guards picked up for COG. Double Lift is back in this battle. Is a 5-on-4. The hook lands on a Chowster. He's got to flash away from this one, but that's still a bit of an advantage, but it won't be the turret.
They hooked him while he was trying to hook.
Yeah.
Punishing him for that half-second channel time that Thresh has to go on his death sentence. I actually wouldn't call that push a great success for Velocity, because they didn't get turret damage and they didn't capitalize on their Baron. I'd say they got an edge when they got the Baron, but they didn't make maximum use out of it, which tells me that COG still has a chance to repel Velocity's pressure and maybe scale up a bit more.
Definitely got a good chance of it. Double still scaling up. 301 minion kills, 370 on Link, to be fair. Look at that. He's got more Magic Pen. He's got the Void Staff added on top, the Death Cap, the Haunting Guys. Link, you know, we talked about it in the pregame, right? If only Double is the major threat, it's a risky proposition for CLG, but Link is clearly aiming at dealing damage here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the point in the game where Orianna is very clearly a second threat, and it's in the teamfight phase. So Link can make the teamfight wins almost by himself. And this is also the point in the game where, remember the red augment we talked about for Victor earlier? Everyone says this is the point in the game where it bites him, because it's 1,000 gold, technically 1,000 gold item, that he can't sell. Effectively, until once he upgrades that Haunting Guy's Chiliandry's Torment, he is done on items. Yes, here's my take on it, actually. He hits 6 items faster, but it's actually not a punishment for him, because that red augment, if I could pick a 6th item, that would be the 6th item for his Victor build as far as maximum power, because it's giving him so much ability power.
99.
And it's augmenting his E so well with extra damage as COG is looking for a fight. But what it does mean for COG is that Echo has hit that 6 item point very quickly, and the longer they wait, the more they're going to catch up. It just means Echo is far ahead from them right now, but can't get any further ahead.
We'll see then if CLG can make those traditional hour-long games happen. It's when they tend to win their games most. You saw a little while ago the average game length for these teams. Velocity has passed theirs. CLG hasn't gotten to theirs yet so far. So you're still seeing CLG playing a shorter game right now than they're used to, but they'll get there eventually. Double Lift he hasn't had 6 items yet, of course not.
He needs 7 items. He's got to sell his boots for his Zephyr. To me, that's his 6.5th item.
When you buy a blue elixir on an 80 carry, that's when you know you're done buying things.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
I want those 2 seconds cooldown off of my rapid fire, thank you. It's actually a decent DPS boost. Actually, interestingly enough, to tell a story about buying blue elixirs, Dan Dinman used to play competitively, would go blue elixir on Rammus to lower the cooldown on defensive ball curl. So that's a higher effective health increase than red elixir.
It's very true.
Which is probably true, yeah.
It's a cute move. And at this point in the game, this is just going to be the team fight. Unexpected.
Just dives right in, but kicked over the wall. The hook still lands on a Chowster, and the re-engage comes across. Big Fight LP just drops down, tries to flash away. Double Lift and Link still alive, though. The major carries. Evidence is burning down from Ignite, and he will fall. And Nien's going to run away, so a 2-for-1 so far. Maple Street looking for a lot of damage, but gets crushed out right here. It's a trade, though. Double Lift falls over. The Chaos Storm was held onto. Echo running away, but Nien wants to bring him down and does so. 2 kills for Nien. Link running away, but doing a bunch of damage to NK Inc. They're going to have to turn away. So a 3-for-3 here. Nien's not done. Gets taunted up, still 1,000 health on Nien, gets this done. NK, can you run away? Oh my god, Nien picks up 3 kills in this fight. He's going for the 4th. Chris does not have many places to go. Knocked up as well, Nien burning him down. That's gonna be the GA Forest, and I can breathe in while I wait.
And the death timers in this are so long that we may just see a reset afterwards. Oh, nice dodge by Chris. He's surely gonna die.
It's likely here, he's burning down. Link's gonna show up. Who's gonna take the kill? Chris walking sideways. Okay, Link's gonna pick it up. So between Nien and Link, I think those were all the kills in the team fight.
Yeah, and that was actually a very surprising turnaround here. Let's check out the initiation, because COG got surprised. Evault came in perfectly at the start, and Chowster didn't get to use skills. But then, even though Velocity took out such a chunk on them. It's that link threat we were talking about. Velocity feels like they're on top of the world here because they think they can end the game. It's a 4v3 at this point, so watch the shockwave right there. Essentially, Maple Street and Doublelift traded their lives. And since Echo used his ultimate there to take out Nien, it just became a long chase afterwards. So, surprise early by Velocity and a great counter initiation by Link.
Beautiful stuff, and that might just reward Counterlogic Gaming with a Baron for themselves. Doublelift shooting from across 12, that 700-something range. And here comes the attempt by VES.
Yeah, we've seen before COG rush to objectives right after team fights, and again, it's perfect timing for them making very decisive decisions after big team fights.
And think about how sort of delayed a lot of those deaths were. Chris is still reviving, NK was still leaving base, even though he bought home guard boots. They died so late that COG got taken out without a lot of threat on them. And again, you talked about the good decision making there, taking it right after the fight. They got it here. Now NK Inc. on cleanup duty for these minions, but CLG have put themselves a bit closer.
It seems strange to think that if Chris wouldn't have tried to survive, that could have been Velocity making it back to contest the Baron. I'm trying to think, is that true or is that completely off?
No, I think if he'd survived longer, he would have let more of his team revive.
He would have, but then he also is delaying his own life coming up later. You know, because that was like a 3v5 engage. I think in some situations that would be a good thing to do, but not particularly in that one.
There's actually a game, I think it was from last Split's playoffs. There was someone stuck in the top lane brush.
Yeah.
And it was like Vulcan was involved, and they were like, we refuse to kill you. Because if you die, you can get back to your base. And if you recall, you get back to your base, we'll leave you up there.
Yeah, enough of waiting around because COG is deciding to just go right away. They're taking their Baron buff in the 5v5 and making it count because Velocity is trying a split push.
They've already found one kill right here. Chris does have ulti. NK getting a giant shield right here, but might still drop down. Pops the Zonius. One kill picked up so far. That's two kills picked up, but Link is still around. NK forced to run away. Double kill now for Link.
Strong.
He is killing everybody. Chris dropping down as well. Echo dead. And that's only NK Inc. alive. Wonderful team fight for Counterlogic Gaming.
This looks like it could just be the end of the game. Doublelift has got his 4 items. Link is powered up. They win another team fight with Baron, and they're on to the Nexus turrets.
And here we go. Only NK Inc. is here. That's not going to stop Doublelift. That's going to be the second turret falling as well. CLG, 7 turrets to 6, 21 kills to 21. Man, they have earned it, but they've taken down the Nexus. CLG, and you look at other faces, they're like, all right, well, we did it, but that was not pretty.
They beat Velocity. It has been a struggle for them all season long. Something about this Velocity team is difficult for COG to deal with. They fought through this one, but COG had to make a lot of big plays in this game in order to get that win. So even though they look a little bit demoralized because COG feels like to make a move towards World Playoffs, they have to, you know, crush Velocity.
Sure.
But I think this is a big step forward for them. If COG can find some shred of consistency and still play solid in any game and overcome, like that's something you have to do. You need to be able to come back in games, and they did it in this one.
You think about the teams that have done that so far. I mean, look at the major comeback. Like Cloud9's had a couple now where, man, they got destroyed early on. CLG actually did that to them. Where Counterlogic Gaming had a really big early kill lead, the double kill on Doublelift. Vulcan's done it to him a couple of times where there was the like 11-1 kill score comeback a couple of weeks back, right? Even the best teams in North America, and obviously Counterlogic Gaming can consider them one of that crew, right? Yeah, early game deficit, but knowing how to come back and claw your way up regardless of who your opponents are.
Yeah, and I guess this moves COG to 2-1 now on the Super Week.
Yes.
It should be a good amount of momentum for them, honestly. It didn't seem clean, but I do think the comeback, and at least the team fights they had near the end when they made the decisive calls to go for Dragon, and specifically the one at the Baron near the end, are good signs for them long term.
Keeping your head in the game, very important for these guys. An emotional team always wants to be able to keep their heads in the game. So, congrats to CLG, and now we've got to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be joined with CLG's Doublelift. Then it's time for our final match of the day, Curse versus Team Solo Mid. The North American League of Legends Championship Series will be right back after these messages. Stick around.
level than me.
Hey, does Shen have flash?
Go in, we need to initiate. Turn.
No,
we need a turn.
no, he doesn't. No,
We need a turn, guys.
That guy. He's slowed.
I'll jump up soon.
Shen ulti wasted. I'm stunning all of them.
Got 3.
Nice.
Shielding you double. Shielding you double.
I'm on this
Hey,
guy.
cannon.
I'm alive. I'm on Eve. I'm on Eve.
I'm on Eve. Careful, Shen. Careful, Shen.
I'm shield.
Dan's on Echo. Careful, back off. Okay, did you get him?
Yeah, you guys. Hey, help this guy. This guy.
Okay.
Good job.
Go get bomb tower. Guys up to you.
Somebody needs to get top.
Nice. Nice.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the NA LCS Summer Split Super Week, coming to an end on day 2. We have one more game to go. An interview in the lounge right now with Doublelift after their win. Congratulations on that. You guys faced off against a Velocity that's kind of, people are saying, a newer Velocity because they have nothing to lose right now, and it definitely seems like they're playing that way. They gave you some trouble that game. What was the Kennen Blitz lane like?
Extremely strong when they have Shen and Eve. Because at any time they can 4-man you and they have so much CC in that lane that you're really just scared to do anything. But it's not something that we shouldn't be able to deal with, and I don't think we really deserve any congratulations for that game, not gonna lie.
Coming into the team fight phase, obviously having, again, the Kennen or the AD Kennen and a Victor on the team, does it switch things up in your positioning, in your strategy, since you usually don't comp against those kind of team fights?
We originally in Champions Select thought they were trolling because they picked Victor, and AD Kennen is something Maple doesn't play that much. And when he does, he generally just, like, he never wins with it. I mean, we know that he plays it, and also I don't think Evniskis plays much Blitzcrank either. We just thought that they were trolling, and we thought that it was going to be, well, not that they were going to troll in game, but that the picks were very, like, reckless, I guess, because it's not something that you can practice very much. And I don't know, that game was just incredibly sloppy on our part. And I actually think that they played their comp decently well.
And how does that come through? Was it because CLG became lackadaisical on the other end, thinking it would be an easy game? Or you just weren't ready for, like you said, the way they played the composition?
No, we've obviously changed our mindset on Velocity throughout the season because they gave us a lot of trouble, and they gave us a lot of trouble in this game. In fact, I think we definitely deserve to lose that game. But we weren't lackadaisical in any way. We just played really poorly, and honestly, I think my performance today has been just not very good, not up to my standards. So I'm looking forward to analyzing this game and seeing what I made many mistakes, and as a team we made many mistakes, and I look forward to spending hours and hours to analyze and fix those problems.
And you said you're actually going to do that after the match. Usually you spend a few times watching the entire team and then yourself, but it's going to be more about yourself, you said.
Yeah, like in my spare time, when I'm not really playing the game or when I'm just like browsing Reddit or doing whatever, you know, just when we're not practicing. I like to watch my LCS games because honestly, it's not only is it entertaining, but it's really good for me to watch myself and improve because I think every small movement, every second of the game is incredibly important. If you don't maximize those opportunities, then you're never going to get better.
And why, going back to Velocity, why do you think that they were able to give you so much trouble? Even the lower teams of the league, you guys have your worst records against.
Velocity is not only unpredictable, which throws us off during the game, but their sense of game flow is they will do everything in their power to kill you. When we play C9 and Vulcan, they'll do everything in their power to kill your tower. So you can predict that there's only so many towers on the map. Like you can kind of tell you what's gonna happen, and against those teams, you actually can afford to play a little bit reckless. You know, you can overextend a little bit and stuff because they're not going to pursue kills, they're going to pursue objectives. But against Velocity, I think we really overestimated ourselves and we thought like, oh, we can do this, like easy, and then we just all died. And we were like, what just happened? And also, not only that, but we just missed a lot of crucial abilities, just skill shots and stuff. We had a lot of miscommunication in that game. You could tell just like everything was uncoordinated, very sloppy, and yeah, we obviously just need to work on that.
And what would be, you know, the goal to working on that? What are the key points that you guys are going to hit?
Well, obviously we just need to, like, it's very specific to certain situations because a lot of the time a player, especially on CLG, will, well, not even just on CLG, but players will choke in certain situations. Just for example, in team fights when Evelyn blindsides you, you're like, oh my god, and then you kind of don't know what to do, and for one second, you just like do the wrong thing, and that's enough to just lose you that team fight because you've never seen that before. So
obviously, we have never played against Gen Eve like that before. Like, NK Inc. is actually, you know, I got to give him props. He played pretty well that game, and he caught us off guard like a bunch of times. His positioning as Ev, I've never seen before.
All right, definitely pulling out the stops. And I think we saw Velocity having a little bit more fun that game, and we've seen it carry Cloud9 to victory quite a few times. So hopefully, you know, CLG can bring that out in the gameplay as well. As you guys said, you've been struggling a little bit. Final question for you. You guys have Curse and Dig coming up as your final matches. How are you going to prepare for these?
Yeah, rigorous practice over the last 2 weeks. Today has been really disappointing for us. We definitely thought we should have won against C9, and then I threw that game. And then against Velocity, we should have cleanly won that game, but to me, we lost that game, regardless of what the record is. We have a lot of problems that we need to fix and just talk about tonight. Clear up communication, because, I mean, I honestly think the difference between us and C9 in terms of team coordination is not just like, oh, their players are smarter than us, their players are more mechanically gifted than us. That's not true. They're just like more on the same page. So when one person goes in, they all go in, and they all know that that person's going in. But for us, it's like like chaos everywhere, and just really, really reckless and uncoordinated play.
All right, Doublelift, well, thank you for taking the time to speak with us again. Congratulations on the win. Hopefully tonight proves useful in factoring why that win was so difficult against Velocity. We still have more to go on the day. One more match for Ja and Freak on the desk. Guys, take it away.
Thanks very much, Riv, and it's time for our final match of the day, Curse versus Team Solo Mid. Now, this game has huge playoff implications. If Curse can pull out a win against TSM, they not only guarantee themselves a spot in the postseason, but they hand Dignitas a playoff berth as well, and they knock Team Coast into relegation.
Yeah, so Coast will actually be cheering for Curse in this one.
Yeah. So while wait, was it if Curse wins or if TSM wins?
This is a confusing scenario. So just to break it down a bit more, what would happen is a three-way tie can be forced in only one strange scenario.
Yeah, if Curse wins.
Curse wins,
they get
Coast
untouched.
is out.
They're too far above because they're +3. Because they started the week equal. If Curse goes +3 on Coast, then it's all said for
I had been
Coast
confused
at
by
this
this
point.
one.
There we go. So Curse wins, Coast is out.
Yeah.
C up, C down. That's how it goes. Now, it's important. TSM, right? They're 2-1 up against Curse so far in this split, so they're kind of the favorites here. But the last time they played, it was incredibly close.
Yeah, and that game was a bloodbath. And even though Curse had more kills, it was actually poor team fight choices late in the game that ended up costing them the win. Curse simply couldn't get to Wild Turtle in that game because Wild Turtle was incredibly farmed on his graves. In fact, Wild Turtle is actually heating up lately, right in time for TSM's playoff push. So he's actually had the most kills of any AD carry in Week 8, and he's off to a great start this week as well.
And of course, because Wild Turtle and TSM come into this match with a spot in the postseason already guaranteed, Dyrus knows they have a chance to avoid getting knows they have to avoid getting complacent against a Curse squad that's also fighting for their playoff berth.
Curse has more on the line for the match today because they have a chance of getting relegated. And what it means to get relegated is potentially getting kicked out of LCS by an amateur team. And Curse is one of the big organizations where they don't really deserve to get relegated. So right now they're playing with their lives on the line.
Well, obviously every game for us is really important, and TSM is a team that's typically given us some trouble, but for the most part, we're feeling pretty good. We've practiced versus them a lot, so I think we've got them locked down.
And we're just about to see if Voyboy and Curse can lock down TSM and a spot in the playoffs, so let's get into the lineups. On the blue side is Team Curse. Voyboy in the top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Nijaki in mid, Cop on AD carry, and Edward as the carry support.
And in the red corner, we have TSM with Reginald in the top lane seat, Oddwin in the jungle, Dyrus in mid, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and X Special on real support.
Yes, so before we get into Champs League, though, it's the time to see who you guys think is going to win this match. And according to LOLesports.com, 67% of you guys think that TSM is going to come out on top.
Well, TSM has been on a bit of a late season surge here, and obviously TSM usually gets the fan vote, so not too surprising there.
They're a team that went 5-0 in the Super Week, the very final Super Week in the last split. They're poised to do it here. They're 2-0 so far. They've got their next opponent up here with Curse. And also thinking about some of the other playoff stats, Curse fights both TSM and CLG, the teams they're most likely to fight for third. We saw Cloud9 already knock down Counterlogic Gaming. Cloud9 also fights TSM, so Curse can also get themselves into that three-way tie.
Yeah, Curse needs to keep their week going here. I mean, they had the win earlier today, And heck, they got to do it.
They got to do it. They're going to try right here. The picks and bans coming through. The Twisted Fate and the Karthus dropped away from Reginald. We're going to say this, I feel like a lot in TSM games, but that has happened here. The Ori, and interestingly enough, it's TSM banning Kassadin, but also the Orianna away from Jackie here.
Yeah, so a lot of mid lane bans coming out, more so than we've seen in the past. Reginald is obviously who you target when you're batting against TSM, and they put 2/3 of their bans. In fact, Curse is really just banned out TSM's Season 2 strategy that TSM used yesterday to much success, getting rid of most of TSM's ability to have globals right off the bat.
And it was interesting because we've seen teams with globals banned still look at Nocturne and still look at Ahri and like have some of that semi-global presence and get some of the picks in there.
Yeah.
So those are available options. The Thresh, of course, dropped away from Edward. Honestly, you saw his Thresh before, and it's scary. You don't really give him that champion. So it's a wise choice by TSM, I think. But now see Chris has to look for their first pick with still some good champions left over.
Yeah, they have pretty much as many choices as they want right here.
Yeah, all the junglers.
All the junglers.
Most top lane champions.
The last time I mean, Zach could potentially be an early pick here if St. Vicious really wants it, but at the same time, Voyboy had a really good game on Zed earlier.
Yeah, he did.
So that seems like a smart thing, as well as this denies Reginald the exactly type of aggressive champion that he would want.
Exactly. So to get rid of one of the assassins for him, TSM making their early choice for the duo lane. They say we have any AD carry we want. That's going to be Twitch. We have almost any support we want. That's going to be Sona here. So TSM very confident they've picked out a strong duo lane to start things out.
And I'm trying to think, just of late, Wild Turtle has put up some of his best performances on Twitch. It just really suits his playstyle as much as I can see. He has always been one of the most aggressive AD carries, but like smart aggression on Twitch, because Twitch really has to pick his moments for when to go in, and Wild Turtle's able to do that very well.
And so is Twitch. He's one of the better laners, as you said. You know, a lot of good early game. Being able to pick fights with stealth's all kind of fun. And of course, Curse, this makes so much sense. Of course, they're picking their duo lane right after, and by doing this, I've got to expect they're seeking this fight. Kate Nami is really good at fighting a 2v2. They're very good at bullying, and so TSM plays their hand, and Curse thinks they know exactly what to do to beat it.
And I remember Edward had a perfect game on his first Nami game in the LCS. He had like, I know 100% kill participation and 0 deaths. He is a very strong Nami, and I like that pick against Twitch, as we said, who is a immobile AD carry who has to pick his spots. And if you pick your wrong spot, since Twitch is kind of like a turret of damage, especially when he tries to open up on you, that just lines up bullets. I actually really like the Nami pick against the Twitch in particular.
Well, we'll see what else they can follow through with the crowd control chain and the long-range champions. TSM going to make their own options here. Had the brief mention of Ahri Nocturne, and we did say, you know, that still fits the TSM playstyle. Go get Reggie and someone who can dive people and kill things off. Nocturne Ahri is locked in.
It hurts their late team fighting a little bit, but that might be made up for by having Sona and Twitch, just having the Ahri Nocturne in there. So obviously TSM is going to look to get some early or at least mid-game edges with Ahri and Nocturne flying around and just killing whoever they want. Whereas Curse, they got to try to find a way to pick around that and not get punished in the mid-game.
We'll see if they can do it then. It's going to be a battle of positioning then and getting themselves in the right spot. Or just, screw it, blow up Twitch. Whatever. Don't even have to worry about it anymore. I mean, it's going to be hard, but hey,
you got to worry about Reggie.
Yeah,
but
true.
You don't, you know, unless the odd one builds a bunch of damage on Nocturne, which is not his style, you're not really having to worry about Nocturne either. So.
All right, so the last few picks come in for Curse, and they're going to say, look, team fighting, and some good split pushing to be fair as well. They've grabbed the jungle Nunu in there for St. Vicious. They've also given Kennen up to their other solo laners, so good mix of powers here for Curse.
Yes, Nunu Caitlyn is an old combo in a sense. It used to be a very prevalent duo lane. But then obviously Blood Boil got hit substantially, and also something else, as we'll get to the Renekton pick in a second, the base attack speed on Caitlyn got reduced, which makes attack speed increases less effective, since all attack speed increases are based off your base attack speed multiplier. It's still good, but it's not quite the same as it used to be for them. It should be all right when Cop gets into team fights with it.
Yeah, it's funny because we actually did the numbers to have her be exactly the same with Phantom Dancer, level 18, and Zerk Greaves. And then that's just going a little bit low with Blood Boil.
Yeah.
A little bit worth of Blood Boil. Of course, as we said, Dyrus has picked up the Renekton. He ran that a heck of a lot in the first split. We've seen it a little bit less this time around in the second half of the year, but some more really individualistic champion picks.
Yeah, it looks like Dyrus is just going to be trying to match up against Voiber, or they're going for some lane swapping, and Renekton would be someone who can at least dodge around the Nami bubbles and maybe prevent some aggression. We'll have to see how they lane when they get into the game.
So we're going to be into the game very soon. Of course, the load screen underneath us right here in these monitors, you can't see it because you don't need to. You got our pretty faces, and that's more fun than champion art, right? But, of course, this game means a lot. As we said, the playoff race is here. If Curse wins, Coast fans, if Curse wins, Coast are out of the playoffs. There's no way they can catch someone for a tiebreak. They can't catch 6th place, and they're going to be the second team relegated. If TSM does win, you still have the chance here that Curse falls down, Coast catches them, goes to 3-way tie with maybe Dignitas, and they move on. Whereas TSM, they've still not lost this week. They're looking for their next perfect super week. They're looking to clinch 3rd place, because with CLG having lost a game, with Curse 2 games back, with Dignitas having lost some games, if TSM wins out, they get 3rd.
Yeah. TSM wants to win out and get 3rd, because that makes it so they don't have to play their friends and rivals in Cloud9, which is very important for them as they move towards the playoffs.
Yeah, they wouldn't match them unless they had both lost and found themselves in the 3rd place match. So we'll see if they can dodge themselves around. TSM making their way out of the base in the top right in red. Team Curse making their way out on the blue side in the bottom left. And we'll see what they end up doing with the level 1s. Right now, actually, a big spread for Curse, but these guys are kind of grouped together for TSM.
Yeah, very early on, TSM looking to find the advantage. And this is surprising. If I was Curse, and we saw this in the level 1 between Vulcan and Cloud9 yesterday, and you have a type of support who can crowd control a large amount of people with one spell, I would just 5-man wait in one of these brushes, because you would wait in that brush with a bubble and pop up 2 or 3 people and maybe turn something around. But instead, Curse has warded their own jungle and just scattered.
And one thing I want to point out about what Curse has done early on, speaking of wards and whatnot, is St. Vicious went deep utility. He's got 525 starting gold, had an early Explore ward that he put down to scout out some of the early moves from TSM that TSM probably wouldn't be able to expect very easily, as St. is actually most of the way to a Spirit Stone because of that.
Yeah, and absolutely we can see the early game. TSM is just grouping up once again. They have only placed that one early ward, whereas Curse has just put a whole bunch of wards all throughout the jungle.
Let's see what they do with this one. The vision definitely a hell of a lot better for Curse right here. Now, will they get anything out of it? Of course, they do have the new jungle. He's good at stealing things away, and actually, he's matching up against Dyrus in the odd one. He's actually found that Nocturne's on that right-hand side, that Golem side jungle, and Saint wants to steal that away.
Yeah, this is a really sneaky level 1 we have going on right here. Curse is going to try to make this delayed movement, and it looks like they have the people to pressure Odd One right off of this one.
Saint runs on forward, and they're like, guys, leave your jungle, it's ours. And of course, with the pink ward control, TSM can't even see this happening, so Saint should be able to take this one away. There we go, the Consume Smite all at once. And I want to see, did he actually shared experience, I think? Yeah, he shared experience with Cop there, so Saint's not going to be level 2, but Cop's hitting too quickly.
At least since he's new, he's going to be able to get off that a little bit, and this will enhance the 2v1 ability of Curse's duo lane there in that 2v1.
So Cop already level 2 right here. St. Vicious doesn't have a smite up, but at least can consume things. Odd One having a kind of rough time in his jungle. Saved his smite, actually. Had to solo the red buff, and is now going to make his way over towards Saint's blue. And of course, TSM has a vision ward over that, so that actually could just be Odd One's.
Yeah, Odd One then just doing the trade. I mean, this is what happens generally when you do an overzealous invade, kind of like Saint did. Because Odd One pulled back and then went straight away so quickly, and because Curse didn't have AD carry support in the lane where that was supposed to protect their blue buff, it's just a natural progression of trading.
So, and actually, in fact, because of the shared XP, also no level 3 yet from Saint. So, ironically enough, Odd One got counter jungled first, has a level lead. We'll see if that pans out to much more afterwards, but that, as you said, equal trade, bit of an experience advantage. Some of that went over to Cop, and so we'll see now what the junglers do with these 2-on-1 lanes. Right now, it's actually Saint defending Nijaki up in the top lane, whereas we haven't yet seen Odd One come down, but looks like he's looking also for defense.
Yeah, this is a very odd 2v1 scenario because none of these guys are really pressured too hard in the lane, and most of the early action was about those buff trades. So the lanes themselves do not have much pressure on them.
Interesting. So yeah, the turret's not losing a whole lot of health. The early 2-on-2s just pretty much defending themselves here, and it's just the last hit battle. Consume, of course, able to easily beat a turret for last hits. That seems pretty successful there from Saint. Wild Turtle actually taking a bit of damage. The Ice Blast and everything else making life a bit difficult. Saint is putting points in Ice Blast. He's got 2 ranks in that right now. And we're just kind of watching turret defense, basically.
It's strange that Saint would pick the Nunu for early turret defense instead of aggressive counter jungling this early on in the game. We have to see if this ends up working out for him because, yes, he got the blue buff taken down, but other than that, he hasn't outpaced himself or differentiated himself from the odd one. And when you think about Nunu's tools, lane babysitting is not near the top of that list.
Hey, look at that. The odd one actually has gone and jungled. He got his Wraith camp. He's going to go towards the Wolves when that spawns back up. And Odd One is basically doing more than Saint now. He's got a minion kill lead. He's gone back down to the bottom lane, and he'll be there in time for Dyrus' turret to take damage.
Yeah, I don't really see where the ganks are going to be coming from directly unless maybe the Nocturne Renekton lane if Comp and Edward overcommit, or just a long train down with Saint and Nijaki if they have the damage.
They might just try a lot of pain onto Wild Turtle, who burns his barrier. Exhaust as well being traded down. So Summoner Spell's already dropped out. Saint using his Flash, but not much else.
Yeah.
Special has some mana, though. He can keep Wild Turtle topped off.
I'm very confused by this game plan, where Saint Vicious and Jackie are essentially doing a Kennen AD carry Nunu support lane against 2 much more experienced support AD carry players. And I don't see them coming out on this on top, and I feel like Saint should be using his lane ability to just, or sorry, his jungle ability to just counter them.
Well, sure. I mean, compare the junglers and the guys who are in the middle of the scoreboard right there. Jackie and Dyrus both in 1v1 lanes, or, you know, 1v2 lanes, 15 to 16 in minions. Compare the junglers, 14 to 18. You're just absolutely right. TSM are kind of getting the better of this. The AD carries even. Wild Turtle slightly outpacing Comp as well. And then just, by the way, Reggie's beating Voidboy 1v1.
Yeah, by the way, that's one of the nice things they're able to do. But those are, you know, very low side lane, well, not very low, semi-low side lane numbers, despite being babysat so much. It almost seems like they're trading a fair bit of minion kills between the jungler and the side laner. This isn't really giving any team that much of a gain. It's almost like they're just trading time.
Yeah.
At this point.
They're just scaling up.
And they both think they're going to scale up more because neither team is making a move, and they're laning actually incredibly equally compared to each other.
That's one thing to think about, I guess, because we do have, right on one side, you've got the Blood-Boiled Caitlyn. Okay, it's a little bit weaker than Season 2 values, but, like, it's still Blood-Boiled Caitlyn. Like, that's not a bad thing to have in your team. You got Kennen and Zed, you've got Nami. They all tend to do pretty well late game. And I'm thinking about Twitch, right? Because Twitch is all kinds of scary late game. He's got Spray and Pray. Oh, dear God, it's so worrisome. But with, like, Zed and Kennen wreaking havoc, I mean, maybe Curse just does say, yeah, you know what? Wild Turtle won't have an easy game here. Reggie won't hard carry, and Kopp will win the game for us.
And I'm thinking we're going to see a lot of late game battles between Voidboy and Reginald. Just because that's... Reginald's generally the one who will be off on the side and try to stop the split pusher. And Zed is just the guy who goes and split pushes. Because I think if they get into team fights, TSM doesn't have protection tools for Wild Turtle if Voidboy decides to jump on him, and that could just end very badly for TSM.
It's actually, you talk about the split pushes, and I'm actually curious about that as well. Just because we think back to last time Curse played Kennen, and it was Voidboy on Kennen, and he had teleport, and he played the split push that was against Dignitas.
Yeah, that worked very well.
And he had the teleport Lich Bane Nexus kill at the very end. But that Kennen is now the teleport on Nijaki. Like, even though Voidboy is our de facto Curse split pusher, Jackie's set up to be that man because of the TP. Like, it's curious, but they've almost gone against their standard game plan with this one. Even if you're right, like I would generally count Voidboy as the guy who would duel Reggie. So all kinds of just different things happening for Curse. It'll be fun to watch. Dyrus, though, finally getting some time alone in this lane to farm out and just pushes the wave away as fast as possible right before Kopp and Edward show back up.
And still, very low amounts of action at the start of this game. Saint Vicious picking the Nunu, but then just not deciding to counter jungle with it. Really just, at this point, you're picking Nunu for maybe late game Dragon Baron control, and then obviously the late game Caitlyn. But he definitely has not taken any early game liberties with counter jungle.
Well, right now, and think about it, the timer for blue buff is already passed, the red buff already grabbed by Odd1 as well, but there we go, the early dragon control potentially here. Smite is up for Saint and not for Odd1. Their whole team is basically here, and Jackie has teleport.
Exactly, the teleport is what's threatening right here, but he used the consume, so it would be a Smite war, and there's a fight.
Okay, he picks up the dragon, the battle has begun. Voyboy jumping in, Wild Turtle dropped dangerously low on health. The kill comes in from Reginald, but it's gonna get traded back. Early kills coming across, Odd1 finds another, Wild Turtle survives and Void does not grab one. So 2 for 1, but a dragon for Curse.
And Saint, gotta give him props, didn't use a Nunu consume, but did get the Smite secure. That's something that has been plaguing Curse all split. Inability to secure buffs with Smite, but they get that one, and it gives them the first small advantage of really the entire game.
They did have to use the teleport, though, from Jackie, which means Dyrus has been alone in the top lane. Good spell shield from the Odd1, but yeah, Dyrus having his sort of way with his building down here, clears off the minions, has another wave hitting this, and it's down below 1/4 at this point. Jackie finally making his way up to defend it.
Yeah, obviously, since the first 8 minutes are past, the turrets no longer have that extra armor bonus, so turrets are just as pushable as they would be at any point of any previous patch here. So finally, maybe the turret game will start progressing since these 2v1 lanes could advance, but exactly at that moment, the 2v2 lanes actually decide to lane against each other to maybe prevent that from happening.
So more laning phase here for Curse and TSM. It's like CLG for CLG, guys, and we've got interesting battles going on. 10 minutes in, the gold, of course, very close, but as we said, it was a dragon versus a 1-kill gained team fight, so that does give Curse the lead here. Up 600. Voyboy sent back in here to duel against Reginald. Now that he's wearing a blue buff, and of course, mind you that Reggie's was taken by Jackie in the last fight, there was actually a buff advantage here in this lane for Voy when battling Reggie.
That is a very good thing to note, and also, Reginald hasn't built too much survivability, and Voyboy would love to aggress here, but knowing Reginald has the 1 level advantage, and I guess the health from the Doran's Rings is keeping him a little bit at bay. Also note how Reggie is staying so far back in that lane, so if Voyboy did dive him, he would be taking turret aggro.
That is one thing to be aware of. You can try to juke skill shots, you don't so much juke turret shots with Shadows, so you've always got to be a bit careful there, but he's really just playing the push game for now. Reggie, right, letting him take the minions down, throwing razor shurikens, but otherwise saying, yeah, all right, just you can't dive me, I'll keep scaling up, no big deal. St. Vicious does get spotted, though, on his way to the bottom half of the map. Curse TSM, I should say, will know about this.
Wild Turtle's got to play this one safe. I wonder if TSM's going to try to hatch a counter gank.
Odd1's nearby.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's happening here. They get the ping down on a St. Vicious, and nothing doing with that one.
All right, they saw him leave. I'm going to go back, clearing his wolves. 49 minutes for him, only 36 for St. Vicious. Just clearing away his double golem camp, but making his way back down towards the bottom lane. I mean, there is ward control here for Curse. They've pink warded the lower brush, so Saint can walk right through that one. The second brush, they know it's safe as well. And Odd1, though, reading this he's actually come back down to this lane.
Yeah, and Wild Turtle might be trying to go in. TSM forcing this one in, but they run into a Nunu.
Oh, the bubble won't quite land, but the crescendo does land against Saint. The dive comes across. Who's going to take the damage? Caught getting jumped on, gets feared, cleanses it away. Still running. Expunge, though, takes him down. Wild Turtle, great job right there. The 3v3 going TSM's way.
They went right through the zone control of St. Vicious right there and just straight through to Cobb, and that's the reason that gank was able to work. Odd1 outpacing St. Vicious' position, even though it seemed like St. Vicious had the element of surprise.
It was a beautiful job. The only guy absolute zeroed was the Sona, and TSM are rewarded with a turret. Even Reggie comes down to make sure a roam won't change anything. So now the first turret of the game has gone TSM's way. They have an 800 gold lead for themselves as well, thanks to the earlier kill, as well as that structure. So TSM turned it on pretty well in the mid game.
Yeah, that was a really good move by them, and that's the experience that TSM has running with Nocturne.
Yeah.
How many games in Season 2 did we see where we saw the Odd1 or Reginald just helping out with a gank, and they just all in with Sona, and we'd see Chaos pick up a kill or two? It's exactly the same thing they did there with Wild Turtle on Twitch, and they're looking to maybe get him a little bit farmed and fed as this game moves on.
And what's funny, actually, is you mentioned how familiar they are with the Nocturne. Curse actually just pinged where their ward was and where Nocturne ulted from, that tri-brush in the bottom right corner. They're like, how didn't we see him? We warded there. Well, no, he was in the brush the whole time. We wouldn't have seen him.
Sneaky.
And even beyond that, right, the fact that he stayed in the brush knowing, oh yeah, teams ward there sometimes, hide from it, ult from there. Just a lot of really cool things going TSM's way with that one. Good mind games, 500 gold lead. And now, with Dragon a minute and a half away, But you've still got the Nunu who's good there for buff control. It worked from the first time. We'll see if that's where Curse's next move ends up being.
And it is a good thing that that gank was successful, because if we revisit the minion kills right there, we can see Cop and Edward were actually kind of crushing Wild Turtle next special, because Nami is, and even Caitlyn, great picks against a Twitch lane. It's a matter of survival unless he's getting the ganks and is able to go aggressive. So TSM is almost restricted in this lane for when they can do things based on the cooldown of the Odd One's ultimate.
And that is all kinds of scary because it's a pretty long ultimate cooldown. You've still got a while to go. However, Saint has not put more than 1 point into his Blood Boil yet. So as far as getting to late game there, right, Wild Turtle in a survival lane, but heck, again, you got Spray and Pray. Well, right now, Wild Turtle will kind of keep outpacing Cop in team fights. Saint, though, just showing up and saying, you know what, element of surprise, screw it. I'm just going to walk into the lane with Blood Boil the AD carry, but they don't find anything for it.
That's what he's been doing the whole game, which to me doesn't really justify the Nunu pick. He has been into the Odd One's jungle once, and for the most part has just turned himself into a laner. If this is Curse's strategy, maybe it'll work out for them because the gold is still close and their lanes are actually doing quite well overall. But I feel like you could do that with any jungler. If he was Nasus, he'd be doing this job at creating more lane pressure.
Well, we'll see if the Blood Boil ends up making up for it at the very end of the game. Dragon has come back up, and here we go. Just on cue, Curse walks right over, says, guys, we can go for Dragon. The teleport is back up for Nijaki. They put a pink ward down in the Dragon pit. They know there's not a lot of direct vision, but Saint taking a bit of damage from Reggie. Gets healed by Edward, though.
The Dragon is definitely important here. We can see Jackie wants to teleport down, but that's why Dyrus is preemptively running down so that TSM can actually control this area. And a mid-game team fight against Kennen, who is level 10, might actually be decent since that ultimate is not crushing people yet. Unless Jackie could hit 11, he's teleporting in behind at level 10. We might see the fight.
And see if these guys can do it. TSM has begun the battle. The dive comes out for it. Jackie just diving right in, but of course has been exhausted. Dragon goes down, and now Jackie's going to fall as well. 2 kills and a Dragon picked up. Edward caught the crescendo, flashes the charm, but the battle has already been won by TSM. Curse are now in retreat mode. Beautiful battle for Team Solo Mid.
Dragon and the kills for TSM because they timed that and predicted exactly what Curse was doing. That's one of the things that happens if you're telegraphing all your movements on a jungler, is it allows the other team to take stock of everyone on your team and make great decisions.
Bubble ends on a Darius, but that won't mean too much. The turret going down. TSM well rewarded for that fight. Built themselves a 3,000 gold lead, and they're still in command here.
Yeah, and in that fight, St. Vicious wasn't even able to get off his absolute zero on Nunu because TSM had just killed him so quickly, as St. Vicious kind of had to go in alone to try to get the smite steal and got pumped down with a bunch of damage.
Yeah, he was alive for absolutely 0 seconds that fight. Let's watch the replay of that battle.
Yeah, so as you can see, Jackie tried to get the ultimate. Before it started, Saint was super low. He was actually kind of getting... He only had one objective on his mind there, and that was the Dragon, but he forgot about all the people that were killing him as he was running through, and it just allowed TSM to cruise through that fight.
Well done by these guys. The red team holding out well, and Coast has got to be happy about this one. If TSM, again, can win, that keeps Coast's playoff hopes alive. And Curse, they're looking for third, and with a loss here, it's going to make that much more difficult for them, but they can try. TSM still looking to make some moves forward. They've got the lane starting to push on down. They've actually moved Wild Turtle towards the top side of the map. That's I mean, they've already got all 3 outer turrets, so.
Might get stolen.
No smite is up, but it's just going to be the attack onto Void. Void down below half HP. Wild Turtle shows up as well. Dodge with the ulti, and look at the escape moves there. Void by making his way out. Thanks especially to the Blade of the Rune King.
And meanwhile, Reginald just explodes Jackie down below, allowing TSM to take complete control despite the great escape by Void.
Very well done. The bubble's going to land. Spell should have by the odd one, but Reggie knocked up. Doesn't matter too much, though. Blue Buff is given control towards TSM. It's going to go their way pretty easy right here. Odd one stops attacking, says Reggie, go ahead and let's hit that. Thank you very much. Mana and cooldown reduction. Another kill picked up as well. TSM still looking great. 4,500 gold up.
We've seen a lot of these Deathfire Grasp Aries really catching people off guard right as they hit that item threshold. And there's only a few like assassin-based champions that work so well with Deathfire Grasp. And you were talking earlier about how it may seem a little strange how Ahri would build that, since DFG amps magic damage, and Ahri has that true damage component with your Q. But just because she has such an assassin-based playstyle, it's still enough to go in, get that one target, and just fly back out. And since so much of her damage is magic, you just end up seeing her blowing people up in the mid-game.
Yeah, we ended up sort of figuring out that there were sort of 3 major styles of builds. We're going to watch that kill real quick, though, of Jackie getting caught.
Yeah, it was just Charm landed, which just allowed everything else to go down. It was perfectly executed by Reginald.
Max range charm and everything. So beautiful job right there, Reggie, making that one happen. But yeah, we decided there were kind of like a few main build paths where the bruiser sort of guys, guys like Zach, Elise, Diana, who have to sit in the front lines. They get like the magic pen because there's some tankiness inside of it.
Yes.
And they can get some health on top afterwards. The single target burst, just DFG because it amps single target. So LeBlanc or Ari would go for that. Whereas the big like hardcore mages who had a lot of guys.
Yeah,
that
like Karthus or something.
Karthus, Victor, those guys, they just build AP because you can't DFG a whole team. Those are the sort of the main builds we sort of realized.
Figured out.
Yep. So DFG working for the single target champions and moving on from there. So Curse, though, unfortunately, they've not been finding a lot for themselves for a while. They had the one moderately okay dragon fight where they got the dragon for the advantage. Other than that, though, they've not really found a lot for themselves, unfortunately. It's TSM making all the pushes, TSM controlling the objectives. Jackie getting bullied around a little bit, but here comes the push. They've looked and found Dyrus here. Double ulti's coming across. A lot of pain. There's the pop from the death mark, and will it be enough? Nocturne ulti blinding out. Voyboy still on the chase.
Though.
One hit to go through. Reggie gets a kill off in the mid lane, actually. Dyrus not refusing to go down as well. Ever getting chased, especially with the flash Q, and Dyrus actually lived the whole time. So a 2 for 0 and a turret for TSM.
Things went from bad to really bad for Curse after that one. So much invested trying to chase down the 0-0-2 Dyrus. TSM just pulled the trigger in the mid lane once they realized there were 2 people trying to chase him down, made some big impact plays.
Absolutely huge. So TSM, it's just we're beating a dead horse at this point, but they're making great plays. They're finding the openings, the engages, the aggressive Reginald popping his ult. By the way, 4-1-2. He's been a part of 6 of his team's 8 kills so far, and it's been that way for him. Reggie, they tried to ban him out. They got rid of the Twisted Fate. They got rid of the Karthus. They got rid of the Globals. And he was like, I'll just dash 3 times. That's good enough for me.
And Ari definitely fits Reginald, at least in the current incarnation of TSM. We mentioned yesterday that he was 2nd in the LCS in deaths, because a lot of times this season when we're watching TSM, we'll see Reginald go way in front of the rest of the team, die, and then the team wouldn't follow him up. But even if that happens on Ari, since Ari is such an individual champion, he's got 3 dashes, so he can go and kill a person and get out individually, and then the team can follow up kind of at their leisure. And it's, while it can get the same benefits if everything's going well, it allows him to make plays even if the communication is not completely perfect.
And that's worked, of course, for these guys. TSM still undefeated on Super Week here at the very end of the split. And Curse, though, still looking for their way forward. You've got this team pushing up the top lane. Wild Turtle, though, going invisible. Odd One nearby. Special sweeping out wards. Will they find the engage? Even Dyrus is flanking around. TSM still looking for blood. There we go, the slow from Cop. They're still trying to run the slow off into Dyrus, but Dyrus going to land the stun on Edward. Saint tries to zone the team out with absolute 0. Does a pretty good job of that one, but they're just trying to run. Now Jackie comes in from the side. He's been exhausted, though. Will it be enough? Special does drop down. 1 kill picked up. Curse might find the comeback here. The trap lands on a Dyrus. He's losing health. The ulti, and Dyrus is gone. Double kill here for Cop. Reggie on the side split push, but a 2 for 1 is something finally for Curse.
And Reginald is not the fastest split pusher, and TSM went really hard through an absolute zero that they could not interrupt. That was pretty much the ideal team fight for Curse there, since they got an absolute zero, and then Nijaki got his slicing Maelstrom off on most of the team. More stuff like that is what Curse needs to come back in this game. Reggie actually ended up burning DFG and not getting much in that bottom lane. So.
Yeah, and his ultimate. And Void just shadowed away and was fine. So Reggie missing on a couple of cooldowns now, but might be rewarded with a red buff steal. The rest of Curse are moving towards him, though. Can Reggie do enough damage? Boy, he's definitely going to see that, and it is picked up by Reggie, but there comes the jump in. Look at the pain coming across. He has Flash, but it's not enough. Flash is burned. Double buff transfer complete for Void, and now Dragon started.
And this could just be a continuation of TSM making a couple errors. Curse really having an opportunity to get back, still 5,000 gold down, but looking to take this Dragon.
Double buff on Voyboy, control over the Dragon Smite, and consume both up for Saint. That's going to be theirs. Good pickup Blue team finding their way back in. Now 1-5 in turrets. They've got to make up this score. They got 15 seconds to Reggie revives. We'll see if they can find something out of this.
All of this really happening off of TSM's over-aggression in the top lane. And this move continues because Reginald is still dead after this one. TSM trying aggressively to farm this wave out. Curse continuing the push.
And look at the wave clear available. Dyrus ran into the team, just took Cold the Meekin back out, and combined with Expunge, that actually got rid of most of the minions here. So even in a basically 4v5, TSM was able to defend the turret, only losing some health on it. So they hold on to a just shy of 5,000 gold lead. And we'll see what else they can look for here because their wave clear is good, and they still feel like the team in control.
And just to note, Dyrus is actually maxing his Slice and Dice second on Renekton. I like that choice on him just for the increased wave clear. Even if you're not spiking for as much damage in team fights, it's still a good choice for your overall team versatility. I see most Renektons play that way.
Yeah, I like it a lot, especially, you talk about team fight versatility, right? They've got Wild Turtle there trying to shred people with spray and pray. So yeah, whether you're armor penning for the team or even just for the mobility, it's a good build. I like it. And so Dyrus helping out the team as well as being mobile. Voyboy, you called him on the split push. He is the guy down here in the bottom lane. And he beat Reggie last time, to be fair. He burned his ultimate, killed him afterwards. Void wearing the double buff still as prize from that, so there it is.
And it's always fun, these duels, because Zhonya's Hourglass has been completed by Reginald. And there's a lot of skill that's involved in these matchups. Everyone's dashing around if they end up fighting each other. I feel like Reggie's just going to go for Void. Void trying to turn it.
Tries to dodge, lands a couple of abilities right here, but there's the charm. This could be enough, and it is. Reggie winning that duel outright. Beautiful job.
He didn't even need the Zhonyas. I mean,
he used
yes,
it late.
Yeah, the Death Mark detonated, but Voyboy didn't get that much damage down during the Death Mark, so it couldn't even finish him off.
And Saint forced a flash away. The Fear Tether from Allen would have been enough. Dyrus knocked into the air, but doesn't matter too much. So right now, in Cop, Curse trusts. He's 2-1-1, 237 minions, has the most minions of anyone in the game, has the most kills of anyone on his team, least deaths as well, but it might just not be enough. Look how little damage Dyrus takes.
Cop's going to need to get a lot stronger for them to win this game since they're putting so many donuts in the Cop basket right now because he has the Nunu buff and he is their primary source of damage. Plus Voyboy's not even doing that well this game. It's actually going to turn into one of those all-about Cop games since Curse is so far behind.
And it's one of the cool things I actually like about Cop this split. He's done a much better job of being that player, the standout player, the one who carries. I still remember back at MLG, the quadra kill on Draven. That was just like, Curse having a really rough season, really rough game, and then Cop was like, I got this, guys, and like dunked a bunch of people, and it turned the game around. This is one of those Cop please do it games. And
yeah.
You know, he's doing well. He's done the standard, I want to build 6 items carry build, the IH Phantom Dancer, so he's got the highest ceiling possible for an AD carry, and we'll see if he can keep going upwards.
And in particular, to touch on that MLG game that happened back in week 3 of the summer split, it was fairly similar to this one. Maybe even TSM had a larger lead. At one point, it was 8 turrets for TSM to 2 turrets for Curse, and TSM over-aggressed in the Curse base to create that quadra kill. And even in this game, the way that Curse has at least stayed in here to even keep it at 5,000 gold was based off a TSM play where TSM over-aggressed. And it's a strange thing when that happens to TSM because they play so much about being the initiator and hitting the other team before they can come back at them. Yet that has been the thing that has burned them against this Curse team, and I wonder if that will create any hesitation for TSM as they try to close out this game.
I definitely wonder, and you kind of look at the items and still see that Curse is kind of playing the all-about Cop game because Aegis has come through for Saint. He is playing more supportive here as the Nunu, the really only tank on the team. Voyboy is still trying to play Assassin, though, for himself. Jackie, by the way, did actually, early rush on the Zhonya's, dodged a couple abilities with that one. Reggie had burned his ulti to go in on that one, so trading a Zhonya's for the ulti there, but the turret going down for TSM.
Yeah, Jackie actually dodged everything. The DFG was mid-flight when he popped that Zhonya, so it looked like a foolish use of the Zhonya's by the time we saw it, but it was actually perfect.
Yeah.
But because of the threat that Reginald was creating by himself, TSM, as you said, was able to create that turret kill.
And there is a lower cooldown on DFG than Zhonya's at 60 versus 90 seconds. Even lower if Reggie ended up going for the Mastery, just to lower item cooldown even farther. And that's always a potential right here. TSM, of course, they're playing. It's interesting to watch them play this. Because
Whoa, here
it's
they
just
go.
The hard engage, they're on to Edward. He's just exploding right
Look
there.
at Turtle.
Turtle's flashed into the base to get the kill here, but he's now alone, and that's not a Thresh on his team. He can't get over the wall, but the rest of the team flashes forward. They just want this engage. St. Vicious in the middle of the team, but it's a kill onto a special. Cop is destroying. Double kill for Cop. Another kill picked up. That one for St. Vicious. The ulti off on a Reginald. He's going to go down. That whole team just turned into Reginald, but it was a 2 for 3. TSM losing that one.
Turtle went crazy in that fight. He lost his mind as he flashed into the base. TSM was thinking they were going to win the game off of that fight, but in reality, they give 2 kills back to the worst person. Let's check this out. They go so hard onto Edward. I don't know what he was trying to kill Nijackie at the start of that, but then you can see the rest of TSM was trapped outside, and then kind of one after the other, not necessarily in sync, TSM flashed in afterwards, and Cop was able to use the turret for his safety there, which was so beneficial. And the last thing to mention in that fight was Reginald had already burned his ultimate prior, so you saw he didn't have it until the very end, which was probably the person they needed to have it if they wanted to get to Cop.
So wonderful stuff then. Very well done by Curse. Cop sitting in the background, not really touched so much in that battle. The Dragon again going down, and that makes 3 of 4 for Curse. Yeah, they're still 5,000 gold behind, but those Dragons are really what's keeping them in here. So at the very least, Saint is holding the buff control with his jungle champion. Okay, no early game ganks. Okay, and no crazy jungle pressure, but heck, if you're going to rely on Cop, screw it, blood boil and take Dragons.
This is very reminiscent of that Week 3 MLG game, and TSM doesn't want that to happen again, which is why they're going for this Baron. They can kill this relatively quickly. Curse needs to make a decisive move to get up there. Reginald's going to try to assassinate Cop on the way.
He's going to pop the Zhonya.
This is brilliant.
Oh, this could be all kinds of crazy. Bubble does not even land on the Reggie, and he gets the shutdown kill onto Cop while the rest of his team is still taking this down. Jackie will not stop the Baron attempt. Really good move there. Dragon for a 1-for-1 TSM's lead.
That's one of those deaths for Reginald that is the reason he's near the top in the LCS.
Yeah.
But that's also one of the reasons TSM is in 3rd place.
There we go. Jackie forced to run away from the odd one. Had to burn his flash for it, but that's a cooldown trade I'll probably take if I'm TSM. I'm waiting on Reggie to revive anyway. So solo mid holding on strong here. Almost more than 6,000 gold in the lead. We're in 4 of 5 on the Baron buff, and they'll push again soon when Reggie's back up.
Just can't say enough about that Reginald Ari play.
No, that was great.
The fact that he essentially took 4 people's on Curse's attention, still got the shutdown kill, and then gave the team the Baron. That makes TSM feel a lot better about Cop having a lot of gold. The fact that Reginald was able to do that to him as well as get the Baron on. And then Cop, since he's going for the full damage build, since he really needs to, doesn't have room to build that Negatron cloak yet that's exactly what he needs
to not
to survive Reginald. Yeah,
it's actually interesting. We talk about the kill trade that happened. You know, normally an assisted kill is worth more than a kill because you get 50% bonus gold, but Cop was worth 500, so Reggie got 500 gold for that one. Reggie having, maybe he didn't die recently, maybe he was actually worth a lot, but an assisted like normal kill is worth 450 because 300 and a half.
Yes.
Yeah, so like if that was a 300 gold Reggie kill, he actually went cash positive despite giving away an assist, which I think is really funny based on the Reginald play style.
And the real cash positive thing was the Baron.
Yeah,
that
the
was
rest
a
of
little
the
bit
team
bigger. Got, which now TSM's going to use to try and take this turret down. They shouldn't be hesitant of the failed ganks before, and I'd expect TSM to try to go in very quickly. Look at how aggressively they're posturing at this turret.
Bubba doesn't land on much. No tidal wave coming across yet. The dive on a Voyboy. Voyboy ulting back up, looking for Reginald. Voyboy forced to run away. He does survive, though. Can Cop do enough damage? A beautiful Bubba lands onto 3, but Cop is taking so much pain. Forced to run away. Shirelli is used as well. Look at the dive in there. Ari finding a double kill. Another one for Nocturne. Wild Turtle getting a kill with the poison as well. That is a 4 for nothing to TSM's favor, and they're going to move in for the Nexus. This should be absolutely theirs.
The timing on the Reverie from X Special was exquisite in that fight. Being able to let TSM chase down for the end of that kill was perfect. It's good that TSM was not scared of diving despite having some bad experiences, and it gets them the win.
Very, very well played. You're hearing them yell back and forth between each other now, right now, and it's that loud smiley voice, right? He's like, yeah, man, that dive was so cool. It's one of those games where you know you had fun playing it, where you're just like telling stories afterwards. It's not those like, oh, guys, we barely made that and you're quiet. It's not one of those, oh my God, we threw that and you're quiet. It's like, guys, that was hilarious. That was a fun game.
One thing I've learned about League of Legends is tower diving is very fun.
Oh, yeah.
just knowing that a team cannot escape you when you have the movement speed advantage like TSM did with the Sona and the Shirelia's Reverie, plus all the assassination potential from Reginald's incredibly farmed Ahri. They had fun at the end of the game, and that's very important for TSM, who, when they were losing, they kept talking about business over and over again, but what they need to get back to, as many of them have said, is the fun, because that's when they were winning the most.
Exactly, and it's crazy looking at the players who have excelled or come out of nowhere. Kind of, again, calling back, talking to Medios before we started casting today, he was like, yeah, I just kind of played normal games and just kind of played to have fun, and I played ranked and shot up to 2,600. Like in Season 2, he's just like, yeah, I was just playing, and apparently I was really good at the game. And he had studied some other players as well partway through and, you know, had borrowed styles from other players, but he's like, yeah, I was just having fun. Turns out I was really good at the game.
So to touch back then, you're better at this than I am.
All right.
Since TSM won, that means Coast is still in the running.
Yes, Coast is still safe here. They're going to still look for, I believe, a three-way tie. So Dignitas started the week 2 games above Coast, and they've both gone 0-3, so there's still that 2-game difference. Curse had started the week equal with Coast, has won 2 games. So they're also 2 games above Coast. So basically what needs to happen, Coast 2-0s, and Coast plays Curse.
Yes.
So Coast can actually make one of those games happen there. Dig has to keep losing. Coast has to go 2-0, and Curse has to win, has to lose against their other opponent, which is CLG.
Yeah.
And then basically, Curse is in good shape.
That could be the three-way tie. That's what they need. All right,
that's their
so
goal.
we'll see if that happens tomorrow.
See if we get it. That's going to be, and by the way, tomorrow's 8 games. A lot of LCS to watch. Now, guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when you return, we'll be joined by TSM's Odd One and Wild Turtle to talk about their 3-0 start to Super Week. Plus, we'll break down the playoff picture heading into the last day of the summer split. Don't go anywhere. The North American LCS will be right back.
Kind of jumped the gun on the playoff picture.
welcome back to the NA LCS Summer Split. Rivington here, joined by the Odd One and Wild Turtle after your victory. Quite a long game you guys had played out there. It was a little bit back and forth. Talk to me about the 5-1 and 6 score. This is for you, Wild Turtle. That one came from an almighty flash into the base. What was going through your head?
I was getting really bored, and I usually play a lot of solo queue. So in solo queue, when the game gets really boring, I usually just flash and do crazy stuff. And that's, like, I don't know what to say about that.
You shook your head a little bit. What was the communication on the team when this went down? Because I saw you were trying to go in to save face as well.
Well, like Darius said, I'm not going into that, no way. And then I see a special flash over Crescendo. I was like, okay, well, 2 out of 3, so might as well go in as well. But we were like, it was all good communication at that point. And then once that happened, like, there was a bit of silence. Darius said, I'm not going into that. And then, like, there was just a long silence after that play because it was just really mind-blowing. Like, we didn't understand what just happened. That was pretty dumb.
Well, overall, Team Solo Mid as a whole, you guys seem to be having a lot more fun, bringing out what we saw in the spring split. You guys were 5-0 in the last Super Week of the spring split. Now 3-0. What is it that makes you guys excel under the pressure of Super Week?
I don't know. We're just trying our best to get third now that second's out of reach. We know that relegation is very, very scary, and basically we'd have to play a long time because if we get or if we're in a possibility of being relegated, we have to play for the next few months until relegation comes because we don't want to lose our jobs forever. So definitely do not want that to happen. Like, at the very least, we have to get playoffs, get the Worlds. So we really have to step it up because these last few games matter way, way more now, and we just don't want to be in a bad spot and get possibly relegated.
And how much is that third place weighing on your mind besides that? Because if you guys get third, your bye means you don't have to face Cloud9 until the finals, or the semis rather, and they've kind of had your number all split.
Yeah, so we haven't done really well against Cloud9, so we prefer third or sixth right now. So like right now we're not doing good against COG either, so they'll probably be either fourth or third depending on how things turn out next few days. So obviously want to avoid facing them. So if we're in the third place area, we get to face Vulcan, which we have done slightly better than Cloud9 because I don't think we've even won against Cloud9 yet. Here's hoping we can this week, but it's mostly we just want an easier or a better chance at the world spot.
And Turtle, the communication on the team, as I said, has been seemingly going up. Has this been worked on, or things that are just panning out as TSM is kind of going back into a winning phase?
I don't know. Answer him on one.
We're trying to talk more, like talk more in scrims, but then there's like that flash over the wall that cannot be explained. That it completely ruined everything, actually. Like, we were doing so well that game, and then there was this dead silence for like the next 30 seconds while Dara said that was some next level stuff over and over. And that was like, wow, that was pretty tragic. So I don't know what else to say.
All right, so looking forward, enough about the games. Vulcan and Cloud9 are your last matchups for Super Week. How are you going to prepare for these?
We practiced a lot against Cloud9. Cloud9 sort of in the MVP ozone position where everyone sort of knows what they're going to play. They see it coming because why change what's working for you? So we can sort of use that to strategize. We also have Vulcan, who's also really strong, and they actually beat Cloud9 just yesterday, I believe. So they're going to be a really hard team, but we're going to have to bring out everything because we really want the third place spot.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much for your time in the interview lounge. Best of luck going again in a consistent 5-0 week, just like the spring summer week, or Super Week at the end. Guys, it's coming to a close here in our second day of Super Week, but you know Super Week has 20 games, so we have a full day to come after this. Right now, it's going to be Kobe, though, breaking down some replays for us over in the replay lounge. Kobe, take it away.
All right, thanks, Riv. I do have a couple clips for you here today about these are basically examples of what makes a good gank and what questions you're going to want to be asking yourselves when you're going for a gank. Up first, we have Meteos from Cloud9 in this Cloud9 versus Dignitas game. Now, he is Evelyn in this one, which automatically makes ganking easier. But for this example, it doesn't even matter that he is Evelyn because he's come through the lane to gank here for Shen. So even if he was any other jungler, he would have gotten to this point right here without being seen anyway, because he's come through the lane, no possible wards there, and Balls has told him, Kiwi Kid did not come to lane with any wards, there's no vision of you. We also have Crumbs up here on Jarvan having the exact same idea. So it's going to be a 2 versus 2 situation. This is actually a counter gank that's gone wrong because of the timing. The reason that Meteos went down here to gank Ball's lane is because Shen is amazing at setting up ganks. First thing you want to ask yourself is your lane partner going to be able to set up your gank very well? Shen's perfect because he started off with a taunt. And as we roll this clip, we'll see that Kiwi Kid becomes a non-factor in this fight so early because of the initiation from Balls that Crumbs really comes in. It's not a counter gank at all. He comes into a 1 versus 2 situation because of the timing that Meteos had. He was the first to move, and he did not hesitate. They were able to take out Kiwi Kid before the action even got started. Now is an exact same situation. We're going to have Crumbs mirroring here. He was thinking the same thing, wanted to gank mid. And Meteos as well, wanted to gank mid. This is the only reason that Hai would ever stay in lane with this low HP versus Skara, who's got almost 80% of his HP. So if you're on Dignitas right now, you have to be asking yourself, why is Hai staying in lane? They must have Evelynn in the area. This has got to be a counter gank situation. Crumbs, though, he's still fairly far away from Skara again. So he's going to arrive late once again in this gank. It's the precious few seconds that Meteos starts off the ganks that always gives him the advantage. So let's roll the clip here and we'll see how it plays out. Skara is going to try and bait in high here, but Meteos makes the first move and then Meteos flash to pause here. All right, so we just had, that was a lot of action very quick, but what we had was Skara trying to flash forward to get towards. There we go. My elbow hit the thing. We had Skara flashing this way towards Crumbs, and Crumbs having to flash this way to get closer to him. They started off this gank so far apart from each other that they had to use their flashes to try and gain that distance before they could even fight together, and it caused Crumbs to miss his flag EQ combo, and with no knockup, they actually burned down Skara before they can even take out the 10 HP Hai. So let's roll the rest of the clip here, and we'll see that they're able to finish off the Kennen and the Orion at the same time, but because of Meteos' level advantage on Crumbs, he can chase this one down, and they actually get a 2-for-1 kill. Since I accidentally went back to the first clip, let's go back and look at it one more time. The reason that Meteos was ahead in levels for both of those two is because he did a full clear of all the small camps before going to gank. So that other last thing that you have to ask yourself when you're going for a gank is, did I balance my farming with my ganking and waiting potentials? So with that, we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thanks very much, Kobe. Let's take a look now at the standings heading into the final day of the regular season. Cloud9 is still in first with Vulcan in control of second place, and TSM is in third. CLG sits in fourth, just 1 game behind.
Curse and Dignitas are tied for 5th, with Team Coast sitting in 7th, and Velocity rounding out the standings in 8th.
And tomorrow the standings will be settled once and for all in our final day of the LCS Summer Split. We've got 8 huge games coming to close out the week, beginning with Coast versus Cloud9, which is a game that Coast must win to sit in the playoff race. After that is Dignitas versus Velocity Esports. Then Vulcan takes on TSM, and Curse faces Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, it's Velocity versus Vulcan, and Dignitas taking on CLG. 7th game of the day features Coast versus Curse, and closing out the regular season, it'll be Cloud9 battling TSM. That all starts at 1 p.m. Pacific. I got it, freak. And 10 p.m. Central European time.
I normally say that one. I'm so used to just chiming
Stuck it out of you. It's mine.
You smited it away. It's yours now. But before we kick off the final day here in North America, the European LCS continues their Super Week with 6 games on Friday morning. First up, it's SK Gaming versus Meet Your Makers, followed by Evil Geniuses taking on Gambit, and then the Lemon Dogs face Alternate.
Then Ninjas in Pajamas battle Fnatic. Gambit takes on SK, and closing out that day will be the Lemon Dogs versus EG.
The action starts Friday at 5 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Central European Summertime.
And remember, if you missed any of today's action, head over to lolesports.com, click on Schedule, and hit the Match Details button below. The games that you want to watch.
Indeed, you should. So that does it here for Day 2 of Week 9 in North America. So for myself, Jat, Riv, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, GG, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
Dodging out the wall, the double lift right to the front of the fight. Stranglethorns go up. He is not coming out of this one alive.
He's going for it. He gets him.
Oh, he's going to get it. There's the shield. It's going to be the let's bounce, and it's going to be the let's get out of here.
Victory! Yeah, Victor!
Here we go. Let's go. Submarine. They have the damage they need. Beautiful stun combo just crushes the health bars.
Oh my god, you're alive?
Victory!